Matthias, we know a lot about Pollock, not so much about Matthias. Thanks for the pleasure.
going on? Is the video not on?
king and his men stole the queen from her bed. Bound her and her bone. The seas be ours, and by the powers where we will roam.
Say everybody.
Hey, bro.
What's up? What's up, Ozzy? Salute, Jeff. Salute, Ozzy. What's up, Dustin?
Sit chat.
What is good, Raider Nation? Welcome back to yet another episode of Raiders Live News Talk. I'm joined by my friends Dustin, Sergio, Ozzy, and Cortez. Say what's up, everybody.
Salute, Raider Nation.
That's good.
Salute Raider Nation. Appreciate all you. Salute the chat.
Salute my brother, Pyro.
Salute everybody, man. Appreciate all of you guys.
Charles. Salute, John Leon.
Fact, yeah. Everyone's saying thank you to the members.
Nation, Jason.
Hey, either say them all at once or don't say them all, man.
And Robert Pena. Salute, Pena.
Yes,
Oh,
yes, of course.
everybody.
Salute to everyone just coming in now.
I know every time I go to talk, he's like, salute another guy. Hey, salute to all of you, man. Like, say all their names at one time. Salute John, Charles, Pyro, fucking Robert, fucking salute to every one of you guys, man.
Hello, OJ.
And there are going to be like many people coming in.
Jason, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate all of you, man.
Jason.
Yeah.
Hey.
All right, go, Jeff.
All right. So of course, salute to everyone just coming in now, just joining us. Salute to the members of this panel for showing up as always. Salute to the mods in the chat for holding it down. We wouldn't be able to do the show without you guys. And last but not least, thank you to our viewers for watching and commenting along with us as we do this broadcast. We got another great one for you guys as always. Just a quick reminder before we do get started. Our YouTube chat bot, which is called the Nightbot, in just a couple short minutes, we'll be posting various links that are related to us here at DSR in the comments section. So if you guys wouldn't mind, when you're in the comments section, just taking a look to see for the various links that the Nightbot is posting. And if you wouldn't mind following those links at your earliest convenience to just tap in with us on all of those platforms, that would be greatly appreciated. Just to give you guys a quick overview of those links so you know what to look for. First and foremost, the Nightbot is going to give you guys a link to our YouTube channel, the Death Star Port YouTube channel, which we're currently broadcasting to. If you guys haven't already, if you're on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind subscribing to the channel, hitting the notification bell, liking as many videos as possible, and commenting on as many videos as possible, that'd be greatly appreciated. The Nightbot is also going to give you guys a link to the Nation Nightmare YouTube channel, which is our friend and panel member Cortez's personal YouTube channel. Same deal there if you haven't already. If you're on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind subscribing, hitting the notification bell, liking as many videos as possible, and commenting on as many videos as possible, that would be greatly appreciated as well. The Nightbot is also going to give you guys a link to our Twitch channel, the Death Star Port on Twitch. If you guys haven't already, if you're on Twitch, if you wouldn't mind just following or subscribing to us on there, that'd be greatly appreciated as well. The Nightbot is also going to give you guys a link to our Instagram account, the Death Star Port on Instagram. So if you guys haven't already, if you're on Instagram, if you wouldn't mind liking or giving us a follow, first of all. And second of all, liking is throwing some likes on some of our posts. And third of all, if you wouldn't mind sharing some of our posts not only to your stories, but to your friends over DMs, that'd be greatly appreciated as well. And last but certainly not least, the Nightbot is also going to give you guys a link to our Discord, the DSR Discord server. So if you guys haven't already, if you wouldn't mind, if you're on Discord, following that link and joining us there at the Discord community, that'd be greatly appreciated as well. We would especially like for you guys to check out that link because it really is the heart of what we do here at DSR. And it's a tremendous community. It's a great way to bond and to meet people, not only over all things Raiders, but over a wide variety of topics. For example, while we do have a Raiders chat where we talk about all things Raiders, we also have a general chat where we talk about life in general. We talk about the NFL at large. We have fantasy leagues, both NFL and NBA. In fact, we're just now starting up our various fantasy football leagues in that Discord to gear up for the NFL season. So if you guys haven't already, if you're already in the Discord, if you wouldn't mind checking out those leagues, I believe for every single league there will be a $25 payout to the winner, and of course there is a $0 buy-in, so it's completely risk-free. All reward, 100% profit if you guys do end up winning any one of those leagues. So we'd especially love for you guys to check out and join as many of those fantasy leagues as possible. And like I said, we also do have NBA fantasy leagues. So if you guys are into that, when the NBA season begins to roll around in just a couple months, we'll begin those as well. So we also in that Discord have promotional events like free giveaways. We have free movie nights as well, where especially on a weekend night, it's a great way to just hop in the Discord and just watch a great movie with a bunch of people in the Discord as well. So that's a great activity, especially if you don't have any plans on a weekend night. We also have a whole bunch of channels dedicated to Raiders content creators, not only on YouTube, but over other platforms like Twitter and Instagram. And we also even have channels dedicated to sports updates to keep you guys in the loop, so up to the minute notifications on everything going on through multiple sports leagues. So like I said, if you wouldn't mind following that link to the Discord when the Nightbot posts it in the comments section, that'd be greatly appreciated as well. So like I said, if you guys could just keep an eye out for the Nightbot to post links to the Death Star Port YouTube channel, the Nation Nightmare YouTube channel, the Death Star Port on Twitch, the Death Star Port on Instagram, and as I just said, last but certainly not least, the DSR Discord server. And this Nightbot will be posting all these links multiple times throughout the duration of this broadcast. You guys will have multiple opportunities to check out all of these great links. So like I said, we do thank you in advance for tapping in with us on all those platforms. And if you wouldn't mind just keeping an eye out for the Nightbot to post all those links, and at your earliest convenience to follow those links and just tap in with us through all those various platforms. So like I said, we do thank you guys in advance for that.
And we're going to have another, so AJ, which is 24 Graphic on our channel, he's going to be having a YouTube channel that we're going to be building up here pretty quick. We're going to start posting it tonight. He'll be on after 8 o'clock, so we'll post it on here, have as many people that can follow him if they can. We're going to post it across all of our platforms. And then on the 12th of August, we're going to have interview basically on his first channel, and he's going to do one with like going to have Chris from Protect the Shield podcast, and then we're going to have another somebody else on that one too. So long story short, like I said, I'm going to want to try to do like interviews, talk to people about content creating and so on. So long story short, if you guys don't mind, just follow him, give him a sub, and then we're going to be linking it to DSR while we're live in their channel. So basically we'll be streaming through each other while we build up his channel doing that. And then we're going to probably do interviews and things exclusive over on that channel. So August 12th, going to be at 6 p.m. So like I said, if you guys don't mind, just give him a follow. Appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so obviously one of our panel members and obviously a core member of DSR, our friend AJ, as Dustin just said, is also starting his own YouTube channel. So is the Nightbot going to be posting links tonight, Dustin, in the comment section?
Yeah, in 20 minutes. So at the 20-minute mark, so in 6 minutes, it should start posting the links and everything. And his might be in there right now. We might already put it in. But long story short, we're going to promote it more on here just to kind of help them out a little bit. So just like I said, that's all.
Okay. All right, great. Yeah. So same deal there, guys. When you guys do see the Nightbot post a link to his YouTube channel, if you haven't already, if you're on YouTube, subscribe, hit the notification bell, like as many videos as possible when they do come. When you do, tap in with that YouTube channel, and of course, comment on as many videos as possible when they do come as well. So just to get ready for another YouTube channel. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and then the other thing I was going to say is we're going to make a transition over the next few weeks where we're going to be changing our days. We're going to go from Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, same exact time. Just Saturday, I'll have his channel at 6 o'clock, and then we're either going to lap it into where we're at, or we're going to basically hour and a half, 2 hours on his, and then leave off on ours. However, we decide that as we go, but we're going to try them out and move forward with that. And like I said, we'll test our waters back and forth between either certain days, and then once we do it for a few weeks before we get to camp, we'll determine the actual days that will be live through the whole entire season. But we are going to mess with them while we're going through the preseason. So long story short, it's going to be 7 o'clock regardless, every single time, regardless of the day or not. 7 o'clock here, 10 o'clock there. 10 o'clock on the East Coast, and then we'll try them out, see where we're at. And then, like I said, we'll be doing fantasy leagues, everything. Like, we're just trying to engage a different deal to gain more followers, more content, and just fit into slots where everybody gets along inside there. So, like I said, we know our time slots here. We're just going to mess around with them for the next few weeks, and then we'll see from there. But like I said, AJ, if you're in there. So if you can, just post your link in there, bro. So people, he has it already in the Nightbot. So the Nightbot's already in there. So like I say, if you guys don't mind, give him a follow. Oh, that's his Instagram. Post your YouTube if you can. But outside of it, like I said, he'll be here at 8, and we'll deal with it then.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, just keep out for all those various links. AJ's new YouTube channel included, that the Nightbot is going to be posting. So we do thank you guys in advance for following those links and tapping in with us on all those platforms. So without further ado, and with all that out of the way, let's begin our broadcast with our first topic. So obviously today, what was most notable is that today's session in training camp was the last day in which the Raiders were going to be practicing without full pads. So obviously, as we transition from everything up to today, until transitioning from that till tomorrow, when the Raiders do begin practice through training camp in pads, why don't we just go around the panel? And Sergio, obviously, you can start us going, because this is your topic. Why don't you just give your thoughts on everything that's happened so far? Any things in particular that you've heard coming out of camp that you find notable, and most importantly, how you think the dynamic of training camp may change for certain players versus others now that we're going into full contact. So, what do you think, Sergio?
I mean, basically, like, since it's like the last day, I mean, a very like easily thing to think about is now we're basically gonna know like who's like the dog, and then who's here to be a backup, or who's like not ready to be on field like 90% of the time. Because especially when it comes to positional battles, like now after today, we're gonna start to realize like who's gonna win the position battles, like in the offensive line, the corner rooms, the running backs, the safeties. It's going to be very interesting to see, especially since like now the cornerback room with no pads has been getting very competitive. And the coaches have said they've been getting very competitive. The offensive line has been getting really competitive, and it's going to be a wonder what we're going to see. Since this is technically like when the pads are on, it's technically gonna be like the preseason, because even though they said like with that new rule now that like they don't have to cut their players until like the end of preseason, which I think is like I think it's a very interesting rule. But I guess now it's like who do we think, like on the panel, like people in the chat, like you can say something too. Like, who do we think now is going to be like standing out when the pads are on? Who's probably going to get left behind?
Yeah. Obviously, with this last pads coming today, now we're going to see the final, or at least the most crucial element of the off-season program, becoming a part of their day-to-day practice, which is obviously adding the true physicality to the game, even though it's still only in a practice phase. Because as you point out, Sergio, now we're trying to separate the men from the boys, essentially. Who's going to be a real core contributor to this team on this roster, who's gonna make this team first and foremost, and who's just going to be either cut or not really play that much of a factor on this team, if to say nothing of traded, or just in one way or another not become a part of the plan for the Raiders throughout the 2023 season. So yeah, I mean, obviously, there've been some sort of pecking orders being established, somewhat, I would say, up until this point throughout certain position depth charts. But yeah, I mean, it could very well be that those kinds of guys who've done well in the non-physical or non-fully physical, I should say, aspect of training camp, a lot of those guys might fall by the wayside. When other
But they
guys might
could
be able to
always
step
come
up.
back. Like Wilson, he's gonna come back. He passed his physical. Byron Young's the only one on the pup list. We don't know how long he's gonna be out for.
Right, exactly. Well, yeah, and obviously that's another.
Yeah. The
Sort of
unable
factor.
or the other one isn't like that bad. The pup list is the worst one in my opinion, out of both of them.
Yeah, I mean, any way you cut it, there's the injuries are injuries, right? You're not medically cleared to play at this point, and obviously, a lot of those guys like Byron Young and Tyree Wilson, they're obviously, as rookies that this team spent draft picks on, they're not going to be immediately discarded. So they're going to have a chance to get back, and that's obviously, it's unfortunate that they're not able to be healthy enough to compete right now. But other than those guys like that,
Hey,
you
but
have
they're
a bunch
gonna
of
take
guys
their
who,
time with Wilson. They ain't gonna rush him out there because he's their special gem. They don't want to rush out their first round pick out there too. They want him to
right,
fully heal properly, not be like 70, 80% and then go out and play and then get re-injured again. They don't want that.
right, exactly. So obviously, like I said, that's another sort of, dimension or variable when it comes to assessing players. Some players do have to get healthier, but as you mentioned, Cortez, spending a 7th overall pick on a guy is probably going to mean that they're going to um, be as cautious as possible when it comes to rehab. So as far as that goes, guys like him should be fine as the season progresses. But for a lot of these guys who are still technically on this roster, who are probably borderline, candidates to make it to the final 53 man, physicality, like I said, being in full pads at entering this new and basically final phase of training camp. We're really going to see, who's for real and who's not, like who this team is going to stick with and who they're not. Ozzy, why don't you do you have any thoughts on training camp so far? The new phase of
So I didn't want to interrupt anybody, but yeah, basically, long story short, this is where we separate the boys from the men.
Right.
Basically, we had to pad, but this is when we get to full contact, and stuff like that. Outside the quarterback, obviously, quarterback's the redshirted, but this is where we get to see what the DTs and the defensive line, and O-line, and stuff like that's really made of. So I feel like this is where you're really going to start to see who our top 5 O-line will be. Probably who our starting D tackles and that are going to be. So that's going to be what I'm going to keep an ear out for, I guess. Especially defensive line. I want to see, especially with Young being injured, I want to see who steps up. Because I do have Young when healthy being part of our NASCAR package. That's what I believe he's going to end up being. But maybe Bilal Nichols is going to step into that role. Because I definitely see Chillery as one of my. He could get cut, but at the moment I feel like he's got a foot in. Him and Bilal is probably the top 2 at the moment. So some of the young guys, and I want to hear more about that Jade Severo, that Nestor, whatever his name is, as well. I'm gonna keep an ear out for him. Yeah, Jade Severo. So that's the stuff I'm going to be keeping an ear out for, because I want to see how our defensive line can improve. And then also you probably hear more about our secondary as a result of that, because if the D-line can improve, then the secondary is going to improve too. So I'll get more time to cover. So, I mean, it kind of works together, like the secondary and the D-line. So.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, did you guys hear Raiders just signed Kansas City linebacker Darius Harris?
No, is that breaking that just happened?
Oh yeah, that just happened right now.
Wow. Okay, so there you go. That's a
Who'd you
perfect.
say? Who did you just say they just signed? The
They
Harris.
just signed Kansas
Yeah.
City linebacker Darius Harris.
Yeah, Darius Harris. Breaking news.
Nice. You know, this is what I want to say about what I said about this. This is Robert's exact words. No pads mean not playing real football. I said it's like pillow fighting your brother. Is exactly what I said. I've said this shit for weeks ahead, and now this motherfucker just come over here and iterate exactly what I was saying. So that's all I'm saying. I've always said when you have pads or no pads, it ain't gonna do shit, man. When they come on with pads, you're gonna see difference in these players massively,
Heck,
instantly.
that's gonna be crazy.
You're gonna see players that were looking good over here in t-shirts and shorts. I speak on this about Colin Kaepernick looking good in a high school fucking field with one fucking receiver running downfield. Like anybody can look good in those situations, but the minute that Kaepernick got here, he got outclassed, and that wasn't even with pads, dude. So again, they even said it was the worst football they've seen him play. So I mean, all I'm saying is anybody can look good in shorts and a t-shirt and a helmet. I've said this for weeks on weeks. I played this game my whole entire life, so I just think it's funny that Robert said no pads means not playing real football. So I mean, it just generates that.
I know for a fact in high school I'm a first team All-Pro in flag football, but I'm probably a backup when the pads are on.
But that's all I'm saying. I speak on this because I've played it my whole life, dude, and I just keep saying like the pads, it's great, dude, and all this shit up to this is just talk, dude. Some players are gonna look good, and then when they're gonna come out here and have to put that fucking beat, and that's why I keep saying Jade is going to be that motherfucker to watch out for, because this guy just seems like if he puts the pads on and just wrecks your life, dude. I mean, that's even more power
That's
to
gonna
us.
be
So,
crazy.
yeah, and that's why I've said that guy to me. I've said it
He
for
may
the
be
last
a
few
star of
weeks.
the
I
draft,
just think
Dustin.
he's gonna be one of them. We have other topics. I'll talk on other players later. Other players later in there, but like I said, you're gonna start seeing like I'll be interested to see Thomas, Butler, Plant, fucking
I want to see
Jade,
this Harris guy.
Smith, Johnson, Paulo, you know, like when they all get pads
Isaiah
on and start coming out
Palomalu's
there, you know.
a beast, Dustin.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see where Webb's at with his pads and on the players, you know, like that's all I'm saying. Like without pads, anybody can look good, and you are not doing contact, dude. You're just hitting a fucking, you know, rubber fuck or a padded fucking pad pushing, getting on and off, dude. You're not hitting.
Hey, tomorrow's gonna be a special
So,
day, Dustin. Tomorrow practice is gonna be very special.
I think it's gonna most definitely let people know where they stand for sure. I mean, that's no doubt about it.
Hey,
I
but
mean,
the crazy thing is that they
Luke,
moved in.
Chili.
Hey, today I was seeing some video. They moved in from outside inside today. That was cool. To be from being in the hotness, being inside doors.
Yeah. Well, they'll do that, especially when it's 115 degrees. But I think that they're also going to test them out there too, man, in that type of weather too, on certain days, just to make sure that they can play in it. And you know, like that's all I say it is pads don't hit back. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts, Robert. I mean, if something isn't hitting you back, and the guy that's standing there is just told to, you know, to put a little bit of fight to it. I've spoke on this 100 times about how players are coming from college. They're all getting their papers, their books, dude. They're getting acclimated to the team. You have probably different sections going on between veteran players and rookie players. So when people are sitting here, you know, talking about, oh, this guy's looking good, it's like, okay, he goes into a 7-on-7, 11-on-11. Then he starts playing in there again. It's just like being out at the park with your friends, just throwing the ball. The difference is that at the park with your friends, you're gonna still tackle a motherfucker, drag him to the ground, fucking pull him out, try to punch the ball out. Like you're gonna still try to tackle him pretty hard. And then there, it's just like you can't even touch him. I mean, you know, some of these plays where you're seeing online where it's showing like Devontae deep down the field on the route and he's catching. Like I don't know if you guys know this, but that fucking dude's literally he's only like 10, 15 yards off that throw, and they're starting like fucking 50 yards downfield or 30 yards downfield already. Like Devontae ain't running off the line down there, fucking getting down there and catching the ball over, dude. They got him played off on the sideline here. That's 25 yards up the field. And then when they hike the fucking ball there and he sets back, that's when they leave. And then he throws and then they dot. He's not leaving. Like, my point is the competition's set. Like, it's set. It's not dudes getting off the line and beating people. So I've always said it. I feel like it's rehearsed football without the pads. I think you're just acculating people. I've said it 100 times. And like I said, tomorrow will be the time where we're going to find out who's really going to start being here. And I think that's facts. So, but I don't know. You guys have anything else you want to speak on this?
I'm pretty good.
All right, let's get off of this one. Frickin', let's go. You want to talk on Paulo Cortez? You there or what?
Yep, he went back to his horse.
All right, Ozzy, you want to talk on fact or fiction or your other topic?
Either one, man.
Which one you got? 3 of them, so which one you want?
Was that the EU? The EU?
Yeah, the equal MC, fact or fiction, or Jonathan. Jonathan.
I'd say I'll do the EM. E equals MC squared first, because that.
All right, there you go.
This is a very interesting one.
Yeah, because I think like this one will kind of lead into the other two if we do the other two later. So this one will be. The reason I kind of put this as a topic, and people are probably wondering what the fuck topic is that. Basically, the reason I put this as a topic is because a lot of people have been saying like, you know, analytics don't matter or analytics aren't true. And at the end of the day, I want to ask the question: is E equals MC squared true? Because that's the basis of like modern mathematics. Same as analytics is based on modern mathematics. I mean, part of analytics does include like the same math that E equals MC squared started. So that's why I question when people say that analytics don't matter, because they do. It's based on the same mathematics as, you know, algebra and stuff like that. So that's why I question that. But I do agree with the fact that you kind of have to prepare that with film. And when I say film, I'm not talking about watching a game live either, especially at the game, because if you watch at the game, you're going to miss more than what you'd miss on TV. And then again, watching on TV live, you're not seeing every angle. So when I say film, I'm talking about like all 22. You have to watch it in all 22 at least once or twice in order to really see what's going on in the field. So pairing that with analytics is where you get your best research and information on doing things, is watching the all 22 film on a game or player, and then pairing that with the numbers, with the analytics. Because that's exactly how they get the analytics in the first place, is by studying players' films and by, like, you know, they have their mathematical formulas to work out the numbers that they get. Whether it's, you know, speeding targets and receptions to get like their percentage of catch percentage, for example. That's based on how many attempts, like, or how many targets with how many catches and whatnot. That's their catch percentage. So that's one example. Same with like yards per game or attempts per game and all that kind of stuff, of how they average that out. So that pretty much was the basis of that topic. It's just that you guys,
and look, if analytics didn't matter, yeah, and if the analytics didn't matter, I mean, look at Gruden when he started. He said he didn't mess with the analytics. He didn't really give a shit. It started hindering him a lot. Then Harbaugh from Michigan fucking told him about putting the fucking TVs on the field, so therefore they can be able to watch and see it up front. And then bam, next thing you know, Gruden's over here in the analytics. The analytics matter, dude, and it matters, and especially in the game of today, because there's so many fucking teams that are using that shit to such a high level because they got that money in these fucking geniuses. And again, when people start taking simple math, man, and start fucking figuring out simple equations that, hey, if we go fucking 4 yards every play for fucking up amount, we're going to win X amount of games, or things of those factors. Those things matter, dude. And teams that can hone in on them and use them to the best advantage, it fucking matters. Any person that thinks it doesn't matter is insane.
Why do you think a lot more teams are going for it on 4th down now?
Yeah,
there's been a lot more teams that have been, and not only that, but many teams are now getting more and more successful going for it on 4th down because they're using the analytics. Like, they ask them, like, why do you want to go on 4th down? And instead of them saying take the risk, they're like, well, the geniuses in the back said that, well, if you do this or if you do this play that you've been already doing, this play is already going to work. So
because I
it was
I
as
have
if
a
they
play
treated it as being a first down.
exactly, and that's because they have an analytic on that play and how successful that play is going to be. Like the percentage of how successful that play has been. Like we have like a 90% success rate on like a first down or on a fourth down and stuff like that. So again, it's the analytics that tells them which play to run in that situation.
That is factual news.
So yeah, that's what I kind of thought about because I'm not gonna name names or nothing. I've just been hearing a lot of people acting like analytics doesn't matter and look at the film, and then it's like I ask you how the analytics don't matter, and then I ask you again what film you're watching because if you're saying film but you're watching just a normal game, that's not really watching film because you're not going to get all the angles anyway of the play. The only way you get all the angles is the all-22 film or the coach's film or whatever they call it.
Yeah, and if it wasn't so important, I mean, Ziegler has spoke on it numerous times how he's watched the game just in the first few days, fucking 10 times over, sometimes
exactly.
watching the same person all the way through the whole game, snap for snap, from different deals to see how they get off, how they come. And that's just watching it one time by that one player. That's not watching it again through another player and another and another.
No.
Again, that shit matters, especially in big game, big deals. That's why they draft. That's how they scout. I mean, a lot of those things, like any guy that would think analytics doesn't matter is just a chat fan, dude. Like he's a chat fan, he's talking bullshit. Like there's no doubt about it. Because without those deals, that's how the game has evolved and where it's at today.
Hey, Dustin, earlier today after I talked to you, the first time I did a mock draft, the shit was hilarious for next year.
We ain't doing mock draft, so not even talking on that.
No,
we're not talking on it. Nah, we ain't talking on it. Outside of it, fucking, what's the next topic we want to move on to? You want to talk on Paulo real quick or what?
Yeah, let's do Paulo real quick.
All right, bring him up.
Paulo. Yeah, he's looking good. I've been saying this since day one last year. Dustin, you even said, oh, nah, he ain't going to be all that. He ain't going to be that. He's played good last year. He made the 53 win. I've been behind this guy since he's been undrafted, and I believe that he will be the number 3 safety on the team. He'll be playing that hybrid safety, move him inside, play linebacker. He's a big guy. Like, I'm a big fan of him, and he is looking very great in camp, and I can't wait to see what he does tomorrow. And today he picked off Jimmy G off of Renfro, I believe. He was there at the right time. So I don't know what you guys
Jimmy went into double coverage with Devontae and fucking looked off Devontae and chose to throw down on Renfro and his blanket, and he went over the top and grabbed it.
Yep. Salute, Malcolm Breezy. How do you guys feel about Isaiah Palomal?
You want me to go first?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like he has potential. Like since we picked him up, I feel like he has like that potential if he can like get his mentality right and get into the right shape in the defense that could look right for him. It's looking like right now he's fitting himself in pretty well because Graham's been running a three safety spin. Like he's been doing 3 safety sets and just keeps like switching out the safeties and having them like rotate around the field while they're on the field. And it's looking like Palomal has been on the field like a lot, especially with Chris Smith and Marcus Epps and Johnson a lot. He's been in a lot of the rotations, which makes me think that maybe they want to see what he can do. And because I remember like they want to like use him in the box, like they want to use him as that box safety. So maybe they're just trying to see what else they can use out of him.
Yeah, just piggyback on what you're saying. Kind of agree with everything you're saying. Just add that I think they want to use them in those 3 safety sets where they put 3 safeties on the field. Where you'd probably have like Marcus Epps and either Chris Smith or Jaquan Johnson, and then you'd have him as like the 3rd guy in the box. That kind of deal, possibly. But even then, it's going to be a struggle because you got Trayvon Murray, you got Jaquan Johnson, you got Marcus Epps, and then he's also going to be competing with guys like Chris Smith, who we just drafted. So it's going to be a battle for him. If he does it, great. May the best man win. But I just feel like I've got to see him in preseason first before I can really say if he's like the third safety or not. It's going to be a big battle for that third safety spot.
That's fair to say. I mean, that is fair to say, and we can say it for every other safety. Especially with like Morg, since like he's not doing well in this system. I mean, like he's kind of, even though there's no pads have been on, he's kind of been the only safety that I haven't heard anything from, any good news from, any like no coaches like hyping him up or anything. Like it's
not
been
even
looking
that.
bad for him.
He said out of his own mouth, dude, that he seems lost in the system even in year 2. So I mean, don't get me wrong, he's probably already having issues.
No pads are on right now, but it's looking like that Palomau and Smith have like an edge over Morg to replace him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I kind of put Morg outside of. I got Jaquan Johnson above Morg right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would still put Paulo at the bottom of the list. There's no way he would jump over Epps, Morick, and Johnson. I mean, he'd still be the 4th in the list. And even saying if Smith even has way higher upside man type safety. So, I mean, I'm not going to discredit Paulo, but again, we're talking about dudes that aren't running from the line, no pads. I mean, take it for what you want. I mean, they can take it for what they want. If he shows up here next week and the week after in pads and shows up in the preseason and starts playing, then I think you can more talk on it. I mean, Johnson's been more solidified in the fucking as a safety in the back. Teamer's more solidified as a fucking backup than Paulo. Paulo come out again. I'll stick by it. At USC, dude, that's my school. I mean, the fucking guy didn't show up in a lot of games. There was a lot of things up and down about him. I'm not going to sit and say him coming to the NFL, he might have a whole different mentality look at it. But just because the guy sitting over here, and the guy plays in dime packages with 5 DBs on the field, and they've even played him in the linebacker and the fucking safety position already in camp. So I think they're going to transition him any way they can. And signing Harris, I mean, fuck, that's probably limits him even more. I mean, so if we sign another safety here, I think it's going to limit him even more too, because I don't think he's the 3rd guy on the list. I mean, I can't see him being the 3rd. There's just no way. I mean, he's never even fucking done nothing yet in the NFL. So to surpass up there and just go to behind Morick and Epps, even Morick's down years is better, and he's never played. And then Johnson's played behind a fucking damn good defense in the Buffalo. So Smith comes from even more proven school with even more proven talent. So, I mean, like I would just say take it for what it is. If Paulo is surging, then he surges, man. But I would just wait till I get a bigger sample size than a guy getting picked off because Jimmy fucking seen Devontae double teamed and then chose to throw down on Renfro downfield. Like, and they've even been talking about it through the whole camp that they've been struggling in deep passes, that Jimmy's been excelling in short and intermediate passes. They say they're unlocking those. Just in the long passes, they've been struggling, and I mean,
it kind of seems like the offense. The only improvement that they're trying to fix is the deep passes.
Yeah, and the way that they said that comment would almost make me feel like, guess who threw the other interception to Webb? You know what I mean? Like with that type of comment, when you're sitting there saying like having issues downfield, looking in. I mean, Aiden's got passes where he's just dotting them downfield. With Jacoby Myers into the end zone, dude, like 40-yard pass down there. So, I mean, again, and still had a little bit more arm. So, like I said, I mean, Paulo, I've always said we want the best players for a team, so more power to the guy. I just think you need to have a bigger sample size. The guy's never played in shit. So, I mean, take it for what you want. If you want to jock the dude, jock him. I've always said, and I want the best here. I want the best to play. But this guy has been on the team last year. He's been through the fucking preseason. It's not like he hasn't been on the damn team. So that's all I'm going to say. So if he starts showing up at a higher level and so on, and again, I said this when we talked about the Peters. I said this when we talked about Peters. Even when I put it right here where you guys said he would make the transition to safety. And I said, no, I don't think so. He's going to be the number two motherfucking corner. That's exactly what I said. Well, number one, because Hobbs will be inside. He'll be the one. And then I think Bennett's going to be the motherfucking two. But long story short is that even at that time, and with that, it was still what I was going to say was with Peters being back there, I said that they'll play over the top of him and safety him because of the fact that you had Johnson, Smith, and Paulo to be able to pick up the back end off of off of Peters. And I said it in the live, do not be surprised if this is going to be the best year in interceptions we have because of those fucking reasons, because people think they'll be able to bait off on Peters or somebody and they're going to end up throwing down and the safeties are going to be right there to pick them up. And again, we play in 5 personnel DBs a lot, so it's not going to be too hard when you have these type of names doing it. Ain't played football in almost 8 months. I mean, that's facts. I mean, that's facts. Our safety room is better. Teamer might be out. Teamer's going to be out. I think if everything goes by, if everything goes the way it is, Teamer ain't going to be on the team. I don't see any reason. I mean, you got Epps, Morick, Johnson, Smith, and Paulo, like I said, and then that's not including if they choose to sign another player somewhere between this camp or not, but it's still 5 good players there. So, like I said, I don't disagree with that. But again, just because a player is tall doesn't mean they're going to be good. And again, more players in those positions have had more success being in the shorter to mid height range, not being fucking giants. And I'm not saying his height is a disadvantage or not, but they've had some Hall of Famers at 5'10" in the safeties all day long. So that's all I'm saying. I think height back there is just an added factor at that point, you know. Yeah, and 4.3. I mean, yeah, you can't teach 4.3 speed. That's for damn sure.
Is everyone
like I
good
said,
on this
they'll
topic?
have to. You guys speak on the rest of it. I just think, like I said, I just don't think too much. I mean, fucking, they're not even challenging each other, so.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying to Lunatic, I went to preseason before I really predicted depth shot.
Yeah, there's guys on that roster that's got fucking multiple years of game experience on them playing in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? We've sat here and showed we had DTs, we had fucking players last year that we didn't even bring in and play, halfbacks on. Like, they'll sit those motherfuckers probably just like they'll sit him another year, let him develop until when he gets there, it's like clear as day, like you can't beat it. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be a clear as day, like, hey, he's that good now. Now start him, you know?
I think someone else can play Gunner. If we get
Play
rid of
who?
Gunner on special teams if we get rid of Tamer. Depends how many safeties we keep, but I just don't see any way for him to stay with all the safeties we got.
I mean, if you got 4 and then one on the practice squad, which would be him, I want to see it, or Smith. I mean, even if Smith's on the practice squad and he's on the roster, it's still, you got Epps, Moore, Johnson, then him, or Smith. You know what I mean? So however it pans out, you know? And if he plays good, he plays good. That's what you want, what's best for the team. All I'm saying is I want to get you hyped up on motherfuckers with no pads. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, I play football my whole life. I don't sit here and hype myself up on players that are running around in shorts and T-shirts. I mean, Kaepernick had that thought, and he thought he was going to be better than 32 starting NFL quarterbacks. He literally said that out of his own mouth. You have some of the best NFL players said he looked the worst he's ever looked. So, I mean, again, playing in shorts looks one way, and playing when the motherfucker going to light your ass the fuck up when you go for a ball is a whole nother way. So, that's a mind fuck, dude. That's in your fucking head, dude. That's, hey, don't get off because I need to fucking buckle down. It's a whole nother game, dude. So just like I said, how Robert said it. Robert said, no pads means not playing real football. Like, that's facts. So that's all I'm saying. Fucking guy out there gonna get a pick. Great for him. He's studying the books. He's studying shit. Like, he's on part of it. But I've literally said it. You're literally coming from college. You're literally come from the draft. You're literally giving dudes the buffs. Where's the competition? Half these fucking guys don't even know what the hell's going on. The other half are just getting here. They just like fucking 30 of them, 40, 50 of them probably coming through free agency and fucking so on. Like, nobody has nothing out here yet. Put on the pads once the motherfuckers start laying the wood to people, and you'll start seeing dudes step to the back of the line real quick. You can go in front of me. Go ahead. I don't want to hit that guy. Like, That's all I'm
to that
saying.
and to that point, by the way, salute guys. And to that point,
bro.
Dustin.
Salute to Menace.
Yeah, salute to Menace. And actually, to that point, there's been a lot of players throughout history that have been excellent practice players overall, but come Sunday, come Thursday, come Monday, they don't perform as well. And on the flip side, there's been crappy practice players that show up on Sunday. Probably the prime example was Lawrence Taylor. He was an awful practice player. Even Charles Woodson, when he first started with the Raiders, the guy would sleep in the meetings, but then he would ball out on Sundays. So sometimes you can't put too much weight as to like how the practice is going, whether a guy's excelling or not doing well. For me, what matters is when the lights are on, can you perform? Like that's really what it comes down to.
Can you handle the pressure?
Man, I said that about Malcolm. Like, if people think he has bad practice, I've even spoke about Malcolm Kuntz numerous times. Like, every time this dude gets put in a game, he shows up. Like, some people can practice bad and play in the game like fucking that. And I've even brought up Lawrence Taylor numerous times in those type of deals because that's just how people are sometimes, dude. They just don't need, like, they just have it, you know? So, and I don't agree or not. I'm not the one that makes that decision. So, I mean, and then nowadays, again, like analytics, so on, people can just say, well, his practice over here shows otherwise. Like, you see, it's kind of almost condescending at the same time because back then they probably didn't even go by that shit, period, you know? So, I don't know. Like I said, I don't want people to think that I'm down talking Paulo. I'm not down talking him. I'm just saying until the guy gets on the field and plays, it's not like he hasn't been on our team before. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, fair. I also think that the no pad stuff is just mostly to get your mind ready more than anything else, learning the playbook. That's with walkthroughs and whatnot.
And I think I think this is overall like a good conversation that we're having because I think it indicates, right, how much better our safety room is this year. So like last year, I think we would have been like, yeah, we'll take Paul Amal, right? But this year we're questioning whether or not he actually makes the team. And if he does make the team, is he like 3th, 4th, 5th on the depth chart? So I think whenever you bring in competition, which Ziegler has done, you improve your team overall. So I think
and it might improve him too.
Yeah.
And it might improve him too. And there's nothing wrong against that either. You know, that's all I'm saying is I just think like you'll be on the hype train for him today and tomorrow motherfucker might not be there. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Like, reason that they don't probably talk about halfbacks right now is because no one can lay the wood to a motherfucker yet. You know what I mean? So, hey, you talk all that shit, but when Max and all these dudes are coming down to tackle your fucking ass and he steps down and fucking lays a dude down, I mean, that shit's going to get noticed. When he starts moving dudes and moving the pocket out there in practice, that shit's going to get noticed. That's how that shit gets created. So, again, like I said, until those type of deals when a dude's coming head on, and what if Paulo coming down at his 6'4" at 4.3 speed and fucking Britain or somebody just fucking buckles down and leaves him right in the fucking dirt? You know, that shit fucking matters. Means he ain't strong enough, dude. It doesn't matter. Like, on those ends, you can be good in the coverage, but in the run, you become a liability at that point, you know? Then he becomes what they call an ankle grabber, where he's going to hold on to the bottom and shoelaces and get drugged down to try to break you down. Like, and then nobody's saying nothing against those or not. All I'm saying is you can't experience those until dude's in pads. And we don't know. Maybe Paulo comes down there and lays the wood to him, but we won't know until he gets pads. And at the end of the day, just like Robert said in his presser, this game is called motherfucking football, bro. Like, this is a football. It is man's motherfucking sport, dude. Like, you're not just going to walk over here and fucking need fucking safe spaces here, bro. Like, you're going to get popped. So, again, when Robert coming at your ass over there, like, better be ready. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole different breed of shit, bro. Dude runs up, oh, boo, boo. Like, yeah, what do you fucking do? Like, big difference, you know? He comes running at you and says, bah, fucking get down. Like, whole different ball game. So that's all I'm saying is like I said about a corner on a receiver, they can't contest fucking the receivers right now. He can't jam on them. He can't push on them, dude. Like, if the receiver is in play of the ball, it's his fucking ball. We don't want to injure him. We don't want him to twist his ankles. We don't want Achilles. Like, sometimes even dudes playing on Devontae right now got to play like 5 yards off just so they don't hurt him. So, like, take it for what they want. I mean, that's all I'm saying is watch the game for yourself. We're playing I've said it for the last few weeks. It's just flag football right now, dude. Pillow fighting, dude. You're not really doing shit. Put pads on, you'll find out. Done.
Yeah, I also
mean,
don't put much stock. Sorry, Jeff. I was just gonna say I also don't put much stock. Don't get me wrong. Like it does please me. It does make me happy when I hear, hey, so and so got a pick, so and so got a pass breakup, etc. But I think we should always have like a measured approach to training camp because this is the opportunity or the window for the offense to try different stuff that may not be successful, right? So this is
Right.
essentially like your scratch pad where you're jotting down things and trying out things to see if they work. And a lot of the times things aren't going to work, right? And so if we hear of a guy getting multiple picks in a day or getting multiple pass breakups, yes, that is a good thing. But we also have to realize like you're also just as an offense, I'm sure Josh is just trying out things, and this is the opportunity to do that. I'd rather, Jimmy throw 3, 5, 10 picks in one day as opposed to throwing those picks during a game, if you catch my drift.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, as is the case with training camp, every year, you can't draw too many conclusions from it. It's just sort of an initial, trying to get the team together and trying to for the coaching staff to see, what kind of team they do have. I would say as far as Isaiah Polamalu is concerned, I mean, not only is the potential there due to, his build and his sheer size, but when we're talking about real game experience, which he had, a good amount of last year, he showed some promise. I believe, in that second game against the Chargers last year, he had something like 5 tackles, maybe a couple of quarterback hits. So, obviously, they weren't exactly dealing with a fully healthy Chargers squad. But at the same time, it's possible that, especially with the kind of versatility, he certainly showed when he played at USC in college.
They didn't even have their starters in that game, bro. They didn't even have their starters in that game. Like the offensive line for the Chargers weren't even in. And that's my point. We're crediting playing second and third stringers like in preseason. And that's all I'm trying to say is like the competition that he faced was like playing people in preseason. There's no real fucking game out there experiencing that point. And I get it, accumulations, time, development, but that's what I'm saying. And that's why I'm saying 4th or 5th in the deal because he still has to come through there. Smith was picked with a way higher ceiling, dude. Like way higher ceiling. And Christopher Smith was brought here to probably most definitely play. So, like, there ain't no doubt about that one. And that's all I'm saying. Paulo was a UDFA trying to make the team. So, unless this guy just massively shows, and I'm not saying he won't, and I'm not saying he can't, I'm just saying that Johnson, Smith, Morick, Epps are sitting in front of him until otherwise. Like, literally. And unless Smith fails and Paulo picks up or, vice versa, that's how I feel that's going to go down. Because Johnson comes from the Bills. Ziegler damn near dick rides this dude every single time he talks about him, the development, the team, all these things. So that's why I would just say I feel like he's sitting in the back. And again, if he makes the team, he makes the team. I don't see an issue against it. 6'3", 4'3" speed, great, great. But again, they're playing him in linebacker. They're playing him in numerous places. Think like they said, like again, like I said, good skill,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just brought up that particular game because as far as I can remember, that was his best game, at least statistically. And not only is it one game, as you pointed out, Dustin. I mean, I believe the Chargers were missing 3 of their starting offensive linemen. So, at least as far as the quarterback hits are concerned, you can trust that as far as you could throw it, sort of a thing. So, I'm just saying, there is, I think, a promise to him, and we still have a good chunk of training camp, to say nothing of the preseason, to say nothing of practice. All leading up to, all culminating in the beginning of this 2023 NFL season, to see how the depth chart shakes out. But I just don't think that the Raiders should necessarily discount or disqualify him simply because of the versatility he's capable of, right? Because they could also play him, in the box, right? So, or almost as a de facto kind of linebacker. So you could see him carving out a good amount of playing time for himself, as almost kind of like a box safety, like I said, pseudo linebacker kind of type. So when it comes to like run defense, that could be important as well, if they're going to stack the box. So if we're talking about starting safety per se, I don't know how likely that is. Once again, like I said, the build, that's tempting, but obviously that's not all that makes a football player. So, we'll see. But like I said, I think
Good point,
there is
Lunatic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but look, I was just going to show this right here. Yeah, but I was going to show you, look, I wrote here when we drafted, it was Smith that replaces Abram. He replaced them in the end of the year. That's what he did. But like I said, I wrote this right when we were done. Stenham replaces, or what did I say? I said Smith replaces Abram, O'Connell replaces Stenham, Bennett replaces Averett, Tucker replaces Holland, Young replaces Billings, Mayer replaces Waller, Tyree replaces Chandler. And that's where I think, that's who I think is here to replace Abram was going to be Smith. But in all honesty, let's be real, it's Epps. It's fucking Epps. Epps is the replacement of Abram because he's everything Abram was supposed to be, but ain't. So
hey, Dustin got the script.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I think
Dustin has a script.
I'm just saying, man. I do this shit as we're going, bro. And I wrote that shit the second we were done with the draft because, and I wrote it in on every player and on the reasons why and for what they were. Those picks were all I feel like they were all choice picked and all hit out of the park, dude. I mean, like, we're going to talk on Bennett, so I'd most definitely stay tuned on that one because this guy right here is probably the truth. Like, he's probably the truth, bro, and people just slept on that motherfucker, overlooked him, didn't talk about, didn't see the real factor of how they were viewing this dude. Like I said, this guy got a lot of good traits in him, and we'll talk on him in a little bit. But all I'm saying is I agree with Paulo at the time. I agree that Paulo was there to replace Abram last year when they moved off of him in the season. But I believe that Marcus Epps is the true replacement for Jonathan Abram because he has every single trait quality Abram was supposed to have, but this guy succeeded at it and Abram hasn't. And then, like I said, I think Smith was the actual replacement behind him first through the draft. Just Epps was brought in now for the development now, so Smith ain't a guy to sleep on. That guy got a lot of fucking talent, and that's why I'm saying, like, that to just surpass people on the list and being in UDFAs when this dude's like, what, a 4th, 5th round pick. I mean, they picked these dudes for a reason, and that's all I'm trying to say. And I don't discredit anybody's take. So I don't want nobody to feel like I'm discrediting take. I'm just saying I didn't say replace him, but made the depth chart over him. Yeah, no, facts, 100%. And that's all I'm saying. Like I said, not to discredit anybody's stakes in anything. We all see different deals. We're all going to talk a lot of different stuff. I'm just saying, like, when I see certain things, man, I see traits in players, the way they play, their builds, the type of statures, how our team is going. I've always said I don't have natural bias to any person, dude. It's just what's best for the team. And like I said, when we just look at certain players, I'm not going to say Paulo cannot be here. I do not want people to think that the same way I talk about Josh. It's not that I don't. It's that his place on the bench is where it is until otherwise. That's just fact. So that's just what I'm accepting because I know the reality of it. Until otherwise, him and Smith are pretty much on the same damn playing field. Like, outside of that, everybody else, Epps, Morick, Johnson, they've all had time. Again, Morick isn't just going to get bypassed, dude. The Patriots wanted him. They were scouting that fool when we were scouting him. So a lot of people have done their homework on Morick. I don't think he's just going to get let go and bypassed in his 3rd year in the league. I just can't see that whatsoever happening. He would have to just come out and literally fucking just straight miss every tackle, get the ball thrown right in his face, not catch it. Like, he would have to just royally suck to not make the team. Like, just royally. So, and I just don't see that because I've said it, and me and Sergio were talking about it earlier behind the deal. I've said this for months, that Morick is a zone person where he depends on everybody else around him to play good football. Morik is not a man. A man, which I mean in man, safety is where he can play anywhere by himself. He's not that player. He relies on the linebacker as the safety in the corner. Like, he relies on the people around him. He's not C. Wood, bro, where he's like, come over here. You know what I mean? Like, he's not that type. And I always say certain people in certain positions have those traits and man traits that can man up on anybody. Where Morik has shown you in year one, he's had he had a good deal in there. Year two, he's just fallen off. Year three, just like I think the Raider room said here, I would agree. I think he'll probably have a better chance in it.
But for me, a non-negotiable when it comes to safety, like a must-have that a safety has to have, is tackling ability. And I look at Merrick, and the guy does two-hand touch this is actually like going back to year one. Year two was probably like the worst example of this last year, but the guy just couldn't tackle, wasn't willing to tackle. And I just hope that Patrick Graham or whoever the secondary coach is drilling into this guy. You need to tackle. You need to be a hard hitter as a safety. And he just doesn't have that skill set. And I don't know if you become – I think that's something you either have or you don't have. That sort of like killer mentality, because I'm not saying that Jonathan Abram is an all-pro, pro bowler, or even a good safety. But something that guy had was a dog in him, and he could come down and lay the wood. And Merrick's just not that guy. And I think we need some guy in the secondary who's going to be patrolling and is going to make the tight ends, the wide receivers, running backs of the opposing team think twice before coming down the middle. And we don't have that threat at safety. Hopefully we find it with some of these couple of young guys that we added to the team. But Merrick, I don't know, like I think he just leaves a lot to be desired. It doesn't seem like he really understands the scheme. But then just number two, he just doesn't tackle. He can't tackle. And it really bothers me.
He's got during the season, the one thing Morg pissed me off the most was how many times have we seen this dude dropped an interception?
Well, right in his hands.
The ball goes right in your hands and you drop it.
I mean, you could say that about every Raiders secondary player over the past.
I can, but Morg last season, he did it the most. Like, other guys, I didn't see the ball just go right in their hands as much as Morg. Like, especially that one time where Morg actually caught it, and instead of just planting his feet right there, he just decides to just jump right out of bounds and thinks that he caught it as an interception. And I'm just screaming at my TV like, no, dude, you went right out of bounds.
Who do you guys think? The NFL keeps stats. I was just going to ask, who do you guys think is our best tackling safety?
Marcus Epps.
Yeah, that's probably not even a debate.
Yeah, in my opinion, I would say Epps, because me and Dustin were saying that Epps is the new, what Abram was supposed to be, the safety that he does cover, but he's supposed to be that missile.
He's more dominant in the run game than he is in coverage by far. Epps's game is inside linebacker box on the line. He's the hybrid. That's what Epps is. Epps is the hybrid, dude. He can play the safety. He can play the linebacker. He can play down on the line. He can get after the quarterback. He can get the tackle, stop the run. Watch. I bet you anything. He'll be down on the line and jump right over the line this year, tackle the motherfucker right behind the center. That's what this dude's job is. He's done it at a very high level. He identifies. He sees. That's why I'm saying when you have dudes like Spillane and this dude sitting down there just pushing on the line and runs, you're going to force teams to back up and call audibles to get out of those formations because they're going to be like, damn, dude, they're bringing the heat right here. And then you're going to have Neil Farrell and fucking Young or even Jade just sitting up on that line, dude. No, that's not going to be easy. This whole team changes the outcome. And even when you drop Epps down into the box like that and keep them sitting there onto the side where they're sitting there, where Abrams failed numerous times shooting past our dude numerous times in the backfield. But that's where I said where Johnson, Smith, and Paulo become very dangerous because they're still sitting over the top. So if a quarterback's sitting there and he sees fucking Peters on a fast receiver, and he's seeing fucking Epps down here on the line, and that safety's anticipating that he's going to get off of fucking Peters because he knows he don't have the speed. I'm telling you, that's where picks come off all the time because quarterbacks try to fucking get over the dude because he thinks he's going to beat him, and then the safety's coming the opposite way where he jumps the route and bam, see you the fuck later. More times than not, those are picks to the house, you know, like that's all I'm saying. Those type of looks change the whole way a guy looks on the line, dude. And again, like I've said, if he goes into the run and he sees pressure down on there and they're trying to pick up it on third, they're going to audible set back, dude. He's going to pull back and act like he's going to pull into coverage, but he's still going to fucking blitz off that corner because they're not changing. They already knew they had the coverage in the backfield. So the only way that they're going to make it look like they're changing is when this team audibles back, they'll reset. They'll stand up, step back, and then fucking set back where it'll look like he's playing off the line now, but he's still coming. Mark it, dude. Like, mark it. Players like him change the way the game is played, man. Like, I keep saying, I was talking with Sergio about this earlier about a lot of people think the 7-man front up front is what changes. People can get out of that easily. Easy. Fuck, Patrick Mahomes would kill teams like that, dude. Like, will they get behind and get to him sometimes? Yeah, there's no denying that. But fuck, let's be real. If Mahomes knows the pressure's coming off this side and he audibles a halfback fucking wheel to the outside or a screen or a drag, Mahomes is going to get off that play more times than not. He's going to fucking set back in shotgun. He's going to hike the fucking ball. When they push off his side, he's going to have his halfback right here. See you later. Adios. See you fucking later. Because all 7 of you dumbasses came in this way. Like, that's not how real football is played. It's not played like that, dude. You have to have the defense on the back end. You have to have your safeties in corners. So when people sit and say, well, you don't need as good corners, the fuck if you don't. The fuck if you don't, because if you have Peters pressing on the fucking corner over there and the dude's rushing over there, guess what? Well, Mahomes can't just throw the fucking ball, you know, and that's all. Salute, Ben. Appreciate you, bro. But that's all I'm saying is like you need a tandem of both. Like you need a tandem of both. And that's just facts, dude. Because if you get a cornerback here getting burnt off the line and no safety coverage over the top, that corner is just gonna burn you down the road. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. Like you need to have a group of all. Is all I'm saying.
Just to piggyback off what you're saying, with this defense, I can actually see like a set or whatever you want to call it, where we have like 3 safeties, 2 corners, 2 middle linebackers, and 4 D linemen. But the D linemen, the edge rushers, are also playing like their outside linebacking role, like where they can pull back and shit. I've seen Max do it already last year. If you get what I'm saying, like it's going to be a different kind of system than what we're used to.
They're going to have a lot of rotational players and DTs, linebackers to safeties to linebackers. Like they're going to have all kinds.
I'm just saying because you know you got your 11 dudes, right? I can see where we have like 2 safeties playing deep, and then you got like Epps kind of playing that box role, and then you got like 2 corners, 2 DTs, and then like your 2 defensive ends are there, but they can also either rush or like move back off the line.
Yeah, I mean, I think how they would do it is probably bring 3 on the line to begin with, nose tackle DTs, then drop him to the inside, which adds him to the 4. Bring your linebacker over to the other side, brings you 5. So now you match up. So that's how I would think. And then they're going to ask him to shoot the gap is what he's going to do. Epps will shoot the gap because he'll rotate between and shoot between Max and the DT to pick up that position.
Yeah, they're going to have that too. But I just meant we're going to see like that plus like a different play, depending who we're playing against, where we have like the 2 middle linebackers and then like a safety / linebacker guy and then like 2 safeties and 2 corners. But then in those situations, Max and Chandler will either rush or you might see him drop back.
Depending on how Chandler is playing in coverage, I don't know if you'd want to go that route or not. You know what I mean?
Not be Chandler, might be another defensive end slash like.
But yeah, like I said, that's the whole thing about with the way the team is like we're at a point right now, like I said, with pads and so on, where you're testing these theories out. You're going to test these type of ideas out, and then when you get into camp, you're gonna actually see if they work. Because, like I said, contact matters, dude. Pressure matters when a guy's not running in the backfield saying sack, sack, sack. Like big difference, you know. So when a guy's literally in your face, just whack, get that fucking ball out of here. Like that shows a whole lot difference in the gameplay. So like I said, I think I think we're pretty well set up. And I mean, let's be real. Paulo at his height and his speed, he can still line up in a corner position. And again, playing 5 DBs in the backfield. That's all I'm saying is you can be Epps down on the line, fucking your corners and your safeties, you know. So that's all I'm saying. And it can be linebacker, it can be safeties, however they want to rotate that line is their choice.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's going to depend on matchups, like what team we're playing. It could switch up on who we want to put on who, kind of thing. I'm just saying because I haven't really seen that kind of thing, but I think Graham's scheme is so different that it's so versatile.
Yeah, I actually wrote an article. Like I studied like how in each position, and then like how the schemes work with it. Like one thing that was interesting too is when he was with the Giants, what he would do is on early downs, he would prefer to play zone, and then when it's like third down, like that's when he'll start playing press man coverage, and then if it's like second or short or third and short, he'll play man coverage. But if it's like second and 20, then he'll play like zone. But what was weird is when he came over here, he started playing a lot more man coverage than zone.
I think maybe that's the players we have, maybe.
I'm guessing like he wants to transition out of the zone coverage because he was actually like he played the hybrid defense. He was kind of like the Ravens defense. 3-4, 4-3.
Yeah.
So now it's kind of like an interesting thing because when he was with the Giants, he ran a 3-4, but now when he got over here, he's running a 4-3, and now he's kind of trying to develop the 3-4 again since they drafted Wilson and stuff like that. But what I'm guessing is they're going to be running like this weird hybrid defense where it's going to look like a 3-4 or 4-3, but it's like the one or the other. Like he's just going to call defensive plays that are very, very sneaky, like very, what we're looking for, like very, illusion plays is what he's looking for.
I mean, if you look at the base of the players that he's drafting and putting together, why in that 3-4, he's putting the big lanky motherfuckers in there, dude. All big ass dudes, 6'4", 6'6", fucking wingspans of 82, dude. Get around the dude. You don't need guys here because between me and the fucking DT, we can reach all the way to each other. You know what I mean? So that's all. Like they're putting in bodies. And before we were getting dudes like fucking what's his name from fucking Michigan, fucking Mo Hurst and shit. You know what I mean? Like we're getting these little short, stubby motherfuckers over here.
DJ
like,
Hall, remember that guy?
Yeah, I mean, just sitting here. Yeah, just sitting here thinking about the players when he said that, I first thought was Max big motherfucker, Jones big motherfucker, Wilson big motherfucker, like
Neil
Plant
Farrell
looking
big,
good, Jay looking good, but you know what I mean? Jay big, Young big, Neil Farrell big, Nicholas big, you know, like these are big body dudes, man, like big arm span, big bodies. So that's why I think with those deals, they made those picks with them. You know what I mean? Like that. I think you have to build your team to the people on your team, and if you don't have the build or the length, and that's why a lot of people don't go 3-4 because they think it's going to cost them more because of the linebackers and depth that they have to put inside there. So then you're doing DN linebacker type shit. So like I say, I think how they're doing it, they're building big body dudes, man.
Yeah, and it's probably why, like you said, Dustin, when Morik said that the defense is still complicated, Graham, it's kind of like he's like the defensive. I'm not gonna say like he's a guru, like McDaniels is like an offensive guru, but Graham obviously has a complicated system that like it always changes, and you gotta like you can't like try to catch up with it. Like you got to be right at it when it's gonna change, or when the call's gonna change, or when the whole scheme's gonna change, because one little thing is making the whole thing change.
Yeah, it's probably like where, you know, Murray could be playing free safety or something, and then they might want him like on they get a certain look, maybe they want him to drop him inside, or if he's inside already, they want to drop him further back, and he has to kind of know when that is. So maybe that's what complicates it.
Yeah, it's a good point, Ozzy. And actually, to Dustin's earlier point about the size and length, I've made that same observation on this live a few times about how they love like these big body dudes, long arms, etc. which is why I think they're not so high on a guy like Malcolm Kuntz. Because you look at Malcolm Kuntz, he's 6'2", 249, give or take. He's not necessarily a prototypical like D end, right? Shorter guy, definitely has speed and can finish at the quarterback. But I just think that they don't really like his size, and that's why he doesn't really get as much burn as he probably should. Whereas, like, I personally think when he shows up on Sundays, the guy generates pressure, and he's gotten a couple sacks right in his short career. And I think if you probably run the numbers on pressure rate in comparison to the amount of play that he gets, he's actually really effective. I think he's actually pretty damn effective. But I think the size is what, like, I'm sure Patrick Graham, Ziegler, McDaniels, they look at this guy and they're like, just size wise, he doesn't really fit what we want at the position. And I think that's really like a handicap for him.
Yeah, but I think this year, so what I think they're going to do with him this year is, one, they put him on a weight program, made him gain weight. He's bulking up bigger. He's taking a lot of snaps in camp. I mean, you can watch a lot of video on him right now in camp, dude, where he's one of the lead dudes in there. I think he's going to go into the linebacker and be used in the fucking outside on the, like in NASCAR packages where they put him in where they're going to put him in a linebacker role, but bring him down on the line where it's going to box our DT with our DNs with Max and them, and then him sitting to the outside. Like, that's what I think that they're going to be using with Kuntz, because Kuntz got speed. Kuntz can get off people. He can fight double coverage. Like, there's no doubt about what Kuntz can do. It's just like I've said for years, there's been players in front of him. I mean, Jones was in front of him. I mean, even Max. I mean, even Farrell. All these dudes were first round picks and so on. You got Kuntz is a later round pick, so it's going to be hard to justify him over a fucking first round pick out there. You know what I mean? So that and Klee is who I'm talking about. You know, but I think now with the way that you can rotate him up and off that line and be bringing him off, I think he still brings plenty of value within the team. And I keep trying to tell people this. They play DN / linebacker. Like, they're playing both depending on the position and what play. 4-3 gonna be DN, 3-4 gonna be linebacker. Like, that's just how it's gonna be. So how the way that they'll bring the players and rotate them, and how it, just because it says 5 DBs doesn't mean it's just going to be all fucking just all going to be fucking corners or safeties, you know, like they'll drop in players, linebackers that are safety swingers, just like I said with that, dude. So either way, like I said, I think either way, like I said, he's building the system to be a good system with the players in there, the rotational, the depth, and everything, which I've been speaking on for months now, because I've said, like, our team is way deeper than people think it is. They just ain't paying attention how the system's working is all. Salute, Nutty. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, Plant's looking good in camp, but we'll wait and see what happens in the
Salute, Nutty.
Yes,
Hell yeah, I don't know if I got Nutty's channel up in here, but anybody that's ain't following Nutty started a YouTube channel. I'll get the link, put it up in here, but go give him a follow, man. Fucking, he's on in the morning, 6:30, so you guys got to be early bird. Yep, damn right. And always putting on good content, him and Ben. Like I said, if you ain't subbed to Ben, go to Ben's channel. We were over there on Friday, had a really good conversation, good show. So like I always say, man, go support them, go sub to them. And I've always said, man, good people. So appreciate all you guys, man.
Facts, yeah, exactly. Okay, so do you want to move on to?
Yeah, we can move on. I just want to bring up the Nate Hobbs real quick, just so people understand. Like, what do you guys think about him being back? And then, what is your thoughts on it,
bro? Okay, so I'm gonna go first. And I was talking to Dustin about this. And I said this to Dustin. I am very frustrated at our fan base because I was getting clowned because how worried I was about Hobbs when I heard that he took a softball straight to the face and it busted him open. And everyone's saying, oh, it's not that big deal. It's just a softball. It just hit him in the face. Not like he broke a bone or anything. And next thing you know, he's not showing up to camp. Now they're saying he is going to show up. He's going to come back. But obviously, I'm still concerned a little bit because whether it's a softball or a baseball, I'm pretty sure anyone that just gets socked in the face while something is going like 70 to 100 miles per hour at them, I'm pretty sure it's gonna suck going to work with your face swollen up from it.
Man, salute, Dark. I didn't, man, my bad, bro. But keep going.
No, that's what I had to say. Like, personally, I just think I'm just worried if this is like. I just want to see like how he's that. I really want to see how he's going to be, because even though it's like, sure, it's not that major to me, it kind of is a little bit, just because like I know from like experience, like I had a family member who took like a softball to the face and it like just broke their cheekbone and they couldn't play sports for like half a year.
Yep, there's the link right there, man. Everybody go follow if you ain't following it already. Appreciate you guys.
Word.
Hey, man, I mean, fucking softball to anybody's face is going to fucking hurt. I mean, let's just go out here and let me just throw it at you and see how that's going to go. So if someone's hitting it with a baseball bat at 50 fucking mile an hour, that's probably going to knock the shit out of somebody. So long story short, you know, like I said, I'm glad that he's back, dude. They had reports of him out there, and this is what I think is even more crazy. He was catching punt returns, bro, at the end of practice. So had a helmet on, everything, catching punt returns. But they had him in a red. I think he was in a red jersey, non-contact.
Yeah,
jersey.
he was in the non-contact jersey.
Yeah. So like I say, man, I just wanted to bring it up, that just let people know that he's back in camp and ready to go. So that's all. And if anybody else wants to speak on it, feel free.
Next time, wear a helmet when you have freaking softballs getting thrown at you.
I'll just say this about Hobbs. I want that guy in the slot. I don't want him outside. Put him in the slot. Let's stop playing games, dude.
Yeah, I want Hobbs in the slot. I feel like that's where he plays his best ball. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this about this whole situation. So, you know, I understand. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but this whole softball thing, that it was a charity event, so there was that side of things, and also, you know, just in general, things like that, like playing a loose kind of free game, like, you know, like a baseball game with your teammates,
Just lunatic to say that.
squad scrimmage kind of thing. It can be a good team bonding experience, especially if you're gearing up, you know, for the regular season. For example, I think I just saw the Premier League soccer team, Newcastle United. They just did something like that. It seemed really fun. Great way to sort of, you know, bond with, you know, your teammates and whatnot. And that's all great. What I don't like about it is that, as we saw with this Nate Hobbs situation, is that you're risking, or you're putting in jeopardy what you actually have to do as a professional athlete, which in Nate Hobbs's case is to play football. And you could talk about this when it comes to any sport. I mean, we just saw in the NBA, we saw Chet Holmgren. He lost his entire rookie season because he was playing in some kind of bullshit exhibition league, because the NBA players love playing in all these exhibition leagues. And honestly, you know, as a professional, if your body is your biggest asset, if it is the way in which you make money and perform on behalf of your employer, to say nothing of on behalf of yourself, then you really shouldn't be out here doing this. I mean, we could have had somebody on this team twist their ankle when they were rounding second base. We could have had somebody, you know, bust up their slid into home. You know, all manner of things. So I just think that I would hope that for the rest of this team, to say nothing of any other sports team out there, I don't think it's worth the risk. And this is not just about, you know, baseball. I mean, in recent years, we've seen Lamar Jackson. He's had off-season shenanigans where he's doing dangerous things, unnecessarily dangerous things. There's no point, if you ask me. So, you know, especially for a guy like Nate Hobbs, who are, you know, dealing with injuries last year. He's supposed to be a big part of this team, especially the team secondary. As a fan of this team, you know, I don't think it's worth it. I hope this is a warning to everyone else on the team, you know, for years to come. I just, you know, I don't know. I just I get, like I said, I get the whole charity thing. I get the team bonding thing. I figure that, you know, I wouldn't do it. I would be opposed to it. I don't know if you can opt out as a player.
Do some player signings instead. You know,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
do another way to
Dude
donate to the
broke his
charity. Just
hand. What do you want to?
don't do something
Let's
that's
not break our
gonna cause
face
you
next.
physical harm.
Yeah,
Right,
you would
and-
think
and
they would have these rules in place, like the Ben
Yeah.
Roethlisberger, Logan Making, fucking type shit. Fucking then you got fucking what as recent as Paul Pierre, dude, Pierre Paul. Like you got
Yeah,
numerous
yeah.
things that are like that should be in people's contracts that, like
They
you
can't do
said,
that, man.
you're trying to get 20. Imagine if that was Devontae Adams. A ball
Right.
hits him and you're out $30 fucking million because
Yeah,
his
no
whole
one
face
would
is
make jokes
shattered.
now. Now everyone would be worried.
Oh,
Twist your
fucking A, they
like I
would
said,
be.
twist your ankle.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
You know,
Yeah,
That's
you can
that.
easily twist your ankle because my uncle played baseball. You can easily twist your ankle.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you had
because
one long cut.
baseball is a sport just like anything. Even if you're playing softball, injuries can
Yeah.
happen. So
Exactly.
why are you, especially a sport that you're not used to playing? There, so you're in theory more prone to those kinds of injuries because you're not moving in the same. There, it's
different muscle groups too. Like I'm not saying
Not only that, but you got objects getting thrown at you at like high speeds, and you're not
Right.
used to that sport, so you don't even know if you're standing right, or if you try to swing, you don't know if that ball hasn't even come by yet.
Right. Yeah. So hopefully that kind of nonsense sooner rather than later stops. I'm not just talking about Nate Hobbs. I'm not just talking about the Raiders. I'm talking about all athletes throughout all sports. As Ozzy mentioned, do something a lot safer, like an autograph signing. Maybe if when it comes to quarterbacks, you throw some balls to some kids. That's not really like
that's not really
and you can do it for charity. It's all the same, right? As far as charity, getting the community sort of involved and positively predisposed to you, that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I just don't think it's worth the risk. But I mean, having said that, because now we're at this point where he's now participating in training camp, albeit as you guys just mentioned in the non-contact jersey. So now that we're going to full contact, what is that going to mean for him? Is he going to be fully ready to go now? It's just all this could have been avoided had this not happened. So, I hopefully, he will be as soon as possible. He'll be ready to participate in full contact. Have no sort of conditions on his play. Hopefully he's fully available because talent wise, obviously, like this is arguably one of, if not the best corner that we have on this team. So, and that's good. That's obviously going to be very important, especially given the schedule that they have this year, the kind of passing attack that so many of these teams that they're going to play have. So obviously that's going to be something to monitor. But like I said, just in general, I hopefully he serves as a sort of cautionary tale. Not only to the Raiders, but to athletes all around the world as far as stupid off-season sporting events. Did anyone else have anything they wanted to add?
Nope.
All right, let's see. Dustin, do you want to go on your topic about Zeus looking super focused?
Yeah, or Bennett, either one. We can go into either one. We can go to Zeus because I think it'll be quicker, but I want to go to Bennett next afterwards because that's going to be a longer conversation. So basically, like they said, man, in camp, that Zeus has showed up looking super focused, ready to roll. They're saying that he's obviously, taking the more of the snaps because Josh Jacobs isn't here right now, and that he's destined to take more snaps as the season goes on, regardless if Josh is here or not. So the one thing I was going to say too before we start this topic, just make sure you guys go over here, sub to this channel right here. This is AJ's channel. I'm pretty sure this is his channel, but long story short, this is the one that will be going live on Saturday, in 2 weeks from now. I think the 13th, or I think he has it on the 13th. It was the 12th, but long story short, we'll be live on the 13th on Saturday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to have Chris Protect the Shield podcast will be on there and so on. So like I said, just please do me a favor, go over to his deal, give him a sub. I'd really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. He does a lot of work, man. He deserves it. So like I said, until otherwise, take it away then, but he deserves the deal if you guys don't mind. And then outside of that, like I was saying with Zeus, man, I don't give a fuck what reports they come out with this guy. Like, I'm just gonna be straight up ass honest, dude. Like, I watch this dude play. I watch this guy run in the back of people. I watch this guy have fucking semi lanes open, bro, and just hit dudes. Like, I keep saying it. I'll keep saying it. This guy will hit a field he'll hit a pole in an open field, bro. Like, there's no denying it, man. Like, I get people are going to say they want to push him. Like, I understand, but this is the thing I'm not understanding. One, Zeus doesn't even have that many yards in college whatsoever. Like, I think he's only like 400 yard back, dude. Like, he's not even got a lot of yards, maybe 700, I think at most. You got Britton Brown. I'm saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. Britton Brown is going to be our number one halfback. Like, I truly believe, like, if fucking Josh ain't here, it's going to have to be Britton Brown. Britton Brown has the skill set. He has the play style. He has the vision, dude. He has it all. He has the big run capability in the outside, the inside. Like, I believe in Britton Brown. I've never believed in Zeus, man. So I don't care about their reports. I don't care if somebody's saying, oh, he looks super focused. Like, that's what you say in year two, he shows up, oh man, this guy looks super focused. I'd be like, hey, does he look good? Is he getting out there catching balls? Is he getting through the fucking line? Is he not running in the back of his dudes with no pads? Like, that's all I'm trying to say. I think, like, they're trying to talk him up. I think they want him to do good. I've said, dude, his college production, I mean, there's nothing that backs this guy up to be a good halfback, dude. Like, we're literally trying to do the same thing with him that we did with Jacobs. We're trying to hope that fucking this guy's going to pan out like that because of the less yardage that he's had in college, dude. Like, this guy is not a high producer in college. He's not a high production type player. So for me, I've never been on this guy's train. I've never been on it from day fucking one. I've spoke on it so many damn times. Like, Britton Brown has more production in college than this fucking guy. So, long story short,
Sincere McCormick was like,
massive.
The greatest offensive player in his college's history.
Yeah, I mean, what is just so we can speak on it? What is Zeus's stats, man? Is it 700?
711 touchdowns in 15 games was his best season.
Yeah, and that was in the last or the year before, huh?
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, the last.
Was
exactly.
And before that, I think it was 600 and something.
Yeah, exactly. He's only got 2 years in college, isn't it right? 2 years playing as a starter.
Hang on, let me see.
But I'm just saying they got other half.
His last season in college was the only season he started the entire season.
Yeah,
and that's behind Georgia's line, dude. Like, again, like, I'm just saying, I've never been on this guy's deal. If he pans out, he pans out. People can say he's super focused and ready to roll, but I mean, you can say that about any player that shows up to camp because they should all be super focused and ready to roll. I've just said you got Britton Brown, Sincere. I don't even know Walter's yards in college. Maybe his is even more. Like, I don't know on his, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, I've never been on the Zeus train, dude. And I just think, like, I watched him play in the preseason. I watched him play in the regular season. I watched him be on the far outside of the fucking field. He got the one big play down that deal, but I watched him running back people multiple times. And I keep saying where people are saying, like, yeah, but he averaged 4 yards per carry. I don't give a fuck. He only had 17 deals and 17 carries, and this fucker could have been tackled behind the line 6 fucking times, and then he had a 1 for 25. Like, that doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean shit. You got to look at, did this guy make 4 yards per carry, per down, per deal, or did he fucking get yak yards off of fucking plays?
Here's
like,
another
that shit
thing.
matters.
Here's another thing. So he had 70 yards for the year, right? His longest was 22. He had 17 attempts. If you take away just one attempt, and that's his longest one, the 22, he has
16 for 48.
He has 48 total yards.
And that's my point.
Attempts, that's 3 yards per carry.
Yeah, and then what's his next big yard? What was the next big run? 10?
I don't even know. I'm pretty sure it was probably like 8.
But all I'm saying is that's my point that I was literally just saying, that you can be tackled behind the line more times than not, and then have a big fucking run that gave you that. And it's not even that good, to be honest. 17 attempts for 70 yards, dude. I mean, that's through the whole season. That's 1 touch per game. Like I'm good on it, man. And like I said, I mean, Britain, he sat in the bag, but they develop players like this all the fucking time, bringing them, fucking putting them on the fucking healthy scratch list. I mean, they've done this for years. It's nothing new. So when you look at Britain in camp right now, Britain looked good. Britain looked like he flows, bro. Like he looks good. You look at Zeus and fucking what's it, Bolden? They look like fucking stiff ass rocks, bro. Like like they look like they're chugging around, dude. Like a mirror underneath that little motherfucker. He's like, and again, Mirror's gonna kill it this year. I feel like that guy showed up ready to go, bro.
I feel like Zeus is an outside runner, though. I don't think he's the kind of guy that runs between the tackles.
Nah, hell, like I said, I mean, Zeus is here. He's super focused, ready to roll. He can be good to go. I mean, like I've said, I'm just gonna keep saying it. I think Brown. I would take Brown as my number 1. Like, I'll just be honest.
I'd take Brown if we're gonna run between the tackles.
Hell yeah, all day long.
But because I think Zeus is like an outside guy. Like, I think he's better when he runs outside, not running down like north south.
Hell yeah, you can't open up the gaps outside every single time because the players are going to outrun them out there. Dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Those plays are only choice and few between because you're baiting people inside, and once they suck inside, you can pull it to the outside like that. But until that commitment happens, that he'll be ran down on the outside every time. You don't have that burner speed over there.
My biggest question mark in preseason, who I want to see though, is Ian McCormick. I've been wanting to see him since last year. I just want to see what the kid's capable of.
Yeah, I mean, don't we all? I mean, let go, Jeff.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, yes, Ian McCormick certainly is just one of the biggest question marks on this team, probably the biggest when it comes to running back. I mean, he was sort of mysteriously put on
the IR. I feel like they stashed him. He's probably like, here, we'll give you like $500K to go sit on the couch this year, and we'll bring a fire next year. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, man. I would not be surprised.
Right.
Like,
but if it's true that he was indeed injured, now you have to think about the injury proneness with him. I mean, even if he is super talented, if he can't stay on the field, that's not going to do the team any good. So,
no, are we talking about Sincere?
Yeah, Sincere.
Yes,
he was 100% injured. He fucking got injured on the kicker, on the punt fucking return.
There was a video of him after catching. I think it was a kick or punt.
I got it on my story. Then go right to my story and watch his whole rehab and everything.
It's Sincere's motivation right now. Like, since I didn't even get like a chance to show what I can do. So like right now.
And then they were able to bring him back in week 9. They chose to keep him out for the rest of the season. They could have brought him back in week 9. They chose not to because they already had their. Like I keep saying it, Zeus was the fucking 4th rusher on our team. Stenham had more fucking yards than him on 13 carries. He had 89 yards. Derek Carr had 24 carries for 102 yards. You know what I mean? Like, fucking their production's better than his. I mean, fucking Stenham's production smokes his, dude. 13 for 89. I mean, just dogs him, bro. Like, that's all I'm saying. He's not even the 2nd. He's not the 3rd. He's the goddamn fucking not the 4th. He's the 5th. What is that? No, he's the 4th. My bad. He's the 4th leader on that fucking list. Like, that's just crazy, man. That's all I'm saying. Salute, Pizzle.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see him over Zeus. We'll see what he does this year.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, if we're gonna watch him and develop, I mean, that's all we ever want from people. Like, there's no doubting that. But let's just be real. Zeus didn't show up in preseason. Walters and Brown did, and Zeus never showed up in the regular season whatsoever. Not whatsoever. He literally just validated what I just said. 1 play for big yards, and now you're taking it to 48 yards for fucking 16 games, dude. Like you said, 3 yards per average. That's pretty fucking sad. That's pretty sad, and it's sad that we're comparing 16 runs on 30 yards or 40. Like, we're not even comparing like 100 plus or anything. We're comparing on 30 and 40 yards. Like, that's sad. That's sad, man. And goddamn, we'd have a better conversation to talk about Derek Carr's rushing. Like, that's probably his best rushing year. His best rushing year yet. No, I don't know, but maybe.
I mean, to me, what's important about this topic is, based at least on what I've heard coming out of training camp, and I don't know if you guys have heard anything differently, but based on what I've heard, the question I've been asking for a little while now of how is this coaching staff going to carve out a productive running game, a sufficient enough running game, in the absence of Josh Jacobs, which, as we know, could very well be a reality throughout this season. So, what I've heard is that first and foremost, throughout training camp, Zamir White has been the bell cow in terms of carries and whatnot. But beyond that, a sort of surprising development was that Amir Abdullah has recently sort of stood out when it comes to the running back position. So, when you think about sort of the running back by committee that this team may very well require, especially in the absence of a talent like Josh Jacobs, that is, it's somewhat of a good indicator, I would say, that you have guys like Amir Abdullah who could surprisingly, take up some, fill some of those big shoes that obviously Josh Jacobs has left behind. And furthermore, I would say that, you look back at the 2021 Patriots, which was obviously the last Patriots team that Josh McDaniels coached, and were in fact the playoff team who finished top 8 in rushing that year. They had they had Damian Harris as their lead rusher at 929 yards, and then they had Ramondre Stevenson at 606 yards. So if you're looking at sort of a 9-6 kind of split between your two top rushers, that averaged to 4.6 yards per carry for both of them. That to me is the sort of, not only racking up yards cumulatively, because it doesn't matter if one guy does it or if a bunch of guys do it. But, at the same time, the fact that multiple guys are doing it prevents, I would say, one guy in particular from getting an ego or from sort of feeling as though he needs to be compensated adequately for his production. Because obviously, as we've seen, not only with the Raiders, but throughout the NFL over the past several weeks, there's been a huge sort of discrepancy between what these front offices are willing to pay these running backs and what these running backs feel they're worth and should be paid. So, and another good thing to point out about that 2021 Patriots team is that their third leading rusher at 226 yards was Brandon Bolden, who is obviously on this team now. So like I said, if it's possible that, maybe you could get like a 600-yard season out of a guy like Amir Abdullah, maybe something like, high 800, somewhere in the 900-yard realm for Zamir White, that would be a great thing. And you might say that would be a crazy take, but at the same time, you think about a guy like Mac Hollins last year. Nobody thought he was going to have the year that he had, but under the McDaniel system, it did in fact happen. So, like I said, I think that's an important thing to continue to watch throughout training camp, especially as we progress through the full pad, fully physical phase of it. I think it's going to be really important to hone in on what is this running back room looking like, and like I said, can they replace Josh Jacobs' production, and can they still be an successful running team throughout the season without him? So like I said, it's good to hear that about Zamir White, because I guess when you look at you look at the depth chart, he would be the most likely candidate to have the lion's share of the carries, especially if Josh Jacobs is not going to play. So we'll have to see how that all plays out. But like I said, I felt like the news that I got out of training camp from that perspective really sort of it's beginning to sort of answer my question of what is this running game going to look like without Josh Jacobs. So we'll have to see, but that's why I thought that this topic was important.
Yeah, and I've even said with you said about how would they work without Josh? Well,
Yeah.
Josh has been working without Josh for 20 years, dude. Like, you gonna work without him just fine. You know what I mean? Like, would he like him? Yes, but he's been working without him for over 20 years. He doesn't need him.
Worst case scenario, go and sign a free agent running back.
The only problem is this is where the problem becomes, right? Does Ziegler pull the fucking tag off him at any given point, or does he do like I said they should have did with Carr and buckle the fuck down and say, "Fucking, you're stuck." Like literally, like that's what it's gonna come down to.
I think
And
this time, like Weston was saying, they got all the leverage. Like they're gonna say,
yeah,
we're gonna make sure you don't sign with a team like the Chiefs or something.
That's my point. That's my point. That's why I said when that news came out a long time ago, I said Ziegler checkmated that motherfucker because he knew right away that he already knew his options. And that's all I'm trying to say is like, is there a point that we get to where Ziegler just says, you know what, I don't want you on the team no more. You're free to play wherever you want. And he pulls the tag. Like, is it week 1? Is it week 5? Does he say, fuck you, sit here all year? You know, like, that's a big, big question, dude, because if you pull him, we get 10 million back. So that can be a key player inside of our deal. And then do you get into like week 6 or 7, say that you're down a safety, the linebacker, like say that you know the player you're down and you know you can pick up a player to make our team better. Do you say, fuck it, cut the fucking weight, man, get the money back, let's go get this dude? And then here's the real kicker. Don't you see Josh just going to Indy and being like, bro, I'll play for $2 fucking million, sign me.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like then are we going to see the real, is Josh Jacobs for real, or was our offensive line for real? You know, like I'm weighing on the offensive line
I mean,
a lot
Jacobs
more than people are weighing on.
He threatened. He said, "Look, replace me then."
That's back.
Because people have been tweeting at him like, "Hey, listen, man, you're playing the most replaceable position." The dude said, "Replace me." I want to see. I want to see this. Like, I don't want to see this like just to see Jacobs like be a. I don't want to like. I'm not wishing anyone to be a clown or anything or be put down, but given the situation that Jacobs is in, definitely. But I just want to see how McDaniels and Ziegler are going to respond to that. Because that is Jacobs technically telling them to replace him.
And that's what I'm saying. Is there a moment in time that will, like, literally say, like, okay, we need to just say, fuck it? Or do they say, like, or this is why we pay Corey Littleton the money, because we overrolled money so we could get money, right? So does Ziegler say, like, because he wants to be a boss and he's like, you know what, fuck Josh and his 10 million, we'll just restructure Devontae or somebody. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm trying to say is there a deciding factor? And then here's the other factor. Like, is there a deciding factor on Josh? Like, is Josh like, hey, at week 3 in the fucking preseason, I'm going to sign? And I'm going to play week 1. Like, has he made that clear to any fucking person? And I keep saying it, like, I can't see Josh or Ziegler just literally coming out tomorrow and just pulling the tag. You see what I'm saying? Like there's got to be some line in there that's going to indicate it.
This should be official to everyone that's like just a casual Raider fan. Ziegler at this point, he's not going to give Jacobs anything after if the rumors are true that, or like if the reports are true that he offered Jacobs a $12 million contract. For 1 year.
It has to be true. He didn't put cap on nobody's shit, bro. If it ain't true, Josh coming up in that bitch putting cap or some bullshit on there, which he's done damn near to every post so far. So I'm saying it is true because he is yet to comment on it. Period.
If it is true. It sounds a little bit to me ignorant for me to say just because like it's Jacob's business and stuff, but it sounds just a little selfish considering the circumstances.
Yeah, and that's why if you want to bring up my next topic, if everyone's done with this topic, we can bring up my next topic. That's another one that I have. The JT one.
The one quick thing I did want to mention about this topic, just before we move from, is that as Sergio pointed out, I don't think that it makes sense for them to just rip the tag off him to rescind it and then allow him to be a free agent. I think that's way too risky, especially the fact that he'll become an unrestricted free agent. In which case he has all the
Sweet,
power.
Willie.
He could sign with the
Appreciate you,
team
bro.
like the Chiefs. And that obviously could bode extremely poorly for the Raiders. What I would say is that I don't think this is a possibility that should be ruled out at this point. Is that trading him, which obviously isn't it's not an option that's talked about as much, I would say, but it definitely is within the realm of possibility for them to convince him to sign the tag, and then they trade him to a team like the Dolphins, who obviously made a stab at a veteran running back in Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook did not want the offer that the Dolphins made. So maybe it's possible that the Dolphins and Josh Jacobs could reach an agreement. Now, obviously, the Raiders would play the Dolphins this year, so right then and there, that puts them at somewhat of a competitive disadvantage. But given that they're a team that is not in their division, who could possibly be willing to fork over a decent amount for the reigning first team All Pro rushing title running back. I think trading him, that's just one possibility as far as a trade destination. But I really think Ziegler should start considering convincing him to sign the tag so that they can trade him. Because I just think that the relationship has been soiled at this point. I just think that they should do that. Unless, of course, they feel as though they can force Josh Jacobs to, to eventually, sign the tag and play for the team. Which, and I think Ozzy just pointed this out. Signing another running back off the market, is not a bad idea. The Giants just did that with James Robinson. And that obviously worked because immediately after Saquon Barkley gave in and signed the tag, or actually did not sign the tag, he renegotiated a slightly more lucrative deal for himself, but it basically had the same effect. So I would say between trading and maybe putting pressure on Josh Jacobs by signing another veteran running back to put pressure on him, I think those are probably two reasonable avenues for Ziegler to really consider moving forward.
I just think it's crazy how, like, I remember how, like, even, like, like Dustin, like we said many times, like, Jacobs is the one that's going to sign, like, maybe, like, a contract or just a franchise tag that's, like, Saquon's, and then Saquon's going to sit out. Instead, of course, since we're Raiders, it ended up being the other way around, just because we can never have nice things.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what you guys are saying, well, I agree. See, like this, I feel like there's a couple avenues we can go. Like one, they could sign like Leonard Fournette as a cheap veteran option, and then try and force Jacobs to sign the tag that way. And then, as in the topic heading here, another thing I think is a possibility because right now, JT Jonathan Taylor is only on a $7.8 million contract. He wants a little bit more money. Maybe he takes $12 million, and we don't have. And because of the running back market being the way it is, how badly he wants out of the Colts, maybe the Colts are willing to settle for like a third round or a second or something like that. We don't have to necessarily give up like higher draft, like first round picks or anything for Jonathan Taylor because of the way the running back market currently is. That running backs are being devalued. That means they're not going to have to necessarily get like a high, first round pick or something crazy like that. And Jonathan Taylor's still like one year younger than Josh. And if you look at the production because Jonathan Taylor's only been in the league for 3 years, if you look at Josh Jacobs' 3 years compared to Jonathan Taylor's 3 years, Jonathan Taylor's the better running back. Just is what it is. Like, I mean, 3 years, Jonathan Taylor has 4,643 yards. In his JJ's first 3 years, there's like 3,839. That's why he's not on that list that people keep putting JJ with Emmitt Smith. I guarantee you next year, JT is going to be on that fucking list. I guarantee it. That kind of like backs under 25 with their rushing yards. He's going to be like easily if he plays healthy this year. It easily cracks over that 5,000 something. He needs like another 1,000 yards to get to like 5,640. So, Yeah, and then the touchdowns as well. He's got like about 8 more touchdowns in the same time span. So I'm just saying, like, that's definitely a guy we could trade for, and then we're not going to lose in production as far as the running back position. If anything, could be like a small upgrade, I think, as far as speed out of the backfield goes.
I'm just gonna stick with my trade candidate, like I've said from day one.
Yeah,
before anybody even thought about it. I'll trade Jacobs for Queen, baby. That's the trade I'll give right this second.
Heck, and you all know what Queen just said? Like they reported a quote that he said. It is his contract year, but right now he's not focused on the contract until after the season. So anyone can trade for him.
That's what I'm saying. Send Jacobs there, make them pay him. Let's finish out Queen's contract.
Queen after the season, because that's a position we most definitely need.
What I'm thinking is you can do like a 3-way trade where we trade for Taylor, but then we trade Jacobs somewhere else, and then with the draft capital we get from JJ, we can still like go and get a Queen or something. Even maybe you never know. Like it just depends.
Oh, it'd be way too much money, dude. You'd be
it depends on the money.
You'd damn near be $40 million.
You would have to hope Mark would be willing to manipulate the cap, which I doubt he would.
Yeah,
I mean, just be real. You got Taylor gonna probably want like $16 million a year, and then you're gonna have McQueen at like 17, 18.
Well, if he wants 16, then I'm not gonna do it if that's what he wants. But I'm saying because Taylor right now is on like 7.8. If he willing to,
he said he wants $16 million. He has a report is saying that he was looking for $16 million.
Was that like a proper report, or was that just like hearsay?
I don't know. I just seen dudes bringing it up that they were seeking $16 million.
Well,
I think personally it wouldn't look good if like because Taylor and Jacobs are doing the same thing in the same situation. I don't think in Taylor's case, like he'd be like, "Oh yeah, replace me. I'm gonna replace the guy who's in the same situation as me."
Can you guys do me a favor? Bring up Harris real quick. Bring up the linebacker Harris real quick if you don't mind, and bring up his stats and on the screen.
The guy that we just signed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Might as well go over him real quick so we can. I want to go over Bennett, dude. I've been waiting all day for this shit, man.
All right, I have it.
We're going to go over Bennett next, man, because
this dude's a
stud. This dude's a stud. Do you have his stats? Bring him up on the field.
All right. I will screen share.
Why would you trade a frustrated back for another frustrated back?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying.
Depends on the money.
Hey,
it comes down to the money. I mean, Jonathan.
I think that all day. I think that's why I'm thinking like for me, I would more do the Queen deal just because we're giving the money, but I'm giving it to a guy that wants to play. You know, like that's how I feel. How old is this guy?
I'm doing it for a position that we definitely need.
Yeah, damn right. How old is this guy?
So he's right now 27.
27. Been here for how many years? 3.
Yeah.
What teams he played for? Can you blow that up a little bit?
He's only played for Kansas City.
And then any good production? What's
so
this guy?
He didn't play a full season until recently, till last season. Out of that full season, he only started 4 games. He had 1.5 sacks, 43 tackles. 23 of them were solo. 3 tackles for loss. Hit the QB 2 times. He had a fumble recovery. 1 pass breakup. Didn't do stats aren't that fabulous for playoffs. And coverage, he got targeted 21 times, allowed a completion percentage of 66.7. He allowed 135 yards. That's about 9.6 per completion. He did allow 2 touchdowns and a passer rating of 116.
So this guy's just probably going to be a depth player or camp player.
Most likely. He played 291 snaps on defense and 178 snaps on special teams.
Yeah, I say practice squad at best.
Oh, fuck, he's a camp player, bro. Fucking, he's 27 years old. I don't even know if he'd be eligible because I think he played 17 games, and I don't think you're going to give him a viable spot on there when you got dudes like Kuntz and so on that's been in your system. Like, I think you would if you're gonna relinquish that spot, I like it. I think he's got to be here for the camp, man.
Yeah, I say camp. What do you think?
Yeah, and if he shows up, then they'll probably worry about some. But I thought he was gonna be a little better than that. But and did you guys hear that Pee Wee Herman died, dude? Fuck, I didn't even know that shit, man. That shit's crazy. Yeah, fucking dude. I've known that dude, like, not known him, but I've been, like, known of him since I was just a fucking little kid. I think that shit's crazy, man. We're gonna get info. We're gonna get info off him, then release him. Facts, John. I agree 100% on that comment right there, dude. Because I think that's what you most definitely do. And then you got to think about it, dude. Like, their DT, he ain't even, dude. He wants $30 million a year, bro. Like, that fool crazy, man. What did he say? He wants to be the second highest.
He wants to be the highest paid.
I heard he said he doesn't care about the highest. He just wants to be the second highest. But yeah, maybe. I mean, hey,
man, Chiefs are gonna definitely pull another Tyreek Hill.
Oh man, I mean, you're gonna have to at a point. I mean, do you really think is he worth $30 million?
Chris Jones. Chris Jones.
No, he's getting cabooted, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd give him.
How old is Chris Jones now?
Chris Jones is probably like what, 29?
Yeah, fuck no, I ain't paying a 29-year-old player that much money.
30 mil, like fuck, I'll pass, man.
If the guy was like, if it was a guy that came out at like 22, 23 years of age and balled out, I might think about it, but not at that age.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because how long are you gonna pay for him if he wants it to be like a 3 to 5 year? Then you're hoping that he balls out every year.
Yeah, exactly. Like even if you give, say, 3 years, 10 million a year, like 2 years, even 15 million a year, even that's asking a lot. It means he's 31 when the contract finishes.
All right, moment.
It's a lot of money put out there in one area. So man, I've been waiting on this topic. Yeah, I've been waiting on this topic for a minute, man, because I've said I think even we've been sleeping on this dude, like, to an extent, because this guy right here I think is the truth, man. And I think Ziegler's seen this shit. I think Ziegler's seen this shit. I think he was well aware of it, and I think he's been on top of his ball the whole entire time. And I keep speaking on this over and over and over, how keen that Ziegler is on people, how personnel, how they do their scouting evaluation. I mean, we got, like I said, there's a lot of good tendency here. Sergio's going to have the back end of one of these deals here for the actual O'Connell when they did play him. But like I said, I was sitting here reading through a bunch of stuff today, and I came across this deal, and it said over his entire college career, Bennett has allowed 22 receptions and man coverage for a 52.5 QBR. In that same span, he's recorded 23 forced incompletions, 4 interceptions, 19 PBUs. In 2020 alone, seven receptions and 9 forced incompletions, plus a 22.7 QBR. Spiking the ball every snap is a 39 QBR. So, like, basically, this dude is just, like, he's been showing out the whole entire time in college, bro. Like, he ain't no slouch-ass dude. And I've even keep saying, like, Ziegler, man, in this draft, I felt like he was strategically picking his people, every single deal that brought massive value. And Bennett, people thought, oh, Ringo. And I kept saying, Ringo's trash, dude. That dude don't show up in big games, dude. He doesn't show up against big players.
Ringo got picked in what, the 5th round?
Yeah, the dude's garbage. I said that the whole entire time. And fucking Bennett, dude, like, that Ziegler knows his shit, dude. Like, Ziegler knows his people.
Ringo wouldn't even fit in our system if we're trying to be press man. Ringo sucks at press man.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback off what you.
Salute, AJ.
I'll just piggyback.
What's up, guys?
I'll say AJ.
What's up?
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah.
So I'll just piggyback off what you're saying. If you go back, like, before the combine, I had Ja'Cory Bennett as one of the 5 cornerbacks would pick up, and I even had him in the 4th round.
Heck, I was talking to Dustin about this. I was shocked that his partner, Deontay Banks, I was shocked he was picked in the 1st round.
Yeah, he was,
because the Corian stats are way better than Deontay Banks.
And that's the thing. The thing is, they kind of picked Deontay one. I think speed-wise they're about the same, but I think it's because they thought that Ja'Cory was like the worst corner of the two. But when I watched like some Maryland like games and stuff, to me the real cornerback one to me was Ja'Cory. Like,
Yeah, Bennett shows up all over.
He played a lot more coverage snaps than Deontay.
Yeah,
Banks.
exactly. And then
Yeah.
I think they felt that because Deontay wasn't targeted as much, they think he's a better corner, but it's not the case.
Not only that, but it's probably because Deontay's like taller or something.
Yeah, he's a little bit taller, I think. Like an inch, or something.
But Ziegler said he saw Jacorian as like an early second.
Yeah, that's why I said the same thing on my live when I did my Aussies top 50 prospects, and I did like 5 guys at each position. I said the same thing. He's probably going to go in the 4th round, but I rank him like in the 2nd round.
Yeah, and if you think about it, if you hike the ball and just snap it and spike it, that's a 39 QBR every time. It'd be a 39 in the game.
Yeah.
This full records a 22.7. So then he's getting his fucking interceptions. He's getting his knockdowns. It's like I've said, people, I mean, dude, listen, he's had 7 receptions on 9 forced incompletions, bro. This dude fucking knocked off. What did it say? Fucking in the span of recording, 23 forced incompletions, 4 INTs, and 19 PBUs. Like, that's pretty fucking massive, man. This dude ain't no fucking slouch. And then here's the next deal. Bennett versus Purdue in 2022. Purdue had the 22nd ranked passing offense in the NCAA last year, led by fellow Raider rookie Aiden O'Connell and wide receiver Charlie Jones. Bennett allowed 2 receptions for 23 yards on 6 targets while adding 3 PBUs and an INT with a 6.3 QBR allowed to him. Now, this is where stats going to come in and bring in the fact of what Aiden O'Connell did in that game. Now, this is actually really massive because Aiden O'Connell didn't suck in that game. So I'll let him tell you what his stats was.
So
and then
you said you said Bennett's stats, right?
Yep.
All right. So Bennett had those stats, right? Yet Aiden O'Connell, if I can pull it up. All right. Aiden O'Connell during this game, Purdue won the game by 2 points. And O'Connell threw 41 passes and had 30 of them completed. So he had
11 minutes.
He had a completion percentage of a 73.4. He had 360 yards and 2 touchdowns.
And then while throwing against Bennett only allowed 2 out of the 6 receptions for 23 yards, while adding 3 PBUs out of the other 4, and 1 interception for the 4th one. So out of his 4, he broke up 3 and picked off 1 out of the 6 brought to him. Like, this dude ain't no fucking joke, bro. Like, this guy ain't no slouch ass player. And when you start putting numbers like those together, it's pretty crazy.
When it comes to passer rating, also in that game, O'Connell had a passer rating of a 105.7. Jacorian Bennett allowed. You ready for this? The passer rating he allowed was less than a 7.
Less than a what?
A 7.
Yeah, that's playing in that game.
Less than the number 7.
Yeah, less than the number 7.
Yeah, because it said with his QBR allowed a 6.3 QBR in this one. And everything this guy does, he has a 6.3 QBR allowed here, dude, in 6 of 2. He has a season in man coverage for 52.5 QBR, dude. Like, that's what I'm saying. This guy is not no slouch ass player. And I said I probably was sleeping on that dude myself, man. Like, not to this extent. And again, we'll know when pads come on, things of these factors. But then here's another fucking deal right fucking here. It said Bennett was matched up with Dorsett on a number of routes and held his own while staying in stride. No false steps when turning around in phase to make a play on the ball deep in the zone. Like, not only did he keep step for step with Dorsett, so it's obviously showing you his speed, but not only did he have the speed, he had the awareness for the ball in the air, dude, not only to get turned around and knock the goddamn, knock it down. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, Bennett I think Bennett's the 2, man. Like, I'm just saying
Yeah, he
straight
is.
up. I don't care what anybody thinks. Bennett's going to be the 2. Peter's going to be the
Marvin's
1.
the
Like, I 100% think it, and I don't think I'm pretty damn confident in it that that's pretty much how it's going to go, because the more and more that Bennett keeps challenging here in camp, he was picked right here for a reason, dude. We lack corners. You had multiple corners that were on the board at that time that people were talking about, oh, they can be star, oh, they got high potential. This guy got brought here for high potential, man. Like, there's no doubt about it. And just the way that he plays, the way that he sees the game, like, this guy sees the game at a very high level. So, like I said, I think if he shows up in camp and preseason the way I think, this guy's going to be the 2, man. Like, I strongly believe it. So,
Not
And
only
another
that,
thing I
but
want. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
if the scheme that like Graham is going to be looking for, Jacorian would fit perfectly with it, because the scheme that he ran with Maryland, they ran like a 4-2-5, and it was a blitz heavy press man coverage, running cover 1s, cover 2s, and he was all over the field. So like he would play as in the slot, he would play as a box safety, he would play as an outside corner. So I mean, this system, like, there's a reason they drafted this guy, like, not only for his tangibles, but because like just how he perfectly fits on this team.
yeah, and I think he fits in really well, man. That's the thing is I think he's scary good, man. Like,
not only that, but if
I
you
think he's
watch
gonna be
some of the
scary good.
videos, like when he plays against receivers, like he is like what word am I looking for? Like, he talks trash. Like, he talks severe trash, especially to receivers. Like, he wants to make receivers feel belittled, like degraded.
Not just that, I wanted to add also that Jacorian has excellent tackling for a corner. The way that dude tackles and hits for a corner is pretty good. Best I've seen in a while for a college corner.
What do you think, AJ? AJ, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm
Oh
still
wait,
here. I thought
he's
I
there.
muted.
He was editing stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm still here though. But we're talking about Jacorian Bennett being the 2, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it all really depends on camp right now. I feel like I mean, it really depends on the preseason, because in camp, especially right now with there being no pads, it's like you can't really necessarily get a full evaluation on these guys, you know. So it's like we're still figuring out, especially guys like Jacorian Bennett. We're still figuring out these guys, but it's not like he could. I'm feeling like it's hard to get those immediate impact players. It really just it depends. I'm not sure who the cornerback 2 is. All we know, Peters is the cornerback 1 for sure, but we're still unsure about who the 2 is. I feel like Bennett would compete for that 2 spot, but as now I know Hobbs is going to be in the slot, but the cornerback 2 for me, it's undecided. It really depends on how are these guys going to perform with pads on, and how could these guys perform in the preseason, so we know what to expect from them going forward.
Nope. Hey, I mean, like I say, that's a good deal. That's a good deal. But and like you say, nobody's gonna know. There's a lot of people back here. There's a lot of people that are that they got to go through. You know, you got Shelly face them fucking long. Roberts Webb. You know, I think that's probably the most dude's gonna be fighting on the outside. I mean, I think Hobbs will be designated inside with Hall for the slots. I mean, I think you can pretty much max these 2 dudes. For sure. I think frickin' yeah, I mean, like I said, I think they're gonna have to show up. I mean, Facem had a good day today, dude. I mean, he had a good day against I think Devontae, if I remember reading that right. It was at the end of the day, went up against him, had a good deal. But again, I keep saying that you can't play on him, you can't play too much. If Jimmy underthrows,
Facem was playing pretty good, but I think he allowed
Sorry about that.
he allowed a deep route.
it's all good.
Yeah, I remember Jimmy and Adams scored a deep route touchdown, and Facem was covering Adams.
Yeah, and this comment right here, like, this is true, Charles. I mean, it does take more than an off season, but we got to always remember, like, that's in preference, and that's not saying somebody's IQ and how smart they are. I mean, I was just sitting here talking with Sergio about this today, about that they brought in Mac, and they were able to get him in as a Pro Bowl player, had a good season that year, 3,500 yards. I mean, like, I agree to an extent, you know, like, I believe if a player doesn't have the concept to it and needs the developmental stages to learn it, I agree 100%. But I don't imply like the same. I don't think it applies to every player the same. I think some players are smart as fuck. They can come in and learn shit right away. They adapt. I mean, like I said, just some
I mean,
dudes
some
have it,
people can
you
say
know?
this is a good example. Some people can say this is a bad example. But I
You
mean,
said send
Devontae
the link.
Adams, like he's in a
You
whole
guys
new
got the
system,
link?
and the dude is the bet. He puts up stats as the best wide receiver.
Oh, the StreamYard.
Yeah, put the StreamYard out there for him.
All right, I'll post it.
Yeah, I just think frickin'. That's all I say. And anybody out there want to join up, man. Feel free to come up on the panel, talk, dude. That's all we do here, man. Just talk Raiders, man. So
Yo,
I've always
Dustin,
said there's
you're gonna have
nobody
to check
judging.
though if it's actually them or not.
I'll blame you, I know. And all you got to do is just go to the chat or go to
I sent it.
just go to the YouTube channel and see if his comment is blue.
Oh, yeah.
If he's blue, it's him.
Yep.
And it's probably him for sure. I mean, he's been up on numerous times right now. But long story short, I just say anybody want to join up, man, come talk. Let's talk football. I mean, I've always said we don't judge nobody here, man. Some people are going to have more information than others, but like I always say, we just want to have football conversations at the end of the day, grow our channel and the community, as much football knowledge as we can. I know I talk a lot, man, but bring other people, man, it won't be as bad, you know. So, but I always say I talk a lot because I'm passionate about my team, man. So it's just how I am.
Sorry to interrupt you, man. I might head off now. I've got to start getting ready for work and stuff.
All right, bro. Hey, I appreciate you coming on, man. And then, like I said, we'll be tomorrow too. If you want to pop on again tomorrow, and then
yeah, tomorrow.
Hey, I appreciate you a lot, bro. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you being there and coming through. So thank you very much, man.
Oh, good, bro. Oh, good. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I have more time tomorrow. So.
Heck yeah. Have a good day. And then, like I always say, man, give Ozzy a follow. His link's in here too. So if you ain't following him already, make sure you go over there and give him a follow, man. So he's a really good dude. Comes with the facts, dude. I've watched him for a minute, dude. We've had good debates amongst each other, but he comes with really good information behind it. So like I say, if you ain't following him, give him a follow, man.
Appreciate it, brother. Have a good one.
Oh yeah. You too, man. It says I have liked everything I've seen of O'Connell. No reason to rush him to the fire. Yeah, I agree, 100%. I mean, if Jimmy's healthy, dude, and salute James, man, appreciate you, bro. I just think like if at the same, don't rush him if you don't have to. You know what I mean? Like I 100% agree. If Jimmy can go out there and play and go win, go do it. I mean, if O'Connell, if they know O'Connell's the guy. He's gonna get his time sooner or later. And I mean, don't get me wrong, this guy, I've got video on my Instagram, dude, in the story where Aiden's just dropping bomb on fucking Myers, dude, deep downfield, fucking dude going out, grabbing it, falling in. Like, that's all I say is like in those type of deals, it just shows I think he has a bigger arm. I mean, they're talking about in camp right now where the biggest issue with Jimmy is he's on lock in the short and intermediate routes. They say like he's on point. The only point he's not on is in the deep routes, dude. Like he's not looking down there, getting it down there. So I think at some point, dude, if you start throwing a bunch of interceptions and you're throwing them to giving up games, dude, on those type of deals, I don't know if it would be smart even in the short and intermediate routes. I mean, Renfro has even brought it up numerous times like how accurate that Aiden is, dude, and how on point he is. And what was his take? He said, if he goes in, we'll suit up and fall behind, like, and that's all I say. Like, I feel like for a kid that's a rookie, he's already got players that are veterans on there. And I don't know if Renfro just sees Carr in him or something, but I keep saying, like, I love Renfro. He's a good dude, but man, this guy, I think he has like a car crush, bro. Like, I really do. I think he has a car crush. And I think he sees this in Aiden too, so maybe he's like fucking, I don't know, man. I just want the best for Aiden, dude. I really like Aiden a lot, man. So that's all I'll say. I like him a lot, man.
Well, I'm good on this topic. You good on this topic, Dustin?
Oh yeah, by far.
You can go to the next topic.
Let me get off of here. If Al pop back up, I hate talking on like people's topics that ain't here, man. Oh, AJ, you're fucking here. AJ,
Yep.
what topic you want to speak on yours, man?
We could speak on the first one I sent.
News coming out or
Yep,
immediate
news coming
impact?
out of camp. News coming out of camp.
All right, there you go.
All right, man. So to start off on this, today there's been a lot of news coming out of camp, as you guys might have saw, per what we have now as Twitter. So from a lot of things I've seen at camp, the first thing that's always been brought up, we switched indoors. It's the last day without pads, and it's gonna be there's a lot of stuff going on. Like you guys have heard about everything going on from Devontae beating Brandon Face on a deep ball to Jimmy Garoppolo getting intercepted by Isaiah Palomau to Jacoby Myers looking good out there, who actually random thing, but I saw him at LAX when I was on vacation earlier in the month. Pretty random tidbit there, and also a lot of things such as there's more. Adam Butler breaking up some passes. Hoyer's getting some time in this camp. Amir Abdullah's getting some looks. Even Duke Shelley is there's some special teams positions out there for the taking. Like with Mac Hollins leaving, you have, from what I'm hearing, Duke Shelley and Roger Teamer could be the guys that play the gunner on special teams. So there's still a lot that we're trying to find out from year one to year two, because we're cutting off a lot of the Gruden guys. Like we're cutting off Darren Waller, we're cutting off Derek Carr, we're cutting off there's a long, even Jonathan Abram could be one, but we're cutting off a lot of guys, and we need to find their replacements. Like as Dustin, you were bringing up earlier, like coming out of the draft, there were some guys set to replace them, like Marcus Epps or Christopher Smith replaced Jonathan Abram, or you have Michael Mayer replacing Darren Waller, guys like that
Yeah,
who could be
that's
immediate
fact.
impacts on replacing these core group of guys that were there during that Gruden era, just finding out and understanding the system a lot more, because that's gonna be a key thing what we see in the preseason. How will these guys be? Can these guys understand the system better? Because I know Garoppolo's been in the system; he's gonna know it a lot well. Brian Hoyer's been in the system; he should know it well. Aiden O'Connell, there's a lot of great things coming out about him, so he should know it well. Like, man, there's a lot of things looking
And
up on
that's why I
the team
keep
right
saying
now.
like I feel like Bennett is the two, because I feel like Bennett was here to replace Averett. Averett was the two. Like that's why I feel like Bennett is going to be the two eventually, man. Like same as I said
Man,
with Tucker against Holland, dude. Like there are certain people that were drafted at certain points in this draft that matter. Like for instance, the Abram with the Smith pick, dude. Like Abram was picked in the first round, dude, just because we had three picks. But when you're looking at the way that Ziegler is fucking looking at it, he was valuing Smith in the later round, but over Abram. Like that was, I feel like that's his replacement, all around type safety, high sought after, very good game skill. I don't think he'll be like, the Abram body, but again, that's why I think the Epps was brought here to be that body. And then like sitting here with Bernie, places Frackwell or Kaiser, dude, because those two dudes were brought in here last year during the off season to pick up those positions in the outside. Then they both ended up getting hurt and not even end up playing. So that's why I'm just saying, like, Bernie getting brought in here was to replace that. Like, every single player that was picked at certain points here, like the Billings pick, dude, I knew Neil Farrell in that Chiefs game already took that spot. But to solidify it was to bring in Byron Young. Byron Young is still very high pressure dude. He's second high, if not equal to Carter. Like he said, he was second to him and probably had higher production in certain categories. But the Mayor with the Waller, all these picks were, I feel like, are strategically picked. I mean, the Tyree pick for Chandler. Chandler's right at the end. He's only going to be for a few more years. Tyree comes in. He offsets with Max. Max just got his contract. Tyree don't get one for 5 years. That allows Chandler to end out his. There's still no pay raise here. That allows Max to make it into, year 3. Year 3, 4 of his, so that'll be there. And then you got Tyree's everybody's contract seems to like be picked and played like perfectly to me, dude, like perfectly. The only person I don't think I had in this list was Zeus, because Zeus don't replace anybody. Like Zeus don't have, to me, or Brown or Zeus. Either one of them were put in there. No, because that would have been this year, huh? So they're not even on that list. So that don't even make no sense. They're not even here. That was last year. Oh yeah, Jade. Oh, Jade right here. Jade is going to replace Bly Nichols. I think Jade will end up being that true NT that was on the inside that should have played there. Like I said, I feel like every single pick was picked perfectly, man. Like I believe every pick was picked perfectly, in my opinion, in replacements. But I didn't mean to cut you off, man, AJ, so you can keep going, man.
Oh, man, I didn't have anything to say. You got it.
Yeah, I just think, like I said, like when you're looking at those type of deals, Ziegler and them are not fucking stupid. Like Ziegler is very smart. He's very educated. He knows on the players that he's looking at. He knows what type of production that he wants out of them. I've said it. Averett hurt his thumb. He quit fucking playing. I've put right here Bennett 4.3 40 speed player. O'Connell Pac-10 highest QBR. Smith Abrams starter backup. I literally put where they were all going to be. I said fucking Tucker and Holland, speed burner and routes. Young replaces Billings, inside Mauler. Mayer replaces Waller, baby Gronk. Tyree replaces Chandler, straight killer. He plays off the edge. He plays in the inside. He plays in the linebacker. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Like every single pick has positional need, has replacement, has the deal. And if you notice that I said it was all the way down here to Smith. It was literally the Smith and O'Connell where I said starter / backup. You know what I mean? So every single person that was picked before him, from Tyree, Mary, Young, Tucker, Bennett, all have positional need right here, right now, if they can produce at that level. And expecting to have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dudes, because you're looking at Jade, 7 if you're just even trying to include Smith. I mean, to literally just say, like, you're going to have 7 dudes drafted and 7 dudes starters, like, that's ridiculous. So it's not, the odds of that happening is probably not. But let's be real, dude. If Ziegler drafted 7 dudes here, and 7 of these guys are either starters or backups, that's balling, bro. Like, that's fucking balling, like, to massive levels. So, and I've said, like, the players here were very needed players last year. So I think they're going to try to push as much out of these players this year as they can. Let's see. It says don't mean already cut off. Cut off. Already cut off then. Says fact I wanted Jacorian Bennett. Says don't be surprised if Tucker becomes wide receiver 2 by the end of the season or year 2. Says funny thought, in our championship years we had man-to-man bump and run teams. Looks like we are getting back to that. Facts, dude. That's facts.
I mean, not
that's
only
why
that, but if we remember, actually, I remember, Jack Del Rio ran something similar that Graham's trying to transition to, where it was press man and blitz heavy defense. And not only that, but we remember how we said, like, Musgrave runs a similar offense that McDaniels runs. So kind of funny that we're getting that type of offense and that type of defense back.
Yeah, and you want to know what's even more crazy? Like, here's even another crazy stat, right? So, what's it called? Mayer has never even taken a snap in the NFL, right? He hasn't even taken a snap. When they rank the AFC West tight ends, they got number 1 Kelsey, 2 Everett, 3 Mayer, and then 4 Dulich, or however you say his name. But how the fuck is a guy that's never even taken a snap in the NFL better than a dude that didn't play too bad towards the end of the year last year?
I actually wanted him last year.
I'm not gonna lie, I did too. I actually had him in my fantasy league, bro. I picked that fool up in my fantasy league because he was playing decently good. But I thought that was the craziest shit when I read that. I was like, how in the fuck you got that dude ranked 3rd? He hasn't even snapped the ball yet, bro. Like, he ain't even taken a snap, throw, or anything in the NFL.
I mean, I guess a lot of people just really like Mayer.
Yeah, I mean, they're already ranking. If you're ranking that full 3rd and he ain't even taking a snap, imagine where he's going to be ranked by the time
our
we get to the end
entire
of the year.
NFL media has been drooling all over him as if he's the 1st-round pick. Like, I keep feeling like I have to remind our own organization, like, guys, Mayer is the 2nd-round pick. He's not the 1st-round pick.
Like, yeah, that's bad.
It's like we essentially got 2 first-round picks, man.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, especially with the fans. I mean, that's what you kind of want to get their minds off other shit. So, I mean, I agree. I think that's
Hey, it's already getting their minds off the Gruden regime that quick. The Gruden-Mayock regime, that Mayer picks helping them get their minds off that.
Heck, that's the one thing. Ziegler made a bunch of fans calm down. Like, look, guys, I know how to draft.
I know what I'm doing. Yeah, he just said, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, and this comment right here is facts, dude. I mean, look at how he's playing in camp, dude. Look at the way he's going. I mean,
bro,
that's true, Charles. I mean,
him, his whole demeanor is just as if he's already been in the league.
Yep.
Like, it's crazy. Like, this dude is already acting like as if he's like maybe like already in his 2nd or 3rd year.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this dude's a rookie. Why is he already acting like as if he's like already one of our veterans on the team?
I know.
He's like a plug and play type of guy. You like that. You like to see that.
But a dude just shows up and act like he's been here for 3 years. Damn right you like that, dude.
He's already comfortable with the system and everything. I applaud him for that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Not just that, Ozzy, but that's the thing. That's the weird thing. Mayer was the 4th tight end taken, despite being since we traded up, we were like the 5th pick or the 4th pick in the 2nd round. And he was the 4th tight end taken. Despite being the 4th tight end taken, 2 of like one of the greatest tight ends in history, Kelsey and Gronk, spoke on him. Kelsey had no business speaking on him, but he wanted to.
Damn right, in the same division even. And that's why I think certain players, like, I think when we look back on this, like, I'm going to say it like this, like, when people do redrafts, right, and they look at people like, oh, Calvin Johnson going to the Lions, and I've said, like, just because Calvin went there and had the production didn't mean he would have started somewhere else and had the same. Sometimes it's the coaches, sometimes it's the team, sometimes there's just somebody there that gets you to that level. And I feel like that same way with Mayer. I truly do, because Mayer, the thing about Mayer is he just makes it seem so easy, dude. Like, he makes it seem so simple. And he's just got here. He just got here, catches, routes, runs. Like, I feel like he was meant to be here. Like, and when I think things like that, I think we're going to redraft in a few years from now how people do that redraft bullshit.
We're like, oh, why wasn't Mayer the first tight end drafted?
Yeah, it's going to be Michael Mayer, the number 1, because I truly believe, like, certain people go to certain places and they just fit perfect. And I've said with Mayer the whole time, he belongs. And he's belonged since day one, and he didn't need to fit in. He don't need to adapt or learn the playbooks or not. It's just natural to him for whatever reason. And I think when you're looking at him and you're using comparisons to him as baby Gronk, but it's not us. It's not us with that. It's actually college people that he's played with. It's his own fucking teammates.
That wasn't like us calling him that because we have McDaniels. Notre Dame called him baby Gronk before he even got here.
Yep. Damn right. So that's all I'm saying. When you're affiliating your school your coaches and your players, like I said, we never even called them your baby Gronk. Their own players and schools were, and I just think like when you have it, and then so that's one thing. It's one thing when people say those type of words or talk those type of things. It's a whole nother thing when dude shows up to camp over here and he's natural, just naturally at it, dude. And to sit here and say that we moved off of Waller and that we're probably moving into this dude that's probably going to be a lock, dude, like a real good player. Like I think that was a great pick on McDaniels, dude, and I'll keep iterating it every single time because of the fact, like I said, what happens when Bennett pops up out of here out of nowhere and just starts going, and then you're going down his list of numerous players, you know, even Young. Young was brought here, even injured or not. What if Tucker just pops off? You know, there's 2-3 dudes right there, Mayer, Tucker, and Bennett. You know, like then you got Smith and Jade, and I got strong hopes on Jade, bro. Like I think Jade is the truth. I don't care. I think Jade's the truth. I think when
true,
he gets
Charles. I think a big reason that Mayer wasn't picked is because the other tight ends that were picked before him, they're just big body receivers.
offense
Like,
needs.
They don't.
Says
They
the
don't
whole
block.
league is looking
They
for
don't
a
really
pass
block as good as Mayer, which is probably why they didn't go for him. Is because he's like a block and catching tight end. Meanwhile, the guys that were picked before him, they're just big body receivers that they can try to teach how to block.
That's facts. That's 100% facts.
They're just like, oh, we're gonna draft a Darren Waller.
And that's all I'm saying. I just think at the end of the day, man, these guys know the type of results. And I mean, this is the thing, okay? I know that I advocate the pads and not pads, like it's just not football yet and everything, but route running, catching the ball, things of those. I mean, that matters, pads or not. I mean, that's a whole different deal. Like your defense, you need to lay the wood to a motherfucker. Like that's what your job is. On the offense, your job is to catch the fucking ball. So like that I think you can probably get to an extent on the offense of those deals. But my point is that when we're looking at a few key players already, right? You look at Bennett. He's already getting praise on how he's performing, lining up with people match for match, dude. You see how people are bringing him up now every day in camp, and just producing. Then you're sitting there, you say Mayer comes in, looks so easy, dude, makes it look like simple life. You know, we're going through multiple players already that are in the, you know, middle of this draft, if not getting towards, you know, like I said, if we start getting towards Jade and them, those are 7th rounders, bro. Like that's like, yeah, you're hoping, but this is where I'm just gonna say, like, Ziegler just knocked it clean out the fucking park, because at a certain point you're hoping that your picks are hitting like that. I get it, but when you're sitting here saying that the only one is Tyree, like Tyree, we don't know yet because Tyree hasn't taken shit, and again, I have faith in him, so I don't think it's gonna be as big a deal as people are gonna try to make it out to be. But Mayer already looking to be a lock. Tucker, hell of people talk about him, how he's running, how he's working. Like, I just think, like, I think Tucker, I think he'll have a big role in this down the deal. Bennett, dude, like I said, he's getting brought up more and more and more. O'Connell even getting brought up more, even by Renfro in his own presser, you know, fucking Smith. I don't know. I haven't really heard much about him. Bernie, I haven't really heard. I mean, I've heard Bernie being out, but I haven't heard much yet. I mean, but Jade, heard a lot of things about Jade. So, I mean, you're still looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players out of there. I just ain't going to say Young because, like I said, Young being hurt, things of those factors, I think it's too hard to determine with him. But that's all I'm saying. We're talking like 6, 7 dudes.
You look at the UDFAs this year, they brought in Adam Plant's been just loved by every single person in that organization. And then you got Drake Thomas. He's getting some love. Curtis, like McDaniels, like he's liking what he's seeing out of Curtis. Priscilla loves what he's seeing out of Curtis. Like, it's not even just the draft. Like the UDFAs are acting like as if they were drafted.
Yeah, that's facts, James. That's facts.
Hey,
and
you know for a fact the one thing that I love most is the moment we drafted him and something that he told Ziegler and McDaniels right away that he's ready to like put some dirt in his faces.
I just literally thought something to my own mind too. Mayor didn't go to the Senior Bowl, did he?
No, he didn't.
So Tucker was there though.
Yeah, Tucker. If I remember
Bennett was
correctly,
there.
Tyree.
Was Jade there?
Tyree, Byron, Tucker, Jacorian, Chris, Jade,
It's 6 dudes I think we got from there.
O'Connell. Yeah, I think at least 7 of the guys we picked.
So, but then you go back to them and see the guys that are producing. It's most of these dudes that came from the Senior Bowl.
Hey, I mean, we said Graham.
That's what I think is crazy. That's what I think is crazy when you. Yeah, you know, Tarlis, dude, I'd like to know more about him just because Max is talking about him. But no, I haven't heard jack shit on that dude. Like, I've just heard Max bringing him up, dude. So I kind of said, like, I want to kind of focus in more on him, just to see who he is, because I don't really know. Like I said, I don't know who the hell the guy is really. So, but I think over this camp and in the preseason, I'm going to most definitely pay attention to who he is. I drafted 1 UDFA, Curtis. I mean, fuck, dude. Curtis is a mauler, bro. So if you drafted him, that was a damn good 5 drafted 1 UDFA. Oh, okay. I get that one. I get that. Senior Bowl players. All right, yep. No, dude, like I said, I think that's pretty damn good numbers, dude. And then, like I say, with the production of these players popping up, man, it's like the more of these dudes that were in that camp or in that Senior Bowl are actually the dudes that are actually showing up here in camp early on.
And
so, I mean,
like,
I think
Graham, they said something where it was like, I think 6 to 7 out of the players we drafted were captains of their team.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I say, like, Graham, for people like, for instance, I was on Graham hardcore last year about week 3. I was like, dude, we can go get fucking Grant or Sean Payton and fucking Vic Fangio. Like, I was like, fuck this shit, you know, like, I'll fucking roll with these dudes. But once we got to the end of the year, it kind of made me look at Graham a lot different, because I ain't gonna lie, I was on the straight get rid of this motherfucker in a heartbeat. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Like, everybody knows if I ever watching me on that shit, I was like, get rid of this motherfucker. But when I watched him get to the Senior Bowl, and then watched him be the head coach, and then coach up the team, and then the players, and then the evaluation process within those players, the production in those players made me look at Graham a whole lot different. Because if we're going to sit here and blame Josh McDaniels for every falter that happens offensively and defensively, then you can only give Graham the credit for it offensively and defensively. And he kicked the shit out of that team. And what was it, 27-10, if I remember right? I mean, fucking. So, like I said, I mean, at those points, he's seen value, he's seen players, he's seen skill, and he brought those people here. And not only did he bring them here, he obviously got convinced Ziegler and them, not only in their scouting and so on, to agree to those players. And then now those players are here. They're some of the most productive players we got here through the draft and on the team right this minute. And that's all I'm saying. Like, Ziegler knows this shit, bro. Like, this guy ain't no fucking slouch. I'm gonna give Graham his credit where it's due, because he was the one that coached these dudes. He's the one that was seeing them. So I mean, like I said, I think it has a lot to do with it. And then not only that, you know that it worked. You know that Graham shit worked, because he brought those dudes here and is still getting the same production out of them right now. So you know that shit worked. And that's all I'm saying is like, I was fast to put that dude on the chop block, but I think you got to kind of give him a little bit more time, because his production's showing up, man, and it's showing up in here in camp, and it's the people that they're talking about, and it's his people. So that's all I'm saying.
I think that's even something that Graham said in one of the pressers. He said one thing that we desire the most from I think the critiques is patience. Like, until we see the results before we judge anything.
Yeah, that's facts. I mean, it's facts. And I mean, I think, like you said, it's showing up, and the players are showing up. And I mean, like you said, like Plant and Drake, dude, like, look, it's one thing when we were sitting here talking about, like, look, in the past history of a lot of teams, including our fucking team, if you're getting UDFAs, you're hoping that just one works. Like, you're just hoping one motherfucker works, dude. Like, you're not sitting here hoping that, oh hell, we got 7 fucking UDFAs here, and we got 7 dudes that are actually got skill set to start that 31 other NFL teams missed on during
not
the
only
draft
that,
for whatever
not
damn
only that, but
reason.
here's a very peculiar difference to make with like who we talked about earlier, like Isaiah Palomalo, right? Like
Yep.
the only reason he's getting talked about now is because like he'll make a big play or he shows some flashes, and the running back coach is his uncle and stuff like that, right? So we're like, all right, but you're still a UDFA, like you still got so much to prove and stuff like that. But then you got Adam Plant. Every single person, offense and defense, coach, player, GM has talked so big about this guy. It's making you feel like this dude is just gonna be on the team. Like,
it's facts. That's facts. I feel the same way because they're out there fucking just talking this dude up, and not only that, his production's popping up. So it's like he's already got a level of what he's doing on the field, drill wise, production wise, how he shows up to the camp wise, to where you already got veteran players talking about him. Like, you don't get the class like that without doing shit. And you know what's even more crazy is I wrote down right here, showing up in camp, Webb, Paulo, and Masterson. And look at what Robert says in his presser. He's like, man, Masterson's next level shit. He's like, that dude on top of his shit. He's hella smart. Dude shows up ready to go. Like, this dude's on top of his shit. And that's the thing. Like, when you're looking at Robert and the way that he talks about our team, the way that he's seeing it over here with people, he said over here, he said that Diablo knows the system really fucking well. Like he says, Diablo is smart as shit in the system. He knows it really well, and that he thinks that him and them are. He said Divine knows the system really good. Knows the system. Plays with him. He basically saying that he knows the system really well. That basically throws plays back and forth off of him. You know, Robert said a few things that were key inside his deal for me is like play to the finish of the game, play aggressive, and play until the finish. He made numerous deals, like he said, about blue collar type players, dude, where you want to play hard, dude, punch the ball out towards the end. I guess there was a play out there that they actually said happened with Devontae Adams. Where Devontae was holding on the ball towards the end and they fucking punched the ball right out of his hand, dude. So all I say is like when you're looking at certain players with him or like how they look at deals, like I feel like Robert, dude, is going to be a massive add here, dude. This guy got dog in him. He got heart in him, dude, like massive type player. So, I mean, like I say, I just think there's a lot of good players, a lot of good depth, a lot of good pickups here. You know, we're talking about draftees. We're not even talking about the free agent accusation. But my point is like he brought up Masterson and how his production, the way he's playing, and that's another UDFA player. So that's all I'm saying is like they obviously see a lot in him because I don't think dudes would bring up as much detail in them to speak about him versus they can just say a few words and be done with it. You know what I mean? So. Said as he knows as I've been one of the highest on their team and saying that card game's not coach's fault, players' execution fault, and have his guys. Yeah, facts. I mean, like I said, it takes a lot. Ziegler, I said like Josh has his dudes, like Josh has his guys. Like I think.
I mean, it's even like I said for Graham's defense. I mean, what are you supposed to do when several of your starters are UDFAs? Or backups. It's like there's so much that you can do.
It is, and I mean this is a true comment. I mean, 30 years of being completely lost. It feels that way for sure. It feels that way. 100% just because of the way that we have no continuity, we have no stable ground. There's just nothing in there that's just given us the foundation to like breathe there and say like we are who we are. I mean, let's just be real. Let's be real. Where people make accusations about, oh, if we were a playoff team. Okay, you mentioned that twice in 20 years. like you mentioned it twice in 20 years. One, we were 86th out in the wild card game, if I remember right. I don't even think we were in a wild card game against them Texans, dude. I could be wrong against that one. Could be wrong against that, but I feel like that was a wild card game, if I remember right.
It was
But
a wild card game. Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. Like, I felt like it was a wild card game, and that's all I'm saying. Like, we're holding on to 2 points inside there. Anything else after that has just been fucking sorry ass the whole entire time.
Not only that, but if I hear one more time, like, oh, we were a playoff, it's been over 2 years now. It's been over 2 years now. So it's not, we were a playoff team. Now we weren't. And even, like, I still don't even think we were even a playoff contention team. So we weren't now. Now we aren't, because last year we won 6 games. So we are not a playoff team. We're just going to see what we are now. So enough with the we were a playoff team thing, because that's been over 2 years now.
And this is the thing
like 5
that
years later, like, oh, we were a playoff team.
And this is the thing that I would say about us. So, like, I've brought this up. I'll say it, and numerous people say that I brought this up when I kept saying about the rebuild, dude, or, like, you know, building the team in the way that they need to build. I've said, like, hey, pulling the Band-Aid off, dude, cleaning out the wound, fucking getting everything stitched up, heal it right would have been the best way. And I have confidence that if Josh and our team makes it to a playoff team, I bet you they make it back there the following year too. I don't think they're going to come in here and just go there one fucking time and not see him again in 10 fucking years. I strongly believe if they go there here this upcoming year, they're going to go there next year too, and probably the next year, and probably be competitive from then on out. Like, that's the difference. And then you're going to do it inside of our division that people are putting the Chargers over us, fucking everybody over us, dude. Like, I've said, man, Ziegler or Josh and them almost beat the fucking Chiefs in their motherfucking house, bro. In week 6, 7 of the season. Like, that's all I'm saying is like, Josh knows the shit, dude. I think once he gets his team together and players and the play calling, like I've said, the games that Josh wants to win and trying to win, his play calling is just fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I've said, like, you can tell they're tanking games, dude. Their play calling was inconsistent as shit, and that's not who Josh is. If you watch Josh over his years, those are not type shit Josh does. I mean, even in the Super Bowl down against the Falcons, dude, they weren't doing shit. And then all of a sudden, 138 left in the game, in the third quarter, bam, all of a sudden here it comes, and then it didn't stop. You know, like, the consistency. Once it caught, it went. Like, let's just be real about our team and anybody else, dude. We'll be lucky if we get 1 or 2 fucking possessions like that, maybe 3, but not for no fucking whole entire quarter, fucking, you know, 20 fucking 5 points down, which is 4 fucking touchdowns, you know, no matter however you look at it. So that's all I'm trying to say is like, he's consistent once this shit gets going, where in our past the consistency drops off at certain quarters, certain parts. Like I said, I mean, Ziegler and them threw games. There's no doubt about it. I brought this up about the Broncos game, how consistent they played against them. I said this against the Chiefs, dude, in the beginning of the season. I said this against the Chargers. I said, when this fucking guy hones in, dude, he knows these teams and he calls good games. I think, like I've said, in certain games, in the Seahawks game and the Patriot games, those were both games that were meant to be lost, dude, and just fluke bullshit is what changed it. One, the fucking pass being thrown from Jacoby to fucking Chandler for the touchdown, and Derek calling the audible on fucking Josh from the outside to the inside. They're just key deals that's changed the outcome. The game call, the gameplay, they was consistent, but then there's other games where it's just not consistent. The way that they called the plays wasn't consistent. The way that they were bringing in plays, especially at the halfway point when they said straight up that, hey, we're going to go, when we went on our break, Josh came out on the presser and said that we're going to go through our playbooks, and whatever plays don't work, man, we're going to try to take out of here, simplify our playbooks. And they never did, dude. Like, they've stayed within certain plays, still bringing in the bullshit plays towards the deal. Like, that doesn't sound to me like you're trying to simplify or try to win games. It sounds to me like you're trying to still lose games. So that's all I would say in there is there's a lot of those in there where he called good games, and there's a lot in there where they just straight called bullshit. That goes for offense and defense. So, and I've said it so many times, being stagnant in 2 quarters of the game and still having the yardage and the production that they have, the 12th best offense, I would have to say, just imagine if they would have played for 4 straight quarters and scored. Like, we would have probably been the #1 scoring team in football that year, because I strongly believe that if you're the 12th best offense in the league, dude, and you're stagnant for 2 fucking quarters out of the game, where you can't score or move the ball, and then you have the 2 highest scoring players between Josh and Adams. I mean, I don't see how we couldn't have been the #1 scoring team if they would have been able to play for 4 quarters, you know. Let's go read what he said. Says, don't be surprised if the next couple of years McDaniels Raiders pair with the Chiefs in the division. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think Josh can beat him, man. I strongly believe it. And I don't mean like just Josh. I believe our team can straight beat up the the Chiefs fucking and split with them. I mean, and I think he's the right guy to do it, dude. They refuse to fucking lose, man. And I don't think having the season they had last year and the way that they're bringing in players and the way, like I said Josh's offense here last year was like at 25-35% max. Josh's offense here a year later is like fucking 85-95% max, dude. And I've said it, like, people keep saying, like, how do you replace Josh Jacobs? Well, I'm going to tell you how, because Josh McDaniels never had a Josh Jacobs on his team to fucking begin with, and he's always had productive players. And not only that, he's always had halfbacks that nobody fucking knew who they were, brought him in, played him, and then just like I'm saying about Brown and fucking Zeus or fucking Walters or Sincere, this is Josh's MO, bro. This is what he's been doing for 20 straight fucking years. So it's not uncommon for this guy to do it. He doesn't need Josh. I keep saying this over and over and over, that is a player, that's a fan's preference. And does Josh want him? Fuck yeah, he wants him. But Josh don't need him, dude, and he's proven it. And this is the thing that I don't understand as people, as fans, or as anybody watching the game. How do you not validate what he's done over 20 fucking years with lesser people? Like, lesser people, and everybody says, oh, Josh isn't going to have a successful deal if he doesn't have. That's not even true. It's not true. It's not even close to being true. It's not even remotely close to being true. It's just some bullshit ass false narrative, dude. Like, Josh has been calling the offense for over 20 fucking years, dude. What didn't he take it in 2005? Or, yeah, I think it was 2005 he took it. So, I mean, he's an 18 fucking years offensive coordinator, dude. He's been on the Patriots for like fucking, what, 12, 13 of those years as a coordinator building his offense. Like, that's why I just say, like, these narratives about, oh, Josh needs these and Josh needs, where the fuck did you guys even come up with that bullshit? Like, where are you looking at it? Where'd you find it? You know, like, it's just some dude's personal, like, opinion. It has no validation behind it. Josh has been very successful with no-name wide receivers. He's been very successful with no-name fucking halfbacks, dude. Like, they've been successful in all platforms of their deal. Backup quarterbacks, fucking teaching quarterbacks. Like, people imply, like, Josh can't do this and do that. Like, Josh can't chew gum and walk at the same time. Bullshit. I keep saying, like, people ridiculed Josh that he wasn't managing the defense during the regular season, because if the defense is faulty, it's the head coach's fucking job. And then what's he do the first second he gets out of the season? He goes straight to the defense and starts iterating, simplifying fucking plays, how to bring it in, how to make it better, how to make it easier. Graham, every single player is speaking on, like, what the fuck more you want from a fucking guy? Like, he can't turn water into wine. We already know that. So to sit here and not give the guy the credit or give him where he's due with his deal, like, I mean, again, it's just poor fucking, it's poor fanship from our fan base, because we're not even giving him justice on what he's earned and what he deserved. Like, being a head coach, man, that's just a process. Everybody takes that process, dude. The difference is these days people think that process is just going to happen like that. It doesn't happen like that. It hasn't happened like that through the whole entire history of the fucking game. Why would people think it's just going to happen like that now? Like, that doesn't even make sense. And we're looking at dudes with records that are 11 games off, and we're writing them off out of the whole entire NFL. Like, that's just the dumbest shit. It's not even. It's just dumb. It's so dumb. It's not even words for those type of things, because when you're looking at the way that teams are built, way that franchises, the way that players, individual people, Max Crosby didn't come in today and fucking be great. It took him fucking 3 years to fucking show up and be great, and then back it up after that. You know, like, all I'm saying is like, it takes players time to be acclimated, be taking time to be inside the system, to be who they are going to be. And we're sitting here asking a head coach to change out 53 players, a system, people, everything, and they're just going to be perfect on every deal. Like, that's falter on our fan base, because our fan base is expecting them to be
here's like the biggest hypocritical thing I've ever heard, where many people don't want to give McDaniels like the second chance or like the second year, yet everyone would say, oh, well, Gruden's regime, they were getting better every year. Okay, so you are willing to wait 4 years on Gruden, but you are not willing to want to see McDaniel's second year? Isn't that like it's literally the most hypocritical statement that you will ever hear. Even if the year isn't as good as some would hope, it's hypocritical that you don't want McDaniels to at least develop his system on this franchise. But you're like, oh, well, we're just going to let Gruden develop for 4 years, and we didn't get a winning season until dumb luck came after he got booted by Goodell, Mark, and Snyder.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like I was saying, is you're acting like, people are acting like Ziegler and Josh, every move they make is just going to be one hundo. Like, that's not real. It's not real. It's not right to expect that. You know, we expect them to be one hundo, but we can't be. Like, that's the whole thing. Our fan base is not one hundo. Like, it's not even close, bro. They're the most misguided motherfuckers in the face of football, probably, dude. Like, there's a lot of very educated people out there, but there are a lot of dumbass motherfuckers, like, straight up think like they can run a fucking organization, and the first things they pop up on it when they talk about it is giving dudes fucking, 5 years, fucking $150 million contracts, not even value the fucking or the cap or anything. They don't value your team. They don't value places, people, or anything. When you down talk on a player like Josh, it's because Ziegler and them put a fucking cap in place that this is where we're going to be at. Nobody's going to exceed it. But then Ziegler and them don't know what they're doing, but they're willing to release a dude that they know everything about. Like, that's the thing. Ziegler has scouted this guy 10 times fucking over. And not only that, has played on his team. He knows who the fuck he is. He knows him better than anybody out here. I guarantee you that. There's not a doubt in my mind. Ziegler knows who the fuck them players are more than any person here talking on him, myself included, and anybody else, because these guys know their shit, and they're not just going to let dudes walk if they feel like, look, I've said this, like, I didn't agree with the Carr deal because I do believe Carr was the better asset. But at the same time, they looked at Carr in his face and was like, we don't give a fuck if you walk and go to the Saints or somewhere else. Like, we don't, bro. Like, at the end of the day, like, we don't care. You have a losing record. You've never won a playoff game. You've never won a big fucking game. Like, you have really done not jack shit. And we're not the Raiders at the end of the day. We're not going to suck your dick on a 7 fucking game average season every single year and then think that you're the greatest quarterback out here. They're not going to do that. They're going to be like, dude, we've had better success with our backups, like Jimmy. Like, that's what they're going to say because it's facts. And that's all I'm saying is that when these guys come to the table, they already know where the valuation, they know who the players are. They're trying to reach this level. I've said in year 2 of a transformation of breaking down a so-called fucking playoff team and looking at this team right now, I'm gonna be like, bro, this team right now has way more continuity this year than it ever even thought of last year. Like, there's no doubt about it. The tight ends are way better. The fucking wide receivers are way fucking better. Our corners all the way around are better. Our safeties all the way around are better, dude. Like I've said, I think the most depleted spot on this defense for me is just the corners, just because there's no gratification outside of Peters of any dude just being a straight starter besides Hobbs and Peters in the slot and outside. Everybody else is backup players, bro. Like I said, Shelley backup, Faison backup, fucking Long is backup, Roberts is backup, Webb is a backup, UDF. Hall is a backup, but he'll play behind Hobbs, so it'll be just fine. Bennett is a first year player. Like, we're not talking about solidified people, solidified positions. Like, hey, this dude started over here. We're like, yeah, Faison started for us 2 years ago when Hayward was fucking stepping off and getting hurt or things of those. You see, all we're doing is sitting here saying like I said, I think where Ziegler and them have our team and where they're looking at it in evaluation in 1 year, I think they've made massive transformation to be like, hey, we do have solidified people behind. We do have starters. If Josh and them don't show up today, we can roll with either Brown, Austin, or fucking Zeus. And out of one of these four dudes, two or one of them are going to show up, dude. Like, and that's all I'm saying. Like, I feel like at every spot, I've said, Josh is offense from the way he's ran it in New England. I think Josh McDaniels is at like 90 to 95% of his team, dude, the way he runs it in the Patriots. And I'm going to say he's even better just because of that one, you got the tight end that you got good receiving core. It's probably a better receiving core than he's even had in New England. And not only that, dude, like he's got, if Josh is the comeback, dude, your receiving core all the way around, your tight end core all the way around. Like, it's got to be one of the better teams Josh has had in this time. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I think, like I said, they've done a really good job at putting their team together, and I just think it's unrealistic to ask them to overhaul and manage everything in a day. It just can't. It ain't going to be done.
Hey,
Jimmy is winning. We'll see the
there's a
results
saying
back,
that
bro. Salute, Cash Lord. Appreciate you, bro.
McDaniels wants this saying to be repeated away. This is something I kind of like. How remember something that you, Dustin, you said. We just gotta let go of all these sayings, like the commitment to excellence, like all these like sayings or all these beliefs, because that's like the Al Davis stuff. And Al Davis isn't here anymore, and the old Raider way like doesn't work anymore, and it's also dead once Al
It
Davis
hasn't worked for a
passed
long
on.
time, and I think the only way you get so just so people don't take that the wrong way, okay? I didn't mean it to those extents, but I do mean it to that extent, because what I mean is we're living off of a motto that was created during a winning culture and a winning era, dude. Like, that's just fact. And when they were writing with those words, man, and those things, it meant something. But in the last 20, 30 years, it hasn't meant shit. It's really actually a kick in your face when you're saying these type of deals and you're last in the whole entire league, or you're fucking last in your division, or you're like the 32nd or fucking 28th best team. Like, you can't use that type of deal, and you can't use those things, and you can't live off of that year in and year out. And this is why I don't think you just 86 them in general. I think you 86 them for a time being until you get back to that commitment, until you get back to that excellency. Because if you're just riding the coattails of the word, it's easy to ride the coattails because the franchise did the work. You're just riding after it means nothing to these guys now. They've done nothing. They don't deserve it. They haven't earned it. They're using somebody else's words, man. So I just think that in order to get back to that, you need to take that away from them. And you need them to go out and work for it every single day. And you need a guy like Max that is going to set that standard and make people reach that standard and recreate that fucking deal again. So, like I say, I think too many people are holding on to something that has been dead for the longest time and hasn't been.
And that's why. So the point of the saying I was trying to make is when we need Ziegler and McDaniels to change the culture, like definitely to where we are winning, but mostly to where we're transitioning into where we're not like having the old Raider fans just like grip onto the past like as if it's the last thing in their lives or like it's the last hope that you have since like some, I think it was Charles, but like someone commented that like we're progressing to where at least now nearly 3/4 of the entire fan base has like never seen the team win a playoff game, which can technically be a fact. I mean, like I've only seen this team have 2 winning seasons in my life. And there's a saying now that McDaniel said during training camp, and he wanted this to be the new Raider way, like the new slogan, where it's something that goes, let's not meet the standards, let's instead beat the standards, which is something it's a saying that I actually kind of like that he said, like, let's beat the standards, because what are the standards? Like, what are the standards that you're not trying to meet, but you're trying to overcome?
That's facts. And I think like with Josh and them, they're bringing their standards that has meant something for 20 some odd years in a winning capacity. And like Raider fans and people may not agree with it, but I tell this to everybody when we talk about these things. Like, this is why I'm so adamant and talk on the team the way I do, because I always say, like, I take natural bias out of the game right away. I am not biased to any individual person on this team. I don't favor any dude. I don't favor any player. I don't favor any coach. I don't favor any person. I feel like your credit is your credit report on what you do, what you've done, because that's the only way the game is built. That's how it's been built through the history of the NFL. So if we're just discrediting the most fucking, the most decorated fucking coach in football right now, I think it's crazy as fuck, and young and talent, and just discredit them without any type of validation behind what they're doing. I mean, I've said it, year 2 is like massive transformation. I've literally gone on for like the last hour in Ziegler's, 2 hours of Ziegler's picks, how they're solidified, how they're going to come in, how they're doing it already right now. People said that we're in the dark ages. We're only going to win, 3 fucking games. And this is the thing, and I've spoke on it numerous times. You don't think that if Josh and Ziegler thought that they were only going to win 3 motherfucking games and knew that Josh Jacobs was going to sit out, that they wouldn't have drafted a fucking halfback? Like, do you guys truly believe like they're that fucking stupid? Like, you truly believe these guys made it to the NFL, made it to the positions that they did, made it through all the years before they ever got to the Raiders at high levels? But the second they got to the Raiders, because the Raiders standards are so motherfucking high and we win so motherfucking much, that these dudes got set to the bottom. Like, they didn't even matter. Like, our shit is so fucking well off, and we're so good that these fuckers came in that just 2 of them alone probably trump, fucking 7/8 of our organization.
Also,
and we just sent them to the bottom.
Dark Ages.
That doesn't even make sense.
Is only winning 7 games?
Yeah, fuck, you can't tell me.
Listen here. I've been alive for no more than 2 decades. I've never seen this team win, and I still support it. So someone telling me we're going to the Dark Ages, at least I know for a fact my entire life has been the Dark Ages, and that says a lot. This whole thing started right when I was what's the word I'm looking for? When I was freaking fertilized. This is when the whole Dark Ages thing started.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with that, lunatic. I don't think slogans aren't why we're losing. I just think slogans are a reason that
it's
people
pathetic.
fall under false pretense.
It's pathetic. It's kind of an insult.
It's a false reality of something that existed before these guys were doing it.
Like, how we're going to slander McDaniels. They're like, we're a just win baby franchise. Well, when have we won?
Yep, that's facts. You can't say that we're just a win baby franchise. If I've said it, I've said this, and I put this on blast all the time. Okay, I'm very educated in the sport of football. I'm very educated within the players. I'm very stat driven. I'm very numbers driven. I know my shit very well. I don't just sit here and try to talk on shit for no reason. I don't have time for it. And I've sat here and said it. Every single time a Raider fan tells me that we gave up a fucking winning quarterback or a fucking dude that listen, Carr is not a winning fucking quarterback, dude. It is proven goddamn fucking facts. He has a losing record in 9 fucking years. It does not fucking matter. Doesn't matter if he played for the Raiders or what he's had on this team. People have done better with worse, dude. So can't sit here and just
Matthew
give him all this
Stafford was on
credit
the
that he's
freaking
just
Lions.
he's just so fucking phenomenal, dude. He's not, dude. And if we're sitting here saying that we're content with Carr, he's only averaged 7 wins a year. So you've already set your fucking standards so fucking low that you're accepting 7 wins a year as a winning fucking season. That's not winning in anybody's book. There's no fucking way a negative number over a positive is winning. Like, you can't do that, bro. It's not going to happen. Like, this motherfucker got 7 wins. This motherfucker got fucking 9 losses. Like, it doesn't work like that, you know? Like, it doesn't work like that. You have to have a winning motherfucking record to back it up. And Carr has only had 2 winning years, dude, like, literally. So I don't even know where the fuck we're getting off on a winning quarterback to begin with, dude. Like, I don't know where again, these are sayings that come from our fan base, from our people out here talking on our fucking team, that they bring up these fucking words. There's no winning. There's no greatness. There's no fucking commitment to failing for 20 motherfucking years. That's facts. How about write that on their shirts and see how well they go down with that shit? How about we do that? Because if we're going to sit here and talk about what dudes are doing and what facts are facts, that's facts, bro. Their commitment to coming in that locker room and collecting a check and having a fucking losing record has been facts since 2003. And not only it's been so fucking bad that we've had 2-win seasons, 3-win seasons, 4. Like, we've sucked straight dick. And then in the time span of those 20 years, you get 2 seasons, and then you're like, yep, we were a playoff team. See what these guys are doing to the team? They're destroying. You're fucking delusional as fuck. You're delusional as fuck, dude, man. If that 17th game wasn't even existent, we wouldn't even have been there. Like, there are so many things inside there that shouldn't happen. And again, I'm not going to discredit that it did happen or this, that, the other. The continuity within the team wasn't there no more than it was there with Jack Del Rio. Like, everybody claims, like, man, if we had Jack Del Rio back, we would be better off. Okay, are you guys that fucking delusional that you're only accepting that the year of the year that Carr won, right? Why aren't you accepting the year after? Why is not any guy accepting that? Why does not any guy bring it up? Why did they not say this stupid ass motherfucker got rid of fucking
Bill Musgrave.
Bill Musgrave that thrived massively with Carr. That Carr had 7 fourth quarter comebacks that year.
That's also when he had the most touchdowns in a single
motherfucking Downey. Like, what the fuck are you smoking, bro? And guess what? That was the only motherfucking movie made that year, and we had a losing record. That's why he got fired at the very last deal, and John Gruden's ass got hired. Like, it wasn't like, oh, Jack Del Rio was out there at 12-4 again. No, hell fucking no. He fucked that shit up, man. He fucked that shit up massively. And again, Todd Downey wasn't going to be it then, now, or ever. And you got off a proven fucking dude that was badass motherfucker, sent him over to the Broncos, and then got this bitch. Like, what the fuck? You know, and then we're like, yep, hire him. No, don't fucking hire him. Like, don't hire him because nobody else has hired the motherfucker as a head coach either. Like, but this is the shit our fan base settles for. They settle for the good year, but they don't fucking bring up the year after, the year before that was garbage as shit and still fucking garbage and everything down the line. They just want to ride on 1 year, and then anything that any guy comes back in, they're like, well, he ain't doing it like 2016. And he ain't doing it like, you know, when Gruden was there. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, if he did it like they did that year, they would have been shit the next and the next and the next with nothing. They'd be in the same fucking way because that's not how they roll. They don't roll like that. But then when Raider fans see these dudes come in, start changing shit that's a winning fucking culture, Raider fans go, man, I want to do this. Well, how the fuck you know what you would do? You lose. Every time you say something, it fucking loses. So these motherfuckers know winning, and then when they want to change shit to win, you're like, I want to do that. That's not what I would. You're fucking stupid as hell. You don't even know what the fuck you would do. Like, you don't even know what.
Would bring up, and then that's how they would bring up, like Jack Del Rio, he would do this, and then like you just said, didn't it, the same dude that got fired for making one move that caused us a losing season, or like, oh, Gruden would do this. The same dude that took 4 years to actually get his like organization, like his regime together, and not only that, but in my opinion, sucked at drafting and sucked at building a personnel the right way. Like the free agency was horrible. The drafting was just the first half was like atrocious, but the second half is good.
Yeah.
Like you're just
And you know,
hoping, and not only that, but the second half season collapse. Are we forgetting about that? How Gruden will start like with 5 or 6 wins
we
at the
started
first
like
half of the
6-3,
season,
and
and
then
then we
they fall
don't
the
win
fucking face off the
and then
fucking
we
earth.
don't win another game.
And then we're fighting for playoffs. Oh man, we got to fucking win every game at fucking 0.6% and hope to God that this guy fucking breaks a leg, that guy don't make it, and this guy fucking loses. Like that's
Gruden, the
what we
same
do.
dude that got rid of Khalil Mack. Remember how angry we were that they got rid of Khalil Mack? Oh no, we're forgetting about that though, aren't we? But I bet you in 5 years everyone's gonna like forget about McDaniels and Ziegler getting rid of Carr because that's how bipolar this fan base is.
You know, beats on this one. You know, Max makes that. And did you hear about the other morning? The other morning at camp, all that fucking defensive coaches and players had to run laps. So I think they're committed to this shit for sure, bro. Because Max has spoke on this personally on his presser, and then like I said, the other morning they posted in the Twitter that the defense fucked up on I think it was the snap or something, and the coaches and players all ran. So I mean, like I said, I think man, like I said, I think they have their cultures just establishing it, dude. And again, okay, let's just be real, okay? Like, let's just bring the facts down. Even in a bad year of Josh and Ziegler and all them, right? Even in bad year, let's just bring the facts, man. If we're gonna bring this bullshit, let's bring it. Here's the fact. The Raiders all year long died out in 2 quarters of the game, regardless of what part, first quarter, second, third, fourth, whatever. It didn't matter. 2 quarters of the game was usually stagnant throughout the whole entire season, besides divisional games. Divisional games, they play 4 quarters. It's almost proven fact. Go look up the deal. They've got scores all the way across it. So I feel like that shit's planned, intentional. I don't think it's just coincidence that all divisional games are competitive as fuck 4 quarters, but every other game outside of the division wasn't. That Josh has played against every single team in the NFL, so it's not like he ain't played against these dudes before. Not he's still the one calling the plays. And again, that's my point. This is why I know Josh is very good at what he fucking does. Not only does he call the plays, and did he not say the 12th best offense in the whole entire league, he did it with 2 fucking players while the rest of the players were falling off. He made Matt Collins' career year 690 yards, better than that's combined more yards than he's done in his whole entire career. He's taking people and Keelan Cole and so on, dude, bring them in here, still accolades to even do jack shit, but still, again, 12th best offense out of fucking 32, which he beat out 20 with only 2 players. I mean, the guy knows his shit. It doesn't matter. Here's another thing on the defense, right? We had 7 historic games that they came back from that would put us in the loss. We won 6 games. If we would have won 7, that would have been fucking 13. And if we even minus just 1, 2, 3, 4 of those, it's still a winning fucking season, dude. It's still a winning motherfucking season. We can actually minus damn near 4 of those games and still be a winning season. It would have been 9 and 8. So it would have still been a winning season. The thing is that people are not understanding is there were 8 motherfucking games or 7 games that were historic losses in there that were mostly caused defensively. I'm not going to say that 1 or 2 of them ain't caused offensively, but the majority of them were lost defensively. It's proven fact. So if we're not discrediting those losses and putting those losses, which could have been in a win category, and I said 3, just 3 of the 7 would have made us a winning fucking team. And people sit here and say, oh, Josh and them don't know. No, it's player injury that we had probably 19, 20 dudes on the IR. We were massively fucking deflated in the offense and fucking defense. Like, why doesn't people want to accept that or even acknowledge that? Like, you can't make your team better if you're just fucking blind to the facts. Like, that nothing anybody does is ever going to be good.
No, because then they'll say some BS like, oh, well, good coaches know how to handle injuries like that. You mean to tell me, can you name one team that made the playoffs with more than half the team injured?
Well, I would argue this fact that if good coaches know, then how come Sean Payton didn't stay with the Saints, dude, and then rebuild the team like old Dennis Allen dipshit ass just did in that fucking team and kept every fucking major player, every defensive player, offense, defense. Why is Sean Payton not on that motherfucking team? And how come when Sean Payton was on that team with those players, they had a losing fucking season the second that fucking Breeze is out of there? And then they think they're going to come over here to the fucking, to the Broncos that got a dysfunctional organization, got dysfunctional defense and motherfucking offense, and they're going to produce better than we do, right? Man, you're fucking dumb as fuck, dude.
Not only that,
this
but you
team
already
is
have
nowhere
a horrible.
close to the Saints, bro. They're
You
nowhere
already-
close to the Saints. It's
You
not
already have a
happening.
horrible QB and coach relationship. Peyton has already basically come out and thrown Russell under the bus.
Yeah, he has, most definitely. And that is one of your topics, which we can get to here in a few
Oh yeah,
seconds.
this is basically my topic. Like
All
this
right,
is
bring it up.
So this is the topic, the Broncos drama.
Broncos drama.
Where it's
Aaron Rodgers?
amazing how many people in our fan base are like, "Oh, we're not going to beat the Broncos this year," or "Dang, the Broncos are going to destroy us week 1." Yes, I am a little scared about week 1 just because it's week 1. Like I have the right to be scared about that game, like if we lose or not. But here's what's happening: 2 of their receivers are not playing this season. One was put on IR. Tim Patrick had a season-ending injury, and one of them was just cut. I think KJ Hamler. Russell Wilson got thrown under the bus by Peyton. Peyton is trash-talking anyone that's in sight to the point that other teams are telling him to shut up. The whole organization is butting heads with itself, and this has caused. This is a very comedic timing to me because now it makes me wonder how do we think, like the people on this panel, people in the chat, like you can say it too. How do we think week 1's going to go now? Because now technically they're number 1, number 2, whoever the heck Tim Patrick is, I don't care. The dude's not
Tim
as good.
Patrick was one of their big accusations, especially for a fucking dude going into this year.
Like,
the yards and shit he was putting up.
Go for Denver versus us.
I think they're gonna get their shit kicked in, bro. Like literally, like you ever seen Training Day when the dude's sitting at the table with that gangster? He's like, "Yeah, we get your shit pushed in." Like that's what's gonna happen to him. Like they're gonna get their shit pushed in because I keep saying it. Their defense is fucking depleted. The offense is fucking depleted. So where in the fuck are they getting this fucking team from, dude? Like I'm just curious, dude. Like the defensive players are getting fucking banned, dude. Fucking offensive players are getting injured, dude. And you're thinking you're gonna go up against our offensive receivers and halfbacks and fucking tight ends against their defense? Like I'm not sweating their defense, bro. We had a worse team last year and beat their ass. They didn't get better this year. Like, that's straight facts, dude. They did not get better this year. I've said it. If Peyton couldn't win with the Saints, dude, over there with the little bit of bullshit they had after fucking Breeze went out, and he thinks he's going to come over here to this team, hey, man, I would just want to smoke some of that shit, bro. Like, I want some of that sent to me because I just want to fucking look at the world like it doesn't exist because that's apparently what people are saying. They're literally saying, like, he couldn't coach this organization and bring it back out of the cap, but he's going to come to this bitch that's burning? Like, it's burning to the ground, bro, and he's going to bring that out of the cap, right? He's going to change the team, change the org. No, he's not. No, he's fucking not, bro. Maybe in 2-3 years, maybe. I'm not going to argue in that time. But to literally say, like, he's going to come out next year and just kick the shit out of the AFC West, and oh, hell fucking no, man. That team would be lucky if they win a few wins. And the thing that I would say...
Are we forgetting they traded out their best players on defense?
That's what I was just going to say. Their team was better off last year than it is this year by miles. By miles. So to imply, like, last year's team is this year's team, no,
and the reason that they traded their best players is because they gave everything for Wilson.
And probably Peyton. And that's what I'm saying. You're talking on multiple year recouping because just the draft picks, everything alone is just going to take the time, man. And you're going to be able to clear the roster. Like I'm not arguing that, dude. There's a reason that Sean comes in and just shoots down Russ instantly because he's like, bro, I'm not gonna get put under the bus. I'm gonna put this bitch right now under it. You know, like that's all I'm saying. Good coaches don't do that. Why do you think Aaron Rodgers called that fool out and said, like, with all your fucking deals and everything you do, like, why are you trying to put dudes underneath you, like under the bus? You
Yo,
know, like
this
Rodgers
should be
don't
the
give a fuck,
perfect
bro.
example because what Sean is doing to Wilson is what people said McDaniels did to Carr. Imagine that. Like, I'm gonna say that one more time. What Sean Payton did to Russell Wilson is what our fan base is saying McDaniels did to Derek Carr. In no way, maybe McDaniels did show criticism on Carr's play, but there is no way that he said out of his own mouth that if we're losing, it's because of Derek Carr.
No, not at all.
The season hasn't even started yet, and Sean is already predicting, hey, if we start losing, it's his fault. It ain't my fault.
Oh, man.
Like, that is
There's
toxic.
already drama. There's already drama, man.
That is toxic as a head coach, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Before the season even starts?
Yeah, that don't look good on
Before
anybody.
preseason even starts.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. Like, you don't see that shit from Josh, dude. Like, this is the thing. I've heard hella people say, Josh is a bad coach. He can't keep a locker room. People don't like him. He overworked people last year. Okay, I never heard him get fined by any motherfucker in the NFL, by the NFLPA, the commissioner, or anybody for overworking a player. The players have a requirement, dude, that they're supposed to be there and work, and however he chooses to do that, that's his choice. He's the coach. He's the one allowed to do it. He's allowed to physically work them or fucking however he chooses to split it up. So obviously he didn't do anything that broke the rules to begin with. So it's an invalid conversation to even have that he was trying to make dudes that make millions of dollars work. Like, you know, fucking bullshit, should be slapped for that. Then the other thing is locker room, that he's lost the locker room. I've yet to hear one fucking player talk about his disruption in the locker room. I've yet to hear one player not sign with us because of him not doing it. Jacob's deal is personal money and ain't nothing about inside the locker room or things of those factors, about him wanting to get paid. Even Derek Carr getting traded over there, never heard anything inside the locker room, never heard shit. And you want to know something that's even more funny about those conversations is there's this guy on our team right by the fucking now. It says Cole talks on no more drama in the locker room, and in quotations, no divas or head cases.
My most favorite quote.
Why in the
when
fuck
they
is he
asked
saying
AJ
shit
Cole,
like
what
that?
do you think of the roster this year? I'm happy. I'm glad that there's no divas.
That's facts. Or head cases. That's his exact words. No divas. No, it says.
He could have
It
said
says
anything.
no divas or head cases. Like, why would you say head
He could have
cases,
said
bro?
anything,
Like,
mind you, he could have said anything.
Yeah.
And that's what he chose to say.
That's facts.
Oh, I don't know what happened with Dustin, but
yeah, I have no clue either.
I mean, yeah, like AJ Cole could have said anything. Like, he could have commented on anything, but instead he said, "I'm just glad that there's no more divas." Like, I mean, people can talk about Carr like either he's a diva or he's not. I mean, people that are not even Raider fans say that he's a diva. I'm not going to accuse him of being a diva. Darren Waller, I know for a fact that a bunch of people are going to point out Darren Waller.
Yup. There's already people pointing out Darren Waller. You got Ozzy up there pointing up Darren Waller. Like, there's a lot of guys being mentioned. Like, even, I know this is in the past, but we could probably even mention, like, possibly Arden Key in the past.
yeah, but I think in my personal opinion, I think that's directed at fucking Darren Waller 100%. And I think even Derek Carr, when you're using words like drama and head cases, I think, like, yeah, you're talking about someone's inside their mind thinking that they're better, like an Antonio Brown type situation, kind of, where someone's just putting themselves over the team better than everybody else. Dude, like, you just got guys inside their heads. The drama, I think, was like the Derek Carr drama and so on. And I think, like, when you get AJ poll that brings up a valid point on that in a meeting, it's obviously something that was a disruption within the team because it's something he emphasized on instantly. And I've always said, like, conversations like those don't get brought up. Conversations like those don't get brought up if it's not on their mind or what they're thinking. Those aren't just normal conversation. A dude's like, oh yeah, fuck that, that's it. Like that's something that was on his mind, that's emphasized, that's been weighing on him. And then the fact that there's obviously, like, I don't know if it's Jacobs, I don't know if it's Waller, I don't know if it's Carr, but there's obviously somebody out of those three that fit those two criterias, and it can be all three of them for all we know. You know what I mean?
Three, it could be two out
Yep.
of the three, it could be one out of the three. But the big thing to know is these people that everyone is just like, I don't know, like opening their mouths, getting on their knees for. We got a player who's not just some player, but he is technically one of the leaders of our team. He's legit the best punter in the league. Like,
yeah, and it's not like you can't just discredit what he says, because he's actually a really good dude, and he talks
not only
on
that,
like
he's
our
a
team
chill
all
dude.
the
Yeah,
time.
like just like you said, he's one of the chillest dudes in the locker room.
Yep, and that's why I say when he brought that up, it was something I wrote down instantly, because I was just sitting there thinking like, damn, man, that's a pretty big fucking comment to say, like, on your fucking presser like that, you know. So, or you know, like when you're being interviewed is what I'm saying. But that's all I'm saying is like, man, that's pretty fucking stout. So that's all. So do you think Ziegler, McDaniels are beyond questioning some of their decisions? You're wrong for, what is that? It says, so if you think Ziegler or McDaniels,
I think he's trying to say that
I don't think it was
McDaniels
part
are not
of what
like.
we were.
I think he's trying to say that like people are saying Ziegler and McDaniels aren't questioning like the decisions that they're making, like thinking like.
Yeah.
Like, should we do this?
Yep. No, I just think, like I said, it says for the most part, it says we never got blown out until we played the Saints in the last KC game. Facts, straight facts. And then you don't find that the Saints game was. You don't find that the Saints game was like weird as fuck. That, you know, Derek can't get across the 50-yard line, right? Can't get across 50-yard line with every player on the team, no matter what. Stanham comes in, he goes 80 fucking yards downfield, right? I mean, okay, fucking bullshit. Like I said, some games just seem too set up for me, man. Like, I've never seen Carr do that in his whole career, dude, and that's saying even under some shitty ass coaches. So, like I said, there was some skeptic ass shit that happened in Carr's last year, dude. Like, I'm not just gonna say like Carr was the whole entire problem, because there was numerous games that Carr's never done the things that happened in those games ever. Not under Gruden, not under fucking Del Rio, not even under fucking Dennis Allen or any other motherfucker that was there. So to have things when you have the best offense, the third best play caller in the NFL over the last fucking, you know, since 2016 to now, and then end up with some game. Nah, hell no. Like I said, I think games were tanked. I think certain things were brought out on purpose. I've spoke on it 100 times that I've said it even before the season was going. It wasn't about the production of Carr. It was about that Carr had a $40 million contract that they can receive back by cutting one player and build the team. Like I keep saying it the whole time. I don't think it was ever anything against Carr. It was just the money. It was the factor of 40 million coming back to us, you know. And like you said over here, beats like about keeping Stenham. I mean, fuck, I agree 100%. Why would we not have kept Stenham and then brought in Hoyer? Like, I don't get that shit either, but I agree with that 100%. You said our linebacker was flooded last year, and the point says we had to pull linebackers off the street and hire. Yeah, I mean, that's 100% facts, dude, and I've said that a bunch of times. Made it back. So, hey, appreciate you, Domenis, man, like always, bro. And then that's all I say. I mean, I think like Frackwell and other linebackers signed didn't even play. Facts were even on the roster for most of the year, and some were cut and let go so they can go other places. And then it says, I think we're going to win. Any word on Diablo is supposed to speak on. I don't know what happened with Diablo today, and I don't know why he didn't. He wasn't even at camp today, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't.
Hey,
Which
salute, Omar. Appreciate you, bro.
Which is making people weirdly speculate that the reason a linebacker was signed was because of what's going on with Diablo. I don't know what the news is. I hope it's not that bad. Hopefully it's just some personal thing.
Yeah, and that's why I said
I doubt that he would like something like he's getting cut or like something like that, considering how much they've been hyping him up.
Omar, this is the most factual truth right here, bro. Like, tomorrow you will separate the men from the boys and you will get your ones and twos. Like, that's fucking facts, bro. Like, you're going to determine your ones and twos tomorrow when men step on that field and let them boys know where the fuck their spot's at. Like, there's not going to be a doubt about it. And we might not get, 100% of it, but I think we're going to determine at least 60% that fast. Like, easily 60% is just going to fill their spot that quick, like, easily. And that's why I keep saying, like, solidified people, like, when people just write off Kuntz, right? I look at it like this. How do you write off a dude that's been on the 53-man roster every year of his career? You're not talking about a dude that was sitting in the practice squad or on the backup hoping to be in there. The guy has been on the squad for 3 straight fucking years, dude. And again, like, that's all I'm saying is game experience on an actual roster matters, man. Like, you're not just sitting on the outside looking in. These motherfuckers have played. He's had production. He's had sacks. Like, in his position, that's what matters. I mean, look what fucking Robert said in the deal. If you're not producing turnovers, sacks, or things, you're not going to be in the NFL. And it's not just coincidence that you were good. He's like, you didn't just wake up, be good tomorrow. Like, that shit takes practice. It takes dedication. It takes loyalty, dude. Like you said, if you're not over there punching the fucking ball out of someone's hand until they get to the fucking ground, then you're probably not going to be here long. And if you're not getting interceptions or shutting down plays, you're probably not going to be here. Like, that's the kind of things. And Robert, dude, where you see, like, he is a dog, bro, and he is that blue-collar motherfucker that will probably fight you to the fucking ground, because he said, I live in it every fucking day. I live in it waking up, going to sleep. Tom Brady used to speak these same fucking words, man. Tom Brady said, motherfuckers want me to give up now when I'm living my best life, dude. Like, nobody looked at me when I was in high school. No one looked at me when I was in college. Motherfuckers didn't think I was going to make it in the NFL. And then I finally get in the NFL, finally start thriving, finally start being the underdog on top. And then when he starts doing good, motherfuckers are wanting him to retire. And he's like, yeah, fuck you guys. This is when I'm playing my best shit. And that's all I'm saying. Like, I see a lot in Robert in that same deal, the way he speaks, the way he talks about it, how he wakes up and goes to sleep in it, dude. Like he says, it's a consistent fucking reminder to him at all fucking times. And if you're not living in it, man, you probably shouldn't be doing it to begin with. And I think when people have that passion, and it's like Max over here, man, like, boom, boom, like, you're breathing the same fucking air right here, dude. Like, mentality is the same, dude. Dedication is the same. So you start bringing that energy, and then that shit becomes contagious, dude. And then other players start fucking breathing that same air, start getting that same type fucking shit. So, like I said, those type of people can be very contagious in a good way to our team. And I just think in our past, dude, we've had so much negativity, so many people just giving up. And this is why I've even advocated not bringing Josh back, because of the fact that we've already been reports that he's been offered $12 million fucking dollars. He's turned it down. If he signs on 10 million and comes back here and starts talking on the sidelines like we didn't give him the contract, we didn't want to give him the money he's worth, that could be a fucking problem against our team. And at the end of the day, it's the shield before a player, man. And if we're gonna value a player over the shield, that's crazy as fuck, because Al Davis would have never fucking did that. And I think, like I said, like, I think people are giving every fair
thing I'm surprised. Like, I'm a young Raider fan, but I'm shocked that old Raider fans don't remember Al Davis shipping off the best players we've ever had.
Yeah, Marcus Allen. I mean, fucking Peace,
Marcus
Allen,
Ken
let him go to the Chiefs.
He even shipped off Dave Casper. Like, he shipped off a ton of. He shipped off John Gruden and Mike Shanahan.
Yeah, facts. I mean, And that's all I'm saying. Like, a lot of people, one, they don't even know who Al Davis is. They just go off of what people say in quotes and mottos. They have no fucking idea who he is. They don't know how he conducted himself. Apparently, I've heard people say, "Oh, Josh," or Al would sign Josh, and I was like, "Yeah, you probably don't know Al too fucking well, then." So, and I don't even get in the debate because Al has sent out some of the best in our franchise, period, and he's done it just out of greed, just like you're saying, like it just spoke, like this dude don't fuck around. When that shit exceeds his motherfucking power inside his organization and the Shield, well, guess where that shit came from? That motherfucker right there. So when he bring up mottos and sayings and shit, it's because this motherfucker was executing that shit, and that's why that shit meant shit. But sitting here with what we were at, dude, until you can get back to that, and like I said, I strongly believe we are getting back to it, man. So I think we're getting back there. I think we're gonna be better, and I think in the time we're gonna be. Sounds like Abram and Farrell. Yeah, I mean that could very well be true too. I think he says, I think we're gonna compete and make a playoff run in the key playoffs and stand healthy. I mean, I think we're going. I've said it, dude. Listen. The minute we were done with the draft, I put $1,000 on our team that would go 10-7, and I did that with Aiden O'Connell even being at the quarterback, dude. I said it. I didn't change my shit. I'm the only motherfucker ain't gonna change my shit. I've only been the motherfucker that been on that since day fucking one about it. I know the potential in our team. I did that just off the offense. I wasn't even with what we've done in the defense and everything, and our defense has picked up way more. So, like I said, I think 10-7 is easy number to reach, dude. With our players, the team, even the competition that we're gonna play. I was even talking with Sergio. Like, you can't just look at the roster or the schedule and just imply that every single team on that roster, even no matter how good they were or not, is gonna be healthy and be that same team again. It's not gonna happen that way. There's gonna be teams on that roster or on that schedule that were good and were fucking high and at stuff, but they're going to end up with injuries and plagues. And I can't tell you the exact team, but I know it's going to happen to some of those teams. There's not a fucking doubt in my mind. The hardcore money will bet that it is going to happen. And that's all I'm saying. If I knew the teams, I'd be, like I told him, I'd be a millionaire. I don't know the teams. I just know it's going to happen because the analytics, the math, the numbers, betting numbers all say it will happen. So, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not delusional to the way that our team is. So to sit and say 10-7 is not unrealistic in any fucking means, no matter what the roster is, dude. And that's all I'm saying is like, if we sit here and say that we had the season we had last year and we're implying our roster is not better this year, I mean, I don't know what to tell people then. Like, I really don't. I don't know what to tell them because the roster is 10 times better this year than it ever was last year. We were hoping on things, and we were hoping on people to come together and fucking the continuity, and that's what I think Ziegler and them were like. Hey, if we come in here and this team can go and win, and we don't got to spend $1, then fuck it, we'll roll with it. But when you're past the Chiefs game and see how that game came down with loss of people and the way it was, and they're like, damn, we only lost by 1 point and we went for it on 2. Like, we're really not too far off on this team, but we still need to make massive changes because from that game forward, guess what happened? All of a sudden, our team seemed like it was just playing way fucking different. Like, the team wasn't back there like that Chiefs game, man. The way we played in that Chiefs game, we should have went on and kicked the fuck out of multiple teams afterwards, dude. Like, we had them Chiefs 17-0, dude, into the second fucking quarter, bro. Like, we were fucking kicking the fuck out of these dudes until they started crying like little bitches. The refs fucking got scared. Fucking dude, Devontae catches a charge from a fucking camera, dude. Like, the biggest bullshit happened in that game. And I've always said, if you're a scared ref, you shouldn't coach games because they shouldn't have won that shit.
With Andy Reid ripping on a ref for the roughing the passer call, and you hear the refs crying on the field while making calls, knowing that the Chiefs are going to murder them if we won that game, and the stadium allowing their fans to throw bottles and cans and calling our players racial slurs when halftime began. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I know Raider fans are wild, but I
dude,
know
they would have stopped the game
would stop us doing that.
So if the Raiders even attempted some shit like that, for one, they would have stopped the fucking game. then they would have penalized our team 15 yards every fucking time until they fucking stopped throwing shit out on the field. That's exactly what they would have done, dude. But they didn't do that against the Chiefs. The fucking refs are bitches, dude. Look, they call a penalty on Kuntz when the motherfucking guard reached up and grabbed him by the back. You can't UFC hold a motherfucker. And in the defending play, when you're supposed to set back to block the kickers or the person, he fucking went forward. Like, you can't do shit like that. And then they give him the penalty and say it was Kuntz. That motherfucker, like, you can't just cheat and give people games. Like, you can't do that. And then us to sit here and say, like, oh, we played. No, I ain't fucking dumb. I'm not dumb. Our team played pretty fucking good. We played very fucking competitive in that game. I even said it. That's when they knew Neil Farrell was going to be our fucking nose tackle, because he played in that game, and he was the one that played through that. He was graded at 83, 82.5, 83.5, one of the grades. He had a very high grade. And then guess who got shipped off to the motherfucking Dallas the very next fucking week? It was Jonathan motherfucking Hankins. So they know where their players are. They know where their team is. They know where their success. It's just building it to get to that point. I'm saying it from year one to year two, just draft wise. I feel like they're already there. Like, they're already there, dude, with their players, with the people. And this is the thing about Gruden and Mayock versus Josh and Ziegler. I literally said, dude, there's like 8 dudes. There's like 8 guys here that these guys have drafted that are already competing at high levels in our team in camp right this second. I think 5 of the 8 or 9 that was picked are fucking competing good at a good level. I mean, UDFA's in last year, Paulo, Webb, fucking Masterson, all competing. You know, like, that's all I'm saying is like, these guys have already hit, and not only hit, they're hitting on dudes that are competing at good levels. I think the only 2 dudes that are going to be questioned is Matthew Butler, just because he hasn't had the time last year, and Neil Farrell, just because he hasn't either. So I think if they get acclimated and get in there and get to play, then we'll get to see who and why we got them where we got them. But I think that's really the only 2 dudes that people can really question at this moment, because I've said it, the rest of these dudes are popping up, man. They're popping up. They're the dudes that are getting their names called in this camp, everything, you know. So that's all. And I think, like I said, when we get to the pads, we'll start figuring out our halfbacks, things like that, because that's where you got to hit a motherfucker and go at it, dude. Like, that's why I think you don't really hear much on the halfback, because what are they going to be like? Oh, he ran through that hole because no one was there. Like, how are you going to talk on your halfback? You can't really say much about how your halfback's doing if he's not hitting a fucking dude or dropping him off on a fucking entrance to a gap dude and sucking back off of him. Like, you can't do that shit. And these guys ain't playing at full speed or full contact because they're not in pads. So that's why I just say, like, until they do that, I mean, you never know. Zeus might pop up and knock the fuck out of somebody and just keep doing it. And Britton Brown might do it. Sincere might. You just don't know until that comes on. So that's all I would say is like, I think we have a team, man. Like, I truly believe we have a team. Exactly that, Jimmy's safety value. I mean, I think Renfro, like I said, Renfro feels lost here. Like, he feels like Renfro had said it out of his own mouth. Like, he doesn't feel comfortable in Josh's system. He feels like he doesn't want to, like, he's not having fun. He feels like he doesn't belong. He even questions about if he should even keep playing and all these things about him, you know. And then, like he said, when he went back east and came back, dude, he got to this mindset where he's like, hey, I can't control the things that I can't. That's why I said, like, the car love is fucking real, bro. Like, Renfro got his heart broke by a car and damn near quit the NFL, you know. And that's all I'm saying. Like, just certain people are affected differently, I guess, in these games these days. But I have faith in Renfro, man. I think he can get it done. But I've always said I've never looked at Renfro as an elite player. I've always said Renfro's an elite route runner, bro. Like, he's really good in and out of routes. But outside of that, I mean, he can't get separation. I mean, look at how Josh and them are even talking on. And even Renfro spoke on it himself about just not feeling comfortable in the deal, getting off a guy on the line, tapping to stretch him in the drag. Like, he says it's just not who he is, you know. So like I say, I hope Renfro pops up. I think he will. I mean, Renfro's a great player. He's got David Amendola over there helping him out now, so I think he most definitely will show up this year. I just think, and he, like you said, he feels disappointed that he failed his, teammates, this, that, the other. I just think he has a broken car heart, dude. Like, I really believe that. Fucking guy, he's a fucking car crush, dude. I used to get into bar fights before the game and beat people up. And yeah, I mean, those days were different days. I agree, 100%. Like, we're in pussy fight days anymore. Disagree. Morik looks fresh.
I mean, at this point, Jimmy G is the closest we're ever going to get to an old school Raider, in my opinion.
Who is it?
Jimmy G.
I mean, yeah, the porn star fucking mentality, that's for damn sure. I think McDaniels with the Malcolm because he can't play the run, but I personally like to do. Yeah, facts, I do too. Said he can't coach, tangibles, facts. Yeah, that is very true. Said I've been done with Morik ever since Breakout doesn't play in the Hobbs, and covering against the Rams set up the comeback win is better play well because he sucks in my book. He sucks in my book. They were all past their prime. He didn't ship off Madden for Marcus. That was personal. That's facts. And then Madden retired from the Raiders because of health problems with his heart. Very true. Very true. People are bitching about our team. Sox didn't know jack about football. However, this team's success will depend on the injuries, so we got to stay healthy because we don't have solid depth yet. That's facts. That's 100%. That's why I felt like Ziegler and them. So, like, on that statement right there, I said it. Like, last year, I felt like Ziegler and them noticed that they were lacking depth massively, especially when it came to the people coming off the UDFAs and pulling people from free agent every single fucking week. I think this time around he was like, yeah, fuck that. We're getting depth. And he most definitely got depth all the way down the board now, so there's no debating that point. Says let the run routes as a normal dude, but McDaniel's gonna let him this year. McDaniel's gonna let him run his routes the way he normally does, but I think McDaniel's, yeah, I agree. I mean, like I said, I agree with that comment because 2 years ago was all pro. Renfro's gonna rock, and look, I like I was telling Sergio or somebody else today, I don't disagree with that, and that's my point. That was my exact point. Under Gruden, when they had Limboden, Limboden was picked to be the Joker, and he was gonna be the wide receiver, halfback. He was gonna do the fucking jet sweeps. Like, that was what Limboden was brought here. Probably even maybe a former Wildcat of some fucking deal. But the second that Limboden wasn't fit in the scheme and wasn't gonna work, they shipped him off, and we shipped him to Miami. Like, that's where we shipped him, was to Miami. And then I felt like Gruden was at a point where he still needed that option, but he didn't have it. And then Renfro brought it to the table. So John was going to run with it because he was searching for it to begin with. It just ended up coming through a receiver when he was thinking it was going to come from the halfback, quarterback, receiver type player. But that's all I'm saying is like, he noticed it in Renfro, so he acknowledged it and ran with it. But Josh isn't going to do that. See, Josh, at the end of the day, Josh doesn't give a fuck if Renfro can run back, forth, back, and get back out. Josh needs the guy to run the route. He needs it ran. Like, that's what Josh needs, is you to run the fucking route that he drew up the way he wants it. And he don't care about the special shit or the turning back and forth, because at the end of the day, Josh is going to say, man, we got 6 Super Bowls, fucking, 10 appearances, and we didn't have dudes like that. And we had Amendola, we had Welker, we had dudes that got in and out of routes the way we wanted them to get in and out. So that's all I'm saying is like, when you're looking at the success rate of what they've done with the lesser players, I mean, he's going to keep reverting back to it, man. Like, that's one thing Josh and Ziegler are both going to sit at the table at every single night And every deal when they sat there with Jacobs and put the $12 million out there, after that $12 million and Josh and Ziegler go back at home at night and they sit down and talk about it, you know the defining factor of their conversation is Josh and Ziegler, we've already done this with the lesser halfback. Like, that's going to be the conversation because it's facts and it's true. So that's all I'm saying is they're always going to have those conversations because it's not like Ziegler's been there and Josh hasn't. They've both been there. They've both been on the same platform. They've both been at the same fucking deals. So when they look at a player, they both see it the same fucking way because they've both had the success for so long in the Patriot way that that's what they're gonna result back to it every single time. And it doesn't matter if they're Raiders with the Patriot or not. That experience is something you can't buy, you can't take away, and you can't replace. At the end of the day, Ziegler knows his line, Josh knows his line, and you got to think about this. If Josh isn't advocating for them to just go sign Josh, then Josh isn't worried if he's here or not. And just like he said, if he shows up and plays, then we want him here. But if not, then they're going to go forward. And look at what Andre said, and he may have slipped up in that conversation during his presser, but Andre said in his presser, he said that we feel that anybody back there can run behind this line. That was his exact words. And then he says, but we still stand behind Josh and we wish him the best.
That's the one thing. This is the one thing that no one is thinking about, and what I hate, and I feel bad for offensive linemen because they don't get credit that they deserve. No one's talking about how good the O-line was for the run game. So everyone is saying that, and I'm not going to say everyone, but a lot of people then, if for this Josh Jacobs situation, are you saying then the O-line in the run game sucks? Is that how bad we need Josh Jacobs? Like, Josh Jacobs is like so good that he made the O-line look good.
Yeah, and I've even iterated numerous times that the line picks up 3 yards before Josh even has to go anywhere. So I mean, it's not with Josh to run average 4.9 yards per carry. It's not fucking uncommon that Josh can't get 2.5 to 3 yards per run. Like, our offensive line was mauling the fuck out of dudes, bro. Like, before Josh got downfield, we were already upfield like fucking 2-3 yards already. So it's not like, oh, Josh had to fight from the line and go for 5 yards every play. No, hell fucking no, he didn't. The line was already mauling the fuck out of dudes, and Josh just had to go pick up 2-3 fucking yards at best. And did he pick up more? Yeah, he picked up more in some. But again, my point is you can't neglect the line that's fucking getting you. I've said it. Send Josh to a team that's a run-heavy team with a shitty line. Let's see what his stats are. Like, I'll bet anything he don't even come close. I bet he probably barely breaks 1,000 yards, if breaks it. Like, if at best. Like, that's the whole thing is like, people are just looking past that. Josh has been in the fucking one of the most dominant offensive lines in all football since he's been here. And I think in one bad year, we had one bad down year. That was in Cable, and he even had lost production and injury in that year. So, like I said, I mean, Josh isn't just running behind some dink-ass fucking line. And we didn't just go from the 29th ranked team, offensive line to the 10th because they sucked and Josh was so good. If Josh was so good, he would have went up to fucking to 10th or 5th or 1st, not the line. Line wouldn't have jack shit to do with it. It would have just been all him. But they were like, nope, we know this line's got shit to do with it because they're the motherfuckers clearing the fucking way. So they know damn well he got shit to do with it. So that's all I say is like, too many people just act like other motherfuckers don't matter, and that these guys, like, that's why I keep saying if you give Josh Jacobs and fucking Devontae Adams credit for the shit that they had last year, there's no way you can't credit fucking Josh McDaniels. Like, you got to be about the most crackhead fucking mental case motherfucker if you truly believe that you can give fucking Josh Jacobs Adams the credit that they got last year without giving Josh McDaniels his credit. Like,
And I
and he's the
honestly
most
love it
delusional
that
fucking fan ever in the world.
Andre James said that anyone can run behind them,
He
especially with
said
just
straight
all of
up.
this news going on. Like, if we're
He said
saying
that
that the
straight
O
in his
line
presser.
should
We
be
feel
better,
that anybody can run behind us.
Dustin, if me and you are saying the O line should be better than last year, shouldn't that also mean that we should not worry that much if we just have like Amir, Sincere, Zamir, and Britton, like all four of them just run through the line? Because if the line's so good, then if we just run all four of them and not force feed one of them the ball, then we should be good then.
That's facts. And that's why I've said, like, too many people are getting credit out in different deals, like to Josh included. And, you know, I've heard it. I've even heard someone bring up the Seahawks game in reference. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, I don't know if you want to go shooting. Like, you don't want to shoot yourself in the face, okay? Because Josh only averaged 140 yards up until Derek Carr made that audible. And don't forget, that was the last play in the game. It was the last play in the game that fucking Josh Jacobs went for 86 yards, his biggest run in his career, bro. And he got 200 yards, which was the first time ever in his fucking career. And they act like Derek didn't call that audible, and Josh was the one that looked over at Derek and was like, hey, bro, yep, linebacker over here, he's locked. Yep, we need to call halfback dive. No, that was Derek Carr that noticed that. Derek Carr was the one that seen that shit. He was the one that changed the audible. And then, like I said, not only when he changed the audible, he made the right audible because everybody on the play picked up their players. Offensive line picked up their players. Fucking Yak Johnson picked up his players. Like, everybody picked up their positions. So it can't just be credited to one fucking guy like he was one that he just called all that. And that's all I'm saying. You're neglecting dudes that develop those plays, design that shit, and then you're bashing them because you say, like, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, that's the dumb. Like I said, I feel like a lot of Raider fans are so twisted in the mind. They don't know shit about football. They don't know valuation. They don't know how to evaluate player talent or the way that fucking people are seen or how they see people on the field. They don't sit there and want to say that, hey, Josh's success rode off the back of Derek Carr's fucking being able to see that and evaluate that. You know, it's just little things of these factors that add up to being the bigger things in the whole game of football. But we just look past it like it's irrelevant. And Top Beats, man, I appreciate you stopping by, bro. I really appreciate you, man. Like I say, feel free to stop by anytime, man. And then, but that's all I'm saying is like we're devaluing what other people are seeing, and then we're giving that value to an individual person, and then we want to give him the value of the other person valuing that like it was him doing it. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't even validate those type of comments, dude, because that's not what happened. So you'd be paying a player for something he didn't even do. Like that's the thing. You're paying a player that for something he did not fucking do. It wasn't him that did it. And that's why I feel like, and I keep saying that Ziegler is so set in stone on what he's doing. What did I say the max money I would give for Josh before we ever got out the season? I said I want to go over $12 million. That's exactly what I said. 12.5, man.
That's exactly the contract.
That's exactly. And I said this before we ever got outside to this point whatsoever. I said Josh can't over exceed Henry, so there's no way I'd over exceed $12 million a year. That's exactly what I said, man. And that's exactly what Ziegler and them are doing. It's not like, oh, I'm a fucking genius, know how to run a team. I just know that he ain't better than Henry, and the value says otherwise. That he ain't. Why should he get 12 or over 12 million? Like that's the thing is like when Saquon Barkley gets talked in conversation, he's gonna get talked in as a scat back in Alvin Kamara, CMC's conversation. Josh Jacobs ain't getting talked in that conversation. He's not a receiver / halfback. And again, those guys are more receiver than halfback. You know what I mean? Like That's all I'm saying. It'd be fucking Debo Samuels would probably gain more value at halfback than fucking Josh Jacobs would, and that's facts. So that's all I'm saying. When you're looking at the contract or the player, Josh Jacobs is fucking Derrick Henry, bro. Like, that's who he is. He's a masher, dude. He's a mauler. He wants to get down there and just crack motherfuckers. He wants to fight every single yard. Like, he is straight up fucking Derrick Henry, dude. But the difference is he don't have Derrick Henry production. You know, I posted a post today on the deal that Devontae is the leading touchdown recipient in the NFL right now. At what is it, 87? You know who's fucking third on that list? You know who's third on that motherfucking list? And then you want to know who ain't even on that motherfucking list? Like, Mike Evans is second with 85 or like 82 or 85, somewhere in there. So Devontae got 87. I think Adams was 82. Fucking Derrick Henry got 80, bro. Derrick Henry got 80 motherfucking rushing touchdowns. Josh got 40, bro. He got like 46, 48. Like, this guy only got 11 more games than him. He only got 11 more games played than Josh, and this dude got 80 motherfucking touchdowns, bro. Like, he got wide receiver numbers at halfback, and we're over here asking why Josh can't get paid his money. Like, you don't need to ask that question if you're a smart, educated person, because you already know the fucking answer to that question. Like, it ain't a goddamn fucking rocket scientist to figure that shit out. And that's all I'm saying is any person that's debating that argument just don't know shit about football. Like, you can't put players over. You can't value players past them. Like, there is a fucking template and a fucking deal people go by. It's not just because some fucking fan said it or some dude said it. Like, that's not how this shit works, bro. So that's all I say is, like, I hate the conversations about it because it's just individual fan fucking talking about it. It's just dumb. Like I said, if Ziegler don't give him more than 12 million, that's his choice, his team. So that fucking in. If he thinks Josh ain't worth more than 12, well, guess what? He probably ain't worth more than $12 million. And Ziegler probably knows that if he goes to another team, he's sitting there saying, man, if you're only breaking 1,000 yards in 17 fucking games, man, there's probably something wrong because what did we do the math? It's like 61 yards or 60-something yards per game will get you over 1,000 yards in 17 games. So it's not like you're just, oh my God, man, he's fucking so phenomenal. He averaged 60 fucking yards in a game. What is fucking Josh average per game? Fucking 79. What's Henry average his whole career? Fucking over 100. Derrick Henry averages over 100 yards per game for his career. We're over here talking about Jacobs on his, dude. Derrick Henry got 6 200-yard games, bro, tied for the NFL record. And we're talking about Josh on his level. Like, not even fucking close, dude. Not even close, bro. Like, and then that's why I think that's why the deal is so fucking distraught and so twisted and mixed up, because you're getting dudes that are over here saying, like, I'm a Josh Jacobs dick rider, and I think he should have all this money. And then you got real motherfuckers that are like, yeah, I don't care if you ride his dick or not, bro. Like, he's only worth 12 because his production doesn't exceed these players. So how the fuck are you determining that kind of money? Like, how are you? Well, you're doing it because you're biased. That's why you're fucking doing it. I'm a fucking GM. I'm the one that evaluates these players. I'm the one that puts these pay scales out, and his production has yet to exceed this production in any way you want to shape and form it. And then, like I keep saying about Henry shit, people say, well, he's injured. Well, his injuries have got more yards than Josh. And guess what? You know, he even has 11. He has 11 more games played. But this is the other thing people forget. Henry was redshirted in the first year because he was under DeMeco Murray. So that he didn't even play out the first year like that. So, like I said,
let's not forget. I know this blew Dustin's mind, but when Derrick Henry had that season-ending injury, what was it? 8 games.
Yeah,
8 games. He already had what? Nearly 1,000 yards.
Yeah, 1,000 yards and 10+ touchdowns. Like that's the kind of shit when we're sitting here talking about, oh, Josh got fucking 1,600 yards on 17 games played. Well, guess what? Dalvin Cook had it on 13. Dalvin Cook had 1,500 yards in 13 games played. So, like, how are you guys rating your guys, or how are you guys rating it? You're just rating a fucking number. Like, that's what you're doing. You're not sitting there putting the production behind it. You're not saying, hey, man, these dudes were playing 16 fucking games. He's playing 17. This dude tackled it in 13 fucking games. This dude didn't even break it till 17 games. Like, that's the thing is you're not even evaluating the players fairly. You're not even giving Jacobs a fair chance because you're diluting his numbers. Like, you're fantasizing his numbers. His numbers are good numbers. They're not great fucking numbers, dude. His 3 years before this 1,600 yards is average. It's average. He barely breaks 1,100 yards, dude. And I've said it, dude. Even in 16 game, what does it move to 70? You see, it's not a big difference. It's not a big difference. He didn't have to go out a 100-yard game every single game. He couldn't even do that. And again, he's had like 11 fucking 100-plus yard games. So, like, that's the thing is you guys don't even know your own damn player. You're trying to evaluate him so fucking high when everything else tells you it's not. And that's all I'm saying is thank God fucking Ziegler is the GM and it ain't some of these motherfuckers in the chat, you know, like, or fans or things of those factors, because there's reasons for it. And they don't take in their feelings. And like I say to people all the time, I'm not here for people's feelings. I'm here just to say factual stats. At the end of the day, it ain't your feelings, and give a fuck about your feelings. I'm not here, oh man, his feelings got hurt. Good, go cry about it. Go to the chat and talk about it. I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, that's just facts. That's how it's going to go down. That's exactly the way it's going to be. And you can live in your feelings about, oh, fucking Jacobs. Oh, I wish I could suck his dick. You don't know him. You never met him. You're never going to fucking eat with him. You're never going to go out with him. You're never going to do shit with him. And you're going to fucking act like this guy your fucking brother. Like, that's the kind of shit I think is just so fucking mind blown how dudes do this shit with Derek Carr, Jacobs, Waller. You buy his fucking jersey. Like, you're literally his bitch, bro. Like, you're literally wearing his fucking name on your back, and then you're over here putting him above every other motherfucking dude. Like, it's like a tramp stamp on our back, literally, for the player. And look, I've always said I'm not against being for the player, but I'm for the shield, dude. Like, I'm not for the player. I'm for the motherfucking shield, dude. Like, and that's the thing. I don't give a fucking what his name is. I don't give a fuck who he is. He'll never exceed the fucking shield. And Al Davis made that clear fucking time and time and time and time and time and time again. So that's the one fucking thing that I'll value from day in to day out is that right there is you're never going to be above the shield. Anybody above the shield shouldn't even be a Raider fan, man. It should just go be some other fucking fan and just tell us how you like the players on our team. Like, that's what you'd be better off at, you know? So bring facts and not fake narratives. It's facts, bro. Like, I ain't need those fake narratives. Fake narratives are only going to get you clicks and then people and stuff from you because there'll be another chat talking shit about you. Like, that's exactly what they're going to do. You know, that channel over there, all they do is do it for subs and clicks, dude. Like, well, they ain't going to say that shit here. They're never going to say that about us here. They're never going to bring that shit up here because that's not why we do it. We bring news that you may not even like. We tell you how it is. You don't like it, oh fucking well. Unsub, go somewhere else. Go to them fake ass motherfuckers that are going to feed your ego every day. I don't really care. Here, we're going to bring the real shit. That's it. Done. Outside of that, man, probably be time to get off 11 fucking 30. Been live for 4 hours, 20 minutes, like perfect numbers. So, outside of that, I'll let Sergio say what he's got to say, and then I think we'll end the show here tonight. And it's been a good show, man. Hell of conversations, hell of talk, hell of people.
Hey,
I've always said, yeah, we went through like 20 topics, dude. We were on top of our shit today. We didn't get stuck on no fucking bullshit conversations, you know? And we didn't even get stuck on the Jacob conversation until the end of the show. So, like, I think that was ideal shit. So, perfect for me.
But yeah, yeah, I think I'm going to write an article about the free backs, Sincere, Zamir, and Britton. See, like, I don't know, title it like something like who would win the spot or like who's got the advantage. Maybe
hell yeah, put them all four up.
Too.
Yeah, make it all fucking Clavon because that's what I was telling you today about Britton. That's what I wanted you to do because that's where I feel like I have a strong feeling, man, it's going to happen like that, man. So I think it'd be a good post.
Hey, anyone in the chat, I did see a lot of new people. Anyone that's still here or anyone that knows any new people, anyone that's going to view this later, make sure you follow our Death Star Report on Instagram, on YouTube, and you can join our Discord. We have all the links in the chat. Make sure you follow me. Have it here. Raider Stats. Trying to make it to 1,000 before the season starts. I'm literally less than 20 followers away. It's been kind of slow lately for me just because I'm starting college. I'm working at the same time, saving up money. I'm paying my own tuition, stuff like that. Going into trying to get a bachelor's degree in general studies, sports management. I think I want to do something that's kind of like this.
That'd be
Where
fire.
I'm a fan and they try to tell me you don't know anything. I'm like, buddy, I got a degree that says I know everything I need to know.
Facts. Then they're gonna tell you that don't mean shit.
And then watch
you
me.
know these motherfucking haters. I slap them right upside their face with that fucking degree.
4 years of learning it, that don't mean anything. Wow. Okay.
Hey, and if anybody deserves the follows at stats, bro, he does all the work. He earns it, man. He's not a guy that just sits back and collects fucking likes and fucking clicks. This guy does his homework. He does everything that he validates.
I'm not a news source. I'm not a narrator. I'm not a narrative maker. I'm just someone that's like, hey, I'm hearing news about this. Here's some stats. Hey, this is happening. Here's some stats you want. I'm just a stat guy. I'm like a guidebook for you. That's all I want to be. It seems to be working out for me. Didn't make any merchandise or anything. Only other channel I've been on is on here. I guess whatever I'm doing is working really well.
Hell yeah, because he's been really good.
I got certified by coaching staff Antonio Pierce, our linebacker coach, certified by Sam Webb, McLennan Curtis. Got them to follow me, so everything's been just doing really well for me. So if you want to support me too, feel free. If you don't blame you.
Yeah, and he does very good work, man. Like I said, he started out around 60 people just a year ago. He's over damn near 1,000, gonna hit 1,000 right now. He has had some of the best Raider players and coaches and so on to like his shit and validate his comments and so on. He's even got under the skin of fucking Meek Robinson and numerous people. Like I said, Stat does his work, man. He does his deal, and obviously I keep saying if his stats didn't mean shit or say shit, they wouldn't fucking validate it because they don't validate other people. So I think at the end of the day, when a coach or a player looks at his product or things that he puts up there, they like it and follow because he puts out the real shit. And it's not just some fake narratives or fucking fake deals. He puts out the stats, he puts it the way it is. And like I said, he has the validation from the players themselves. So you don't need your validation. He has it from the dudes that do it for a living. So outside of it, like I said, he deserves everybody's follow if you can give it, man. Appreciate everybody. Like I said, go follow AJ, man, 24 Graphic. He's going to be doing a show for the first time August 13th on Saturday at 6 p.m. Pacific. So if you haven't followed him, make sure you go on his show, which is right here on his channel right here. Give him a follow, man. And then, like I said, we'll be doing our first show over there on the 13th with we're going to be bringing Chris from Protect the Shield podcast and everything. Really good dude. So like I say, man, just tune in. Show support to the people in the community as you can, dude. We're going to do like we do. We support every single person out here that's worth supporting. That's for damn sure. Outside of that, man, like I say, you guys show up week in, week out, man. You're solid, dude. I mean, there's so many people in this chat that are the same way. You guys have just been solid from day one, man. And like I said, if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't even be doing what we're doing. And we keep growing steadily but surely, dude. I mean, we're at 230 plus in subs, dude. That's just been within a year with doing it the hard way, just going out and grinding. Our Instagram in a year, we're over 20. We just hit over 2,500 people actually just over this weekend. I mean, our Discord in a year is over 215, 220. I mean, all our shit in a year is growing really good, man. So I'm not gonna sit here and say like all of us ain't doing good. We all do our work. We all put in a lot of time here. We put in a lot of time behind the scenes in our Discords, in our Instagrams, in our YouTube, everything. We do a lot of work, man, and we're trying to change our shit around to give you guys more news, more solidified conversations, not just getting deadlocked in certain conversations, which has been a problem here recently in the past. But you can ask Stats and anybody else out here. I'm on the phones with them all the time. I'm trying to figure out the best ways to make our shit work the best, what teams we can put together, what type of topics. Like, I try everything and anything, man. I've said it, like, we're going to change around things this week. We'll go live again tomorrow. We're going to switch around Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. We'll roll with it for a few weeks, see how it goes. If it doesn't seem like it's doing better, we'll switch back to what we do Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. Like, nobody's gonna take anything we do, and again, we do what we do. That's just how it is. So again, we got to find what works best for everybody, where we can bring the best news. I know a lot of people, out there will say, "Oh, Dustin, they'll talk a lot," or this and that. But listen, most of them are haters, anyways. They don't fucking want to know about our team. They just want to criticize on a certain individual. If you bring them up on the panels or bring them on the show, you try to debate them, they won't debate. They just talk the same shit. They get off, go back to the chat, talk bullshit.
Hey,
Like,
critique for Dustin is he talks a lot. I get told I write too much for people to
Yeah.
read. I'm like, hey, I don't write too much. You just don't read a lot.
That's facts. And like I say, I don't back on me. I've always said our show isn't for everybody. If I talk too much about our team, then no fucking well, man. I've said it. Maybe it ain't for you. I don't try to speak uneducated shit. I try to speak facts on it. I'm passionate about it. I give everybody fair chances to jump in there, run their shit the way they need to too. I've just said I don't bring disinformation to you guys about it. I bring a lot of facts to it. I do speak a lot on it. But the thing I think about it is, man, I speak a lot on it, but I got a lot of information on it. And it's funny as fuck that I can speak as much as I do on our team. But let's be real, I can bring dudes on this panel that they'll bring up a topic, talk for fucking 20 seconds, and then they're done. They ain't got nothing else to say. So we're going to be here for 2 hours on a 20-second fucking conversation? No. It's not going to happen like that. You can't evaluate players like that. You can't evaluate your team. You can't talk about your coaches or staff like that. That's not how that shit works. It's not a 10-second conversation. This is years conversations. These are months, hours. Like, look at it like this. I'm on here for 4 hours and 30 minutes right now, right? You guys have been here in the chat at the same fucking time. So some have come, some have gone, and some have been here the whole fucking time. And to sit here for 4 hours and be engaged in the conversation, I'm pretty sure we're not just giving you bullshit. You could have gone to anybody else's or picked up you could have even picked up a goddamn Wi-Fi Willie fucking video that's just sitting there. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. Yes, I'm passionate about my team. Yes, I'm going to talk about my team a lot, but I don't give a fuck. I'll combat anybody in YouTube any day of the week on our fucking team, and I'll challenge anybody on them topics too, because I can most likely spit them right off the top of my motherfucking head, because I've been watching my team since 1980. I've been 100% loyal as fuck to my team. Never bandwagon jumped. Never fucking spit on my team, kicked them when they were down. I've never fucking talked a negative, like, oh, I'm gonna support my team, but fuck them. Like, that's not me, bro. I'm not that way. I'll bring our faults, dude, but I'll also bring constructive criticism with it, dude, to make our team where we can be better, not just be shit. Dudes over here, oh, we're in dark ages, our team ain't nothing, blah, blah. Yeah, you're just a hater to our team, bro, so it doesn't matter. Like, we don't need that opinion here, because at the end of the day, we've known for 20 years we've been that way. But if you have that way, if you just think that way, the Raiders are going to be obsolete. That will probably not even be a franchise, dude. Like, we believe that the second the year is over, we're going to be better the next year, because we believe our team can draft. We believe we can develop. We believe we're going to get somebody. We believe next year can be better. Like, that's every single motherfucking year. So that's why I'm the way I am, and that's why you don't hear me sit here and just spit on my team, and you hear me call people out on that bullshit, because it's like, hey, bro, you can only go so much on spitting on shit before I've yet to hear you say anything good about them. So you're telling me you're a Raider fan, you're wearing my shit, but all you've done is just spit on them, burn it, fucking piss on it. You've yet to say motherfucking anything, and the only good thing you've said on them is 1980 and 2002. Like, that's all you said. So outside of that, I can give two goddamn fucks about it, So long story short, I don't even want to get into that, because I'll just go, and like I said, I just try to be as honest as we can here. We try to make the panel as honest as we can. We got people that are going to come and go out of here and back or not, but everybody knows the main base that we stay with, the main people we mess with. Some are just way more advanced than others, but everybody's here for the same reasons. Try to make our team better, try to be a better winning team, and to try to make sure we can talk about how we can get to that point, not just fucking spitting on our team at all times, And anybody can go live and say, fuck Josh, fuck Ziegler, we're not winning. Derek Carr was the savior, even though he only won 7 games a year. Our goddamn fucking winningest franchise that's been in the most losing poverty since, goddamn fucking the 2000s. Like, we're going to have delusional people. And we're going to have people that go across here and are acting like the 1980s or the 70s or the 2000s. Like, that's not how it is. And it's not healthy for people to think that is. Like, you have to accept where we're at in the time. You have to accept, like, where we need to grow, where we need to lead. People need to get more educated in film study and fucking player evaluation, so then when they are talking about players or film study, they're not talking about, well, how come this guy's, well, that's the fucking way the play's called. Like, that's the craziest shit when a dude will come and tell me, hey, watch this video, man. I want to do some film analyzing for you. And then he's like, yeah, on this play here, look at where this guy is playing here. And I'm sitting here thinking, okay, like, what is it that you're seeing that I'm not seeing? Then he's like, yeah, and this guy's playing 5 yards off of this. Motherfucker, that's a 20-yard first down for one. He's on the 4th fucking down. Of course he's going to play underneath the fucking end of that. Like, what the fuck are we even talking about here? And that's the shit. That's the shit that I'm saying. Motherfucker, you can't evaluate fucking goddamn film if you don't even know the goddamn play they're in first. That's a quarter play, bro. They're going to play off the fucking motherfucker so he doesn't get 20 yards. Like, again, how do you evaluate your players or your team if you can't evaluate the fucking play call in the field? Like, that's all I'm saying is like, too many people are out there wanting to judge our team. They don't even know the goddamn play called on the field. Not offense or fucking defense. And the only way they know it is because some other motherfucker talked about it. But when they come to the field with no motherfucker talking about it, they can't tell you what formation they're in. They can't tell you what play. They can't even tell you what the design may even begin with. They don't even know, man, is he pitching to the outside? Did he audible to call into the inside? Like, they don't know anything of it, but they want to talk about it like they've been doing it and watching it and analyzing it. No, they haven't. No, they haven't, man. And again, we just need to be more honest to it. We need more tell people it's not a bad thing if they want to learn. Just give them the platform to learn on, dude. Go there, get somebody that knows it. Watch people that know it. Like Raider Ben, dude. He got really good play-by-play. How about watch some of his plays and videos and see how he talks about it, and then learn from there. You got to have some point to learn, man. Like, can't just go out there and act like you know about the team and then go live on your platforms and talk about our team in such negative ways but call yourself a Raider fan. Like, you can't fucking do that. And you can't go live in your fucking channel and rave about fucking Josh like he's better than the motherfucking team, bro. Can't do it with fucking Derek Carr. You can't do it with any motherfucker, dude. Like, you cannot go out there and literally say that these players overexceed our franchise, dude. That is the most delusional, craziest shit, dude. And like, I don't even know. I don't even care. I think I'm just over the point where I just think like, boy, man, I will hear guys on their channels that are just like, this team's done. And it's because Carr and this and that. And I'm sitting there. The first thing that pops to my head is well, you got a losing record. Well, he's never won a playoff game. Well, he's never won any big shit. Well, he's only averaged 7 fucking wins a year. Well, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what in the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, how about you just say, man, we're just going to suck again because that was the best quarterback we've had since 2014, because that's really the real stats. Like, that's really the real truth, man. Like, and we can probably say that he was probably the best quarterback since 2002, easily, since Rich Gannon. But the fact is, he didn't get here till 2014. So he was only as good as 2014 till now. And that's facts. Nothing before 14 didn't matter. He didn't even play in the NFL. So it has zero relevance from 2002 to there. Has zero relevance. He only played from 14 to here. He had 2 winning seasons and fucking maybe three winning seasons. And rest sucked. And that's facts. So I don't care how anybody wants to look at it, cry about it, be in your feelings. It doesn't fucking matter. He ain't bigger in the Shield. He ain't better in the Oregon Raiders organization, no matter fucking what. No matter if it's his contract, no matter if it's his feelings, no matter what they said about, made his wife cry because he has to go to the Saints. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, would he take her card away so she couldn't get in the front door no more? Like, that's just part of the game, motherfuckers. And that's the thing I think is crazy, where dudes are like, I can't believe they would. That's part of business. That's why you'll never be an owner and never be a businessman, because you can't make those changes and can't make those sacrifices. Look, Gruden couldn't do it either, and that's why he fucking ain't out there coaching or not. It's taken him multiple years. It took him to go get an NFL analyst fucking dude to come over here to be the GM. And I thought about this so many times. Out of all the years that John was out there running around with the NFL Network, how come he couldn't never find a good GM? Like, you're telling me he never came across anybody in all those years that he could have had a better GM behind him? You're telling me in all those years he couldn't come up with a better OC coordinator than fucking Greg goddamn Olson? In all those fucking years traveling across the country, you couldn't come up with a better D coordinator than goddamn Paul Gunther that played under fucking, what's his name for the Vikings that was there? Fucking oh man, Zamir? I said Zamir, man. Fuck that one up. Fucking that fucking white dude. Fucking oh man, he was the Vikings coach, dude, before this fucking guy. Fucking Zimmer. Yeah, Zimmer. So that's all I say is like we're talking about dudes that are backups to dudes that were great. So I mean, like I said, I don't know the answers to all those. I just don't. The thing I know when Josh and Ziegler came here, man, their coaches are damn near rock stars, bro. Like all the way down the board.
Heck, I mean, I've been writing. Anyone that doesn't know, I've been writing articles on the coaches that we got. I finished the defense. All I gotta do is Patrick Graham on like his origin story. But like, I even said some of them on our shows. If you look back at some of our lives, but I straight up was like, hey, these are who these guys are. These guys we picked up. These new young coaches. These guys are actually winners, and they actually know what they're doing.
Yeah, and I feel like he's put in a way better group around him than Gruden did, period.
Like, Gruden, I'm going to be honest, Gruden, he had a bunch of yes men. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, everyone was actually a yes man, because you look at it, when Gruden was gone, you realize how dysfunctional the staff was.
It's facts. And then everybody wants to take credit on Gruden's fucking report, and people were like, how come Versace and how come fucking Olsen didn't get hired as coaches or this and that? And I've said it because they've seen this story in 2001 before with Bill Callahan. They weren't going to go down this road again, dude. Like, they already know John Gruden's success and the way he calls plays and builds systems. Like, he fucking did that shit. So like that's the thing is like they already fucking knew, and that's all I'm saying. Like, at the end of the day, everybody knows in the NFL who got credited for the Raiders. It was Gruden. Like, they can say Gruden had his hands in everything or this, that, the other. At the end of the day, it was his success, dude. There's no arguing it. There's not one. Gruden, Mayock was even been pissed off in deals that he's even said afterwards, like, yeah, I didn't get control. Like, well, you knew you weren't getting control, motherfucker, and you were fine with it. So you want to talk about it now that you're done, but you didn't say shit when you were there. You were sporting that tie like you were the godfather himself. So, like I said, man, you know, you ride around as a bitch, man, you're going to get played like a bitch, too, at the end of the day. Like, you got to be a fucking man and stand up. That's why I said Ziegler's a fucking man. Like, Ziegler's a motherfucking man. Like, he even said it on national TV while he was in his presser the very first day he was here, that the final decision will come through my motherfucking table, not fucking Josh's. And we will agree and disagree on shit, but the final decision is my decision to make, because he's the fucking man.
He's the one that said, I'm the one that pushes the button.
Damn right, he's the alpha. No doubt about it. But outside of that, man, we got a lot to do tomorrow, too. So, man, might as well hop off here, dude. Otherwise, we'll keep talking till fucking 1 in the morning. I guarantee I'll be here till tomorrow, literally. Fucking. But outside of that, I got to get up at 4 a.m. So we're going to cut this show right here. Appreciate every single one of you guys showing up week in, week out, man. We'll be live again tomorrow at same time, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Then, like I said, we're going to transition to Thursday, Saturday. We'll roll with that for about a week or two through preseason and so on, see how that goes. If it goes good, we'll stick with that time. If not, we'll just revert back to our Monday, Wednesday, Friday deal and go from there. So, like I said, we're just going to change around, see what we can get going around, see if shit picks up better or not. Like I said, we want to try to breach 500 subs by the end of this year just so we can monetize our channel. We'll have our 4,000 watch hours, everything like that. So, I mean, like I said, our channel is doing very good, man. We can't, you know, we're not disappointed. We're not fucking nothing. I just think like changing up days is just going to bring up different people on certain days because some people haven't been seeing us or even know. Because, like I said, we don't go and try to have other people promote our channel, which I will give a lot of credit to people recently that they have been promoting it. Like I gave you guys, I appreciate it a lot. But again, like I said, I don't go to people's shows. I don't go to people's deals just for those reasons. Like we want to do our deal the hard way for a reason because people will be committed to what we're doing and what we're talking about. And like I've always said, man, getting people from other people's channels, like you got troll bait, dude, you got people that are there to just hear certain narratives to make them feel good. And I've always said like DSR is like hard reality, man. Like you're gonna have good times and bad times over here, bro, because that's real life shit. And I've always said you'll agree with some of the topics, you're gonna disagree with the other topics. That's just facts. But there's no hate here. There's no fucking hatred. It's like, hey, we disagree. We still are friends. We're all still here because at the end of the day, we all want our team to win, man. And we're not here just to cut throats. You know, like, oh, you don't agree, ban. Oh, you don't like this, ban. Oh, you don't think that you are part of our group, ban. You know, like we don't do that shit here, man. Bring your opinions, bring your fucking debates here. Let's have them and let's talk about it. And at the end of the day, you never know. It might educate us more, might let us see things we've never seen before. I've always said I can't get any smarter, dude, unless other people come here and start throwing ideas. Some are going to be dumb, but some will be very smart, and some will seem dumb but end up being smart too. So I've always said I don't have a closed mind, and I never will. I didn't get where I'm at in life because I think I know everything. I got where I'm at in life is because I'm trying to learn the best of everything I can every minute of the day at all times, dude, from anybody. Even from Sergio being younger than me or even a kid younger than him or somebody older than me, you can never quit learning. And I've always said if you get to the point that you want to do Raiders content and think you know everything, you don't, bro, because it changes every minute of the day. So one minute we can have the best, the next one can be the worst. One minute we can have the greatest player, and the next minute he may not even be here no more. And sometimes we have bad players and end up being good. You don't know how the fuck this shit's gonna go down until they get playing. So that's why we're so dedicated to it all year long, even when they're not playing, man. So long story short, like I said, we're just messing around, trying to figure out what's best for us, what can make us grow the most, more loyal to our own people and our own fan base. We're not here to take other people's people. We're not here to cause confliction between any fucking groups whatsoever, dude. I've always said like that's why we roll with what we do because we don't want drama. We don't want confliction. I'm not here to worry about some other fucking dude's YouTube or who they're fucking with or not. I'm here to fucking worry about what we're fucking with right here. Like that's what I'm about, and that's facts. And I don't care what people's opinions are because I don't give a fuck. And at the end of the day, if we're all here and we're having a good time, that's what fucking matters, man. Good time, good conversations, debate, debacle, fucking argumenting, fucking just life. Life. That's life, bro. And then we could all come back tomorrow and do it again, and I have no problems. Like that's what I like. That's what I enjoy. And I support it 100%. I don't want to keep talking because everybody knows how I go. But outside of it, man, like I said, I appreciate every single person. Yes, we are on the road to 500 subs, man. Like I'm gonna do everything I fucking can to get us there, and I will get there. Mark it, dude. You'll hear it today on this day, right here, right now. We will hit that mark, dude, and I promise you. And we will do it without buying fucking subs. We will do it without going places and asking people. We are gonna do it the hard way, one by one, motherfucker. So, and sooner or later, we'll hit a group where we matter to a certain group of people, and we'll get to those points, man. And it's not gonna take us about 3 and 5 fucking years. Like it's not gonna happen. We're gonna grind this bitch down as hard as fucking physically possible, and we're gonna fucking get our deal. And that's just how it is. And I've always said hard work pays off, dude. And we will be here for 3, 5, 10 years. It's just not gonna take us that long to get to those points. And then as our groups get bigger, we'll do our giveaways. We'll do things. I mean, I'm going to give you guys a jersey this year, regardless. I don't care if we're at 500 or not. You guys have been loyal as fuck, so there's no reason that you guys should that you guys should fucking pay the consequence for other people. So like I've already debated on it, I'll probably get an Adams jersey or somebody. We'll get people in here that are part of our Discord or Instagram. You know, you guys are going to have to sign up on one of the two, because there's no way that we can give out something if we don't have a way to track it inside of a, like, for instance, like, Critique does for those fucking badge giveaways, dude. You're gonna have to have a will. You're gonna have to be able to put people's names. You're gonna have to follow in there, and that's just gonna be part of it. And that's just tough shit. But like I said, I mean, $100 jersey to go follow someone's page, I don't think is too fucking hard of a deal. Especially when we're trying to get back people without any. Well, I'm not asking for shit. You know what I mean? And that's all I say. Like, the only thing we ask for, man, is just to come here and talk shit. Like, that's it. But you know what kind of shit I'm talking about, but not no troll ass shit, but like straight football shit, man. So, and like I said, we'll do that here this year. I'll figure it out here in the next week when I want to do it. I'll let you guys know. And like I said, we're gonna get back as much as we can. I tell you guys in my fantasy leagues and our Discord, like, you guys can come there, dude. It's a free fucking game. You guys are gonna play it anyways. Be part of it. Win $25 if you win the league. It's just more of the interaction, combativeness between your people inside the leagues. That's what I push for. That's why I give the shit away, because I like. That's how some people end up actually becoming good friends and having good relationships with people, is actually through fantasy football, because they get in the league, they start playing, they get in 2-3 weeks, they're wanting to do trades. Now they're talking, hey, my team's better than yours, your team sucks, blah blah blah. I know football, you don't know shit, blah blah blah. I mean, you build good friendships with that shit. I've built some of my best friends through that type of shit. So that's why I do it, because I give an incentive for people to go there, because they get free shit. And then the goal for me is just to build a better community between people, because you never know, inside that group you might find your next best friend. You just don't know, man. And that's all I'm saying. And if you don't give it a chance, you're never going to know. You don't build the community, we're never going to know. We'll just have shit. We'll just have shit. And if you're fine with shit, then go fucking somewhere else, because I don't like shit, dude. Like, I like to know that we care about what we have, that we respect it, that we care about people until they fucking disrespect us, because that's how life is. It's like, you're supposed to be treated the way that, until someone treats you how you're not supposed to be. Like, and until then, we're supposed to be good people, and we're supposed to be able to give information. I've come from the worst place out here, I feel, on earth, and like, I have a good fucking heart, because that's just not who I am. But I can be the devil just as fast, you know. I try to be this dude that's nice. I don't want to be that guy, and I've come from there where I will be that guy in 2 fucking blinks of an eye, faster than fuck. But it's just like I said, like, here, there's too much of it around. So why do we want to hear? And how do you build these deals? Like, you know, you'll watch like Nutty and them. They were talking about that deal in Tulare and shit. And I think about that shit. And I think about shit like when I talk with Dirty about doing a golf deal at the end of the year, just to bring people together, whoever can go, because I feel like you can't get social media to be honest until those fucking people on social media start meeting each other, and then they can have the stories to be honest about. Most people on social media are fake as fuck, bro. Like, they don't have no lives. They have no fucking friends, dude. They follow around fucking chat to chat to chat. They feel like that's their life. And I'm not discrediting people that have to stay home, and I'm not saying people that take care of their families or things like that. I'm talking about a motherfucker that has no fucking life, literally makes it his goal to go out there and fucking tarnish our shit, that literally just, that's all he does, wake up to be like, what can I do to fuck this shit up today? And I just don't like that shit. And I think the more people you have out there in the realms are more to be able to speak up and say something, not just stand by and be like, oh, look at this shit, this is funny. It's not fucking funny. They're ruining your shit, bro. Like, literally right in front of you, and you're laughing about it. Like, that's not fucking something to laugh about. Like, I don't laugh about dudes fucking up my shit. You keep my calm, I'll fucking shoot you, dude. Like, probably literally, like, straight up. Like, that's the kind of shit. It's not something to fucking laugh at, dude. Like, you don't do that. And then you're letting them do it in your fucking house. Like, you claim you're a Raider fan. You'd say that you're diehard to your team, but you just let them laugh at you. I don't like that shit, and I don't allow it. And I don't allow it here. I don't allow it in real life or not. Like, I don't accept it. And everybody that knows me knows I don't accept it either. And that's all I'm saying is, why doesn't other people feel the same way, or feel passionate, or stand up some little stupid ass motherfucker? What, you think this dude gonna ruin your life here? Why am I so open as fuck about it? There ain't one dude ruined my life yet. I have said some of the most just straightforward shit out there online, period. Didn't give a fuck about how people feel about it. I've yet to be attacked. I've been yet to be fucking canceled. I've yet to be fucking dismantled or any of these things. So what the fuck are you guys waiting on? Like, that's the shit I'm not understanding. Why don't you stand up to motherfuckers and tell them how the fucking life's supposed to be? But too many people are too pussy about it because they're worried about, well, that guy ain't gonna like. I don't give a fuck you don't like me because he's probably a fucking bitch anyway, so I don't care. Like, that's the thing. How are you valuing a dude that's a bitch to begin with? Oh, you don't like him. Oh, you don't like me. Well, you fucking whatever, man. Like, and that's all I'm saying, dude. Like, we cannot be better as a community until motherfuckers start standing up and leading, bro. Like, you guys, there ain't no fucking leaders out here. It's just like, fucking rip it down and everybody else follow. Or fucking stand up and say something and we'll see if we say it. Like, and we're not asking for, like, you know, fucking 100 Malcolm X's out there to just go out and say, like, just stand up for your community, stand up for your shit. Someone's spitting on it, tell them, like, hey, I don't like that shit, and then tell them why. And if you do it again, I'm gonna fucking punch you in your face. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at first I'm gonna be nice and tell you why, but next I'm not, you know? And that's all I'm saying is this is social media or not. The platform says Raider content, Raider talk, the communities that we have for Discords or any other thing, Instagram, those are all for your community. It's not some dude just making up shit or saying out here like, hey, I'm this. Like, that's a fucking Raider tag for the community. So if we take the time to talk about it or preach on it or be about it, because that shit means shit to us because that's from our fucking community. I understand dudes that live in other look. There's guys that live in other states, bro, that have more loyalty to motherfuckers than live here in the fucking state itself. You know, and that's all I'm saying is that where in the fuck is the line of respect for them? Where's the line of respect for our team? And then how do you be able to carry that forward with the content or that if you don't stand for it
that
yourself?
you can use is I like being on here every night, and right now it's 3 a.m. for me because I live in the East Coast while Dustin lives in the West Coast.
Facts, and that's why we're getting.
And I'm still doing this, this. Anyone that doesn't know, like I said, I think maybe 20 minutes ago, like I'm starting college, like I'm paying my own college tuition. I'm working crazy. I used to be here on every night. Now I'm only on here like either once or twice a week.
And dude, you're loyal to it, man, and that's why I always say I try to push everything for you, man. I try to get you in there and be part because you deserve it, man. That's all I'm saying. Like, we just got to give back to the people that earn it, deserve it, put in the time, put in the community service, dude. Like, that's what it's about, is the community service, dude. Like, to other people, it's something that you have to pay a debt back to the society because you committed a crime. He didn't commit no crime. He ain't committed no fucking charges, no nothing, dude. He's doing the work for free. Like, that's literally what he's doing. He's doing community work for free, non-fucking stop, just so he can make it better. And that's the thing is like, people just look past that shit like, oh, anybody can do it. No, they can't. No, they fucking can't. I'll give $1,000 anybody that can fucking do it like that because not everybody can. People talk about it. Anybody say, oh, I can bring, you can't fucking do it, dude. You know how many hours it takes? You know, the research it takes, you know, the dedication it takes. It's not, oh, I feel like I can do it today and tomorrow I'm not. Not how that shit works, dude. That's not how successful pages or people work. It's a 365-day grind at all times. Wake up, go to the shitter, fucking on your deal, looking through motherfucking deals, taking a shit, get off, go drink coffee, fuck, still looking at your woman over here bitching about, well, you're on that motherfucker more than you're here with me. Well, all right, have a great day. Get in my truck, driving, still on the motherfucker. Get to work, fucking still doing, oh, I'm still on that motherfucker. Like, that's the thing. It ain't just any motherfucker can go do it. It ain't just any motherfucker. Like, no, it's not. And how many motherfuckers try and fail? All kinds. All fucking kinds. Way more fail than succeed in this bitch. That's facts. Otherwise, everybody would have a fucking channel out here, and we'd be watching a bunch of fucking retards run around with Oompa Loompa fucking hats talking about our fucking team. So I'm so glad that they just don't give that shit out like driver's license and Cracker Jack boxes for sure. So, like, no. And again, like I said, I don't care how people feel the words I used or not. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm straight up fucking blunt as fuck about my team. And people, I've said I respect people. I don't care who they are, what they are. If they earn the respect, they earn the respect, man. And that's just that. And I don't care if you're poor, handicapped or not, dude. Like, you're a good person, you're a good person, man. And I use words sometimes that could offend people, and so but again, where I come from, man, I'm not worried about my words or offending you. If I put a word out there that offended you, man, probably take offense to maybe you not being that motherfucker about that first, you know. But either way, I don't care. Like, I don't care, and I don't mean it to be rude. I'm not here to talk about how your feelings are. I'm here to talk about how the Raiders are, your opinions on the team and feelings, like all day. But I'm not here to talk about how you're, man, you feel heartbroken or this and that. Like, I get it. If we're in a conversation, bring it up at an everyday deal. No. Like, again, like I said, everybody knows how I feel, man. I just feel like I wish more people were just more solid on calling motherfuckers out on their bullshit. But, you know, hey, we'll just play this fucking Mickey Mouse fucking game until some of us do it and others don't. I mean, that's just how it'll be. And people will see it sooner or later, and people do see it already. So it's not like they're not seeing it. It's just they're just too pussy to say something because they're worried about their friendship status or how people look at shit or not. Like, I don't give a fuck, dude. So where I come from, bro, like your friends are the dudes that ride and die with you. And I've been criticized so many times in life. I've never taken offense to my own friends. You know, like sometimes it might piss me off, but I've always taken it to better myself. And I just feel like I wish more people were like that because those days are just too much between. I come on these things, go to chats, listen to some dude over there. He's like, oh, you're like, you think I care about your fucking comment about me? No, I don't. Like, I didn't come to the chat to be like, oh man, this guy said that about me. Like, let me get in my feelings now. Fuck, you know that guy. I can give a fuck what you say. You can write it 10,000 times, bro. You can capitalize it. You can put that shit in all caps with the motherfucking with the breaking news beacon next to that motherfucker with laughing emojis with eyes staring. I don't give a fuck. I don't even acknowledge it half the time. And then when I acknowledge it, I say, well, this guy is so sorry. He literally sit in the live for like 4 hours messaging the same thing because he's a no-life motherfucker. So I can care less. Like, that's what I just think. Like, you literally take time out of your day to literally go to a chat to spam over the whole fucking thing, you know, over and over. And nobody cares. And nobody gives a fuck. And then you think like they do. Nobody gives a fucking rat's ass, dude. Like I said, only people that have no lives care about what some stupid ass motherfucker be spam texting or repeating himself like he's fucking dumbfounded. Like, I'm telling you right now, I don't give a fuck what my woman says half the time, so why in the fuck would I give a fuck what you say in your comment in a chat that is irrelevant to any motherfucker out here? Because the odds are you ain't man enough to step up to anybody in real motherfucking life. Otherwise, you'd be on that bitch saying something instead of in a fucking message. And again, if you seen him in real life, probably wouldn't even engage that motherfucker because you know you get your face kicked in. So you feel like, well, I'm so dominant here in the chat. Nobody cares. It's just a bunch of little fucking kids that even if they entertain it, dude. And then at that point, I just look at it like, hey, you're invalued to the fucking, to the community, the organization, or any football talk to me. So every single time I see that person in the chat or anywhere else, I just say, this guy's irrelevant. You don't even fucking matter. He's hardly even a fucking fan at best, dude. Like, and then you bring them into the show. You want to talk to them about, okay, hey, how do you feel? Why is this? Well, I feel this. And if you don't feel that way, then you just doesn't know what you're talking about. Maybe you need to get educated on the sport a little bit more, bud, and not be in your feelings so much like a bitch. Like, if you want some Depends, we can probably call Walmart and get you some scent. Like, probably go right out there. They'll get you the wings and all, bro. Like, I don't really give a fuck. But we can't sit here and talk on our team and then dick ride an individual, and then because that guy didn't agree with your opinion, go to someone else's chat and spam it. Like, that's a fucking pussy, you know? So, like I say, it's just coward ass people in this fucking social media bullshit. But again, I don't want to keep Sergio here too long on bullshit. So outside of that, I hope you guys have a great night. Catch you tomorrow. Like I say, don't drink, don't drive, man. Fuck, if you're gonna drink, just call an Uber. Fucking get a ride or sleep it off in your car, man. Because I always say it ain't gonna kill you, it's gonna kill somebody else. And outside of that, man, ain't your mom or dad tell you what to do in your life, man. Do what you want, man. Just like I always said, you're gonna be the one to live with that consequence over something that doesn't even really matter that much. So drink and drive and wake up drunk, or you know, again, it's just bullshit. You can do it in your own home, not kill anybody. But outside of that, man, I hope you guys have a great night, man. Appreciate all of you guys coming in. I just emphasize drinking and driving massively because I do not support in any fucking way, shape, or form. And I don't feel sorry for any bitch that dies drinking and driving either, because you made every decision doing it, man. And I've spoken that just as much every single live I have, I say it because I have zero pity for motherfuckers like that. You take away good people in this world because of your stupid ass ignorance, so it doesn't even matter. But outside of it, man, I've always said the only thing I can do is say it. It's up to you to do it, man. So, like I say, just don't drink and drive, dude. There's better ways around it. So, outside of that, I hope you guys stay safe, man. I hope to see you guys on the next one, which will be tomorrow at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Outside of that, stay safe and hope you guys have a great night. And appreciate you, Sergio, like always, bro. And everybody in the comments, man, that's been here all night, man. I mean, like I said, dude, I appreciate every one of you, your comments, your time, in and out, back and forth, man. Like I said, appreciate every single one of you. Hope you guys have a great night. Outside of that, peace out, man.
The king and his men stole the queen from her bed, bound her in her bone. The seas be ours, and by the powers where